They were all staring at Trang Seon like he was some kind of freak. A system notification popped up. Achievement unlocked. A reincarnator with memories of a past life. Reward. Memory retention. All stats +5. So even that counts as an achievement? The people around him started to panic. A gate just appeared out of nowhere? I've never seen anything like this. But Trang Seon couldn't care less. Ignoring the crowd, he was just thinking to himself, brown eyes. Speaking Korean. I'm really back. Man, this feeling was incredible. But the moment the system announced, Zone 1 has opened, Trang Seon shot to his feet and sprinted forward like a man possessed. Everyone was completely baffled by his reckless actions. They felt like they recognized this guy. Could he be that tyrant? Despite his initial burst of energy, it wasn't long before Trang Seon was already gasping for air, completely exhausted. He thought, I need to check my body's condition first. System, open status window. The system responded, cannot open window. You do not have permission. Your authority has been revoked. A portion of the system is being updated. Using administrator privileges, your status window has been opened. Finally, the system window opened, but something was very, very wrong. Trang Seon, divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, error. Affiliation, error. Strength, error. Dexterity, error. Vitality, error. Divine power, error. Skills, unreadable. Authority, unreadable. What the hell? Everything was an error. What happened to the deal I made with the King of Hell? Just as he was wondering, the system updated again. Window has been refreshed with newly updated data. Trang Seon, divine name, Twilight of the Gods. Title, not affiliated with the underworld. Strength, 1. Dexterity, 3. Vitality, 2. Magic power, 0. Skills and authority, Soul Collector, level 1, and Executioner's Sword, level 1. The moment Trang Seon closed the skill window, the system flooded him with warnings. You have been detected by a black mamba. As soon as it spotted Trang Seon, the snake opened its ghastly mouth and lunged, ready to swallow him whole. But he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked kind of thrilled. He needed to get stronger as fast as possible, and the best way to do that was to kill monsters for experience points. With that in mind, Trang Seon didn't hesitate to use the starter item, a rusty dagger. With a single, basic slash, he finished the snake off. The system immediately announced, you have defeated the Black Mamba in a single blow. It was a perfect attack. Reward received, low rank dagger technique skill, level up, strength +2, agility +2. The constellation, Snowy Pleasure, has taken an interest in you? Trang Seon smirked, making a silent vow. Not only would he get stronger as fast as possible, but he would also become the rookie that they noticed the most. For humanity, dungeons were a devastating catastrophe on one hand, but on the other, they were an opportunity. The same was true for the gods and constellations. They used dungeons to select followers and priests to worship them and spread their faith. The gods would also choose apostles, their most beloved followers, who would carry out their divine will. Countless people, craving the power of the gods and constellations, risked their lives by venturing into these dungeons, but many of them died in there, without ever drawing the attention of a single deity. To the arrogant gods and constellations, ordinary beings weren't even worth a glance, let alone worthy of catching their eye. Only a select few humans were lucky enough and had enough faith to meet the necessary conditions. Or, they could prove they possessed an extraordinary talent. Just like Trang Seon, his recent string of brilliant moves had captured a god's attention. A system notification appeared. The god, Snowy Pleasure, is interested in you. Trang Seon's lips curled into a smirk. Snowy Pleasure, huh? Isn't this just like hitting the jackpot? He knew this god. Her real name was Pabina. She was a war god who owned thousands of different weapons and had a deep love for hunting. But the real jackpot Trang Seon was talking about was Pabina's mother, the primordial evil dragon, Tiamat. Trang Seon guessed, did I really get this lucky right from the start? My dagger skills must have caught her eye. Sure enough, the system notification confirmed his suspicion. The god, Snowy Pleasure, is curious about your hunting skills. Trang Seon twirled the dagger in his hand, smiling as he whispered, I'll show you exactly what you want to see. Following that, Trang Seon continued to scout the forest, where a stream of green miasma caught his attention. Half of the forest's outer edge was enveloped in poisonous gas, which meant the monsters around here had to be ridiculously venomous. Trang Seon analyzed the situation, stroking his chin. In that case, Plan C is probably best, right? Just then, 2 black mambas shot out, attempting to ambush him, but it was as if Trang Seon already knew they were coming. He tightened his grip on the dagger and quickly spun around, getting into a fighting stance and saying, "Time to use the old beat the grass to scare the snake strategy to hunt some snakes." In the next second, Trang Seon leaped high into the air, dodging the bites of both black mambas. At the same time, he swung the dagger in his hand, slicing down in a long arc. Its body went limp as it died instantly. System notification. Low-rank dagger mastery has been activated. You have successfully eliminated a black mamba. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. The other black mamba couldn't escape the same fate as its companion. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained experience points. You have leveled up. Then, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and the sounds of battle, several more black mambas rushed out from the forest. This was exactly what Trang Seon wanted. With the dagger in his hand, he was like the Grim Reaper, wielding a divine scythe to harvest the lives of the black mambas. More and more black mambas kept coming, but Trang Seon wasn't afraid. His face was cold and focused as he continuously weaved through the swarm of snakes, as if performing a dance of death. Nothing in his path survived. Before his eyes, system notifications popped up one after another. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You are annihilating the mamba swarm, masters of the forest's edge, and their leader. Your senses have become sharper. Through combat, your ability to focus has improved. After some time, Trang Seon suddenly stopped. There wasn't a single black mamba left around him. He scanned the area and saw the remaining black mambas staring at him in fear. System notification. The black mambas now consider you their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear into the black mamba species. The title, Black Mamba Butcher, has been created. Black Mamba Butcher, a title granted to hunters who have slain over 100 black mambas. Title rank effect, strength +5, inflicts fear upon monsters of the serpent family. Trang Seon had no intention of letting the remaining black mambas escape. Their hesitation and fear only fueled his excitement as he charged forward, weapon in hand, to hunt them down. Inside, a voice was screaming wildly, "That's it, this is exactly it. Slaughter after slaughter. This itching, this intoxicating feeling, isn't this the scent of battle I had long forgotten? Whether it was in Acadia or here, it brings a terrifying sensation. But on the other hand, it's a source of joy for me. However, everything was destroyed when those bastard gods captured me. They imprisoned me, claiming I was a danger to the world, and in the end, they sentenced me to death. The truth is, they were terrified of a mere mortal who could stand as their equal. At first, I didn't care. But if that's what they're afraid of, then that's exactly what I'll do." But since a normal human body is still quite weak, the prolonged battle left Trang Seon exhausted, forcing him to pause. System notification. Low-rank dagger mastery has reached its maximum level, unlocking a higher-tier skill. Intermediate dagger mastery has been unlocked. The god of pleasure is astounded by your masterful dagger skills. Your stamina is depleted. You are in a state of exhaustion. Please find a safe area to rest. It's too early to be surprised, Trang Seon said with a slight smile. He stretched his arm forward. From the corpses of the black mambas, streams of energy rose and converged in his hand. System notification. You have used soul compulsion. Purgatory fire has been activated. You have obtained a black mamba remnant soul. You have recovered 5% of your stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion. The god of pleasure is surprised and is wondering what your skill is. Trang Seon clenched his fist, feeling his stamina slightly recover. He smiled and continued slaughtering the black mambas. He thought to himself, "Of course, you wouldn't have a clue. This is an exclusive skill I received from the Emperor of Hell. After all, you probably think this is just some attribute or skill I got during my first awakening, don't you? But even if you're curious, you can't just meet me and ask questions, because you're bound by the rules of divine mortal communication. No one's crazy enough to break the rules just to check the stats of some newbie." After a while, Trang Seon stopped, panting heavily. "Whatever happens, I'm not too worried. All thanks to this overpowered system I got from Hell. Without it, my status window would have been exposed instantly." As he thought this, Trang Seon casually plunged his dagger into the neck of a black mamba, trying to sneak up on him. As the battle concluded, the system announced, "You have dealt with the last black mamba. You have received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 black mambas, strength +5, low-rank poison resistance." Pleased, Trang Seon opened his system window to check his personal information. Lee Trang Seon. Divine title, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Title, Black Mamba Hunter, Hell Connection, level 6. Strength, 14.2 + 10. Agility, 16.2 + 10. Stamina, 13.9 + 10. Magic, 0 + 10. Total stat points, 35. Skills, Intermediate Dagger Mastery, Level 3. Effects, Low Rank Poison Resistance, Level 1. Executioner's Sword, Level 1. Special information, a certain god has taken an interest in you. You can increase your favorability with this god by fulfilling their wishes. Looking at his status screen, Jang Seon. Seon chuckled to himself. My skills and stats have gone up quite a bit. Whoa, my magic points increased too. From now on, I can use my skills without holding back. Best of all, I've caught Peppina's eye. Perfect. He then fell into deep thought. After the black mambas, it'll probably be the red mambas. And finally, the blood viper. Good thing I got low-level poison resistance. That'll make this hunt a lot easier. The blood viper is one hell of a boss. It's the leader that controls all the mambas. It sounds crazy to face it before level 10. Seon's goal was to take down the blood viper all by himself. This was undoubtedly a massive opportunity to make a name for himself among the gods. But more important than anything was the blood viper's fang. He needed to get poison immunity as fast as possible. That's because one of the main reasons for the defeat during the Twilight of the Gods was their laughably bad resistance to poison and curses. Seon would not make the same mistake twice. His face twisted with anger as he gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. God's curse, I need that fang to overcome it. Just then, the blade of the weapon in Seon's hand crumbled into dust. A system notification appeared. The durability of the beginner's rusty dagger has reached its limit and has been destroyed. Staring at the hilt in his hand, Seon sighed. Well, it's a miracle it lasted this long anyway. Suddenly, a weapon shot down from the sky, embedding itself in the ground right at Seon's feet, making him jump. As he regained his composure and looked closer, his eyes widened in shock. Dragon scale patterns. If that's the case, this must be a weapon from Tiamat. What are they thinking? A system notification popped up. The god of hedonism has sent a gift and placed a bet on you. If you fail and waste their time, they will kill you. Figures. So the price of failure is my life. Huh. Just as I thought. The gods see other beings as nothing more than trash, simple entertainment, and nothing more. That's why I hate all these gods and constellations. But this might actually be for the better. If I play my cards right, I'll definitely reap huge rewards down the line. And above all else, a Tiamat dagger. Getting my hands on this is the greatest gift I could ask for. With that thought, Seon no longer hesitated. He picked up the weapon and said, "All right, what do you want me to do?" A system notification appeared. You have accepted the wager. The god of hedonism has let out a laugh, pleased with your courage. Quest generated. Hunter's certification has been created. Sometime later, a large crowd was gathered at the starting point. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, please gather over here." The crowd turned, looking skeptical. What's going on? Someone trying to play leader again? A man in a military uniform held up a card and announced loudly, "I am 2nd Lieutenant Park Hyun, a C-rank player from the Awakened Forces under the command of the National Army. This is an emergency situation, so I ask for your cooperation in following my instructions." Murmurs broke out in the crowd. Thank God, at least there's a real player here. Yeah, I agree, but do you think that other guy is okay? You mean the one who sprinted into the forest the second the mission started? Humph, that guy? Hope nothing bad happened to him. Maybe he thought he could find some good loot in there? A young man in a green jacket, who had been sitting quietly under a tree, finally spoke up. Hearing this, he opened his mouth. No way. At the very least, he's got way more assets than any of you. Someone asked curiously, huh? What makes you so sure? The man in the green jacket casually walked over and replied, his name is TYRANT. He's the leader of STB. Someone gasped in recognition. Ah, I remember now. I've seen him before. His private life is a mess, but he's so handsome he gets a ton of endorsement deals. He's also a total rich kid. Why would someone like that just run into the forest? The man in the green jacket grinned. I heard a rumor that he became an alcoholic after retiring from the pro scene. He's probably sick of his life and looking for a way to end it all. A young man in a red jacket came up behind him and whispered, "Hey, shut up. Why do you have to run your mouth like that?" The man in the green jacket retorted unhappily. What? I didn't say anything. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of everyone. All black mambas have been exterminated. Everyone stared, their jaws hanging open. A brown-haired girl asked, "But isn't everyone still in the safe zone? How were all the monsters killed?" But this was only the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification would pop up. The white grubs have been exterminated. All blue crows have been exterminated. The red mambas have been swiftly exterminated. Player Trang Seon is on a rampage. Park Hyun frowned, silently watching the system window. The man in the green jacket, however, gritted his teeth in disbelief and muttered, "Hey, what the hell is going on?" Time rewinds to the moment Seon received the quest from the god of hedonism. He was using Soul Drain, simultaneously restoring his stamina while reviewing the quest system. Ranked Hunter's certification generated. Description: due to the growth of the god of hedonism on the divine chart, her power has stagnated, so she wants more apostles and followers to strengthen her faction. However, all the current talents are already sponsored by other supreme beings. In her desperation, she found you. Luo Chushui is considering you, someone with excellent hunting skills, to become her apostle. However, it won't be that easy. You need to prove your worth. Within the next 24 hours, you must hunt a blood serpent using the dagger you've been given. Failure means death. Success will earn you the fang of the evil dragon and the option to become her apostle. So that's what this is all about, huh? No wonder she was so interested in me from the start. I had no idea her situation was times bad. Come to think of it, Tiamat and Ben Madak had a huge conflict in the past. I wonder if that's related to this. On one side, you have Ben Madak, the strongest of the 12 zodiacs Taurus. On the other is Tiamat, the primordial evil dragon and Luo Chu Shue's mother. Trang Seon grew interested, thinking to himself, I'm not entirely sure, but I can definitely profit from this. Then, Trang Seon looked at the new weapon in his hand. This isn't just some run-of-the-mill weapon, is it? System note: Fang of the Evil Dragon. The primordial evil dragon used her own fang to create this dagger as a gift for her beloved daughter. This item possesses a will of its own. Classification: Sacred Dagger. Damage: Incalculable. Effects: Unknown. This weapon is currently on loan. The dagger's true attributes cannot be used because the player has not met certain conditions. This is exactly what I wanted. But a little extra something would make it even better. With that thought, Trang Seon grinned and said, "Hey, how about a little side bet?" System notification: The goddess Luo Chushui tilts her head, wondering what you mean. 30 minutes. System notification: The goddess Luo Chushui does not understand what you are trying to say. I will destroy the blood serpent for you within the next 30 minutes. So please, grant me an even greater reward. Trang Seon made his offer and calmly waited for the result. A moment later, another system notification appeared. The goddess Luo Chushui laughs at your proposal. The goddess Luo Chushui has accepted your request. However, she warns that your death penalty will not be a peaceful one. Having achieved his goal, Trang Seon smiled, offered his thanks, and rushed toward the mission objective with his weapon in hand. The first monster Trang Seon encountered was a moonworm. He took it down in just 3 hits. System notification: Level up. Strength increased by 3. Next up was a flock of blue crows. Despite their large numbers, Trang Seon's level had already increased, and his physical condition had improved. Moreover, the weapon in his hands was far better than what he had against the black mambas, so the fate awaiting the blue crows was no different. System notification: Level up. Stamina increased by 2. Rumors of the bet between you and Luo Chushui are spreading throughout the heavens. A few other gods are taking a keen interest in your combat experience. Several gods stroke their chins as they witness your martial talent. After wiping out the blue crows, Trang Seon glanced at the system window with a sharp look in his eyes. He smirked and continued toward the blood serpent's location. Any monsters he met along the way were dealt with at top speed. Finally, he spotted the blood serpent, the mission's target. He didn't rush in to attack, but instead hid behind a tree, waiting. There they are. More spectators means more potential profit. System notification: The goddess Luo Chushui is displeased with the uninvited guests. The goddess Luo Chushui is warning the other gods that you belong to her first. Trang Seon smiled in anticipation. How many of these gods are interested in this, I wonder? Hopefully, there's at least one decent one in the bunch. System notification: Level up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the beginner's training. You have received the achievement, Gifted Youngster who just completed training. Seeing this, Trang Seon's eyes lit up. This is it. Hidden class prerequisite met. Just as expected, the next notification appeared. Reward: All stats plus 5. Hidden class unlocked. Trang Seon began to strategize. In my past life, I chose Spearman, but this time, I'm not picking some mediocre class. Both Dragon King and Black King are good, but they'd be incredibly difficult to play. That being the case, Berserker is probably the best choice. Berserkers possess an immense amount of damage, but in exchange, their minds are constantly unstable. However, there are a few tricks to control that. I'll choose Berserker to win this bet and kill a monster that even level 20 players struggle with. Without hesitation, Trang Seon clicked on the hidden class reward. Here are your results. Please select a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spearman. 3. Beastmaster. 17. Hidden. Child of the Dragon. 18. Hidden. Night Wanderer. 30. Hidden. Master of Ancient Arts. After looking through the entire list, Trang Seon's eyes widened, and with an ugly expression, he said, Berserker isn't here. System notification. 6 minutes remaining. Trang Seon frowned in confusion. I was so sure the Berserker class would be here. Why didn't it show up? System notification. The goddess Luo Chusui is wondering how you will win the bet now. 3 other gods are wondering the same, awaiting the class you will choose. Time was running out, and Trang Seon had to make a choice. He looked seriously at the list, considered his options for a moment, then reached for the hidden class, Master of Ancient Languages. He mused that writing runes would be a real pain, but their destructive power would far surpass a berserker's, and it would compensate for his physical weakness in unbalanced fights. Immediately, the class change process began. You have chosen Master of Ancient Languages as your main class. You have changed your class to Master of Ancient Languages. Agility has increased by 5, and Magic has increased by 5. The new stat, Wisdom, has been added. The new stat, Willpower, has been added. The class skill, Create Low-Level Rune, has been unlocked. The class skill, Carve Low-Level Rune, has been unlocked. Tiet, the god of pleasure, is shocked by your choice. Another god is bursting out laughing at your choice. The class change is complete. Trang Seon paid no mind to the god's attitudes. He checked his skills. Create Low-Level Rune. Creates runic script. Successfully creating runic script will level up the skill and reduce the creation time. Level 1. Class, Active. Effect. Runic script creation. Carve low-level rune. Allows you to inscribe pre-made runic script onto a desired target. The target can range from objects to animals, depending on the skill level. Level 1. Class. Active. Effect. Auxiliary magic. Trang Seon said to himself, just as I thought, these 2 skills would appear. I still have 4 minutes left. Next, Trang Seon used 30 of his accumulated stat points on Wisdom and 25 on Willpower. Just then, likely alerted by the class change process, the blood serpent charged, attacking the tree where Trang Seon was hiding. Trang Seon quickly leaped aside to dodge. The system announced, Create Low-Level Rune has been activated. Your success rate has been increased thanks to your stats. Trang Seon then used his weapon to slash the skin on his other hand, drawing blood. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to use the runes those old geezers forced me to learn, he thought with a sigh. Using his own blood, he drew the complex characters directly onto the blade of his knife. As the final stroke was completed, the characters began to glow. The system announced, Carve Low-Level Rune has been activated. The Explosion Rune has been inscribed. Tiet, the god of pleasure, had anticipated this and chuckled. Tiet, the god of pleasure, is curious how a newbie like you knows about runic script. You have successfully created and carved each rune through intense concentration and willpower. Skill level has increased. Reward received. The explosion rune will have 5 times the effect for 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You have entered a state of thirst. Trang Seon smiled, looking at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then, he let out a roar and charged toward the blood serpent to begin the slaughter. He estimated he had about 3 minutes left, more than enough time. The noise from Trang Seon's battle had also caught the attention of the people in the safe zone. They looked toward the smoke and explosions and cried out, It's him again! Park Hyung, standing among the crowd, thought to himself, There have been thousands of explosions like bombs coming from the forest, but this one is the biggest one yet. The others began to whisper amongst themselves. What the hell was that? What's going on up there? A system notification appeared. Player Trang Seon has begun the boss attack. Boss name, Blood Serpent. Seeing the notification, everyone was stunned into silence. The young man in the red jacket spoke up. A boss attack? It's already at that stage? The young man in the blue jacket also exclaimed in shock. What? But his shock quickly turned to fury as he screamed, Damn it! That guy is trying to get us all killed. That son of a bitch. It's always the same with him. He always just does whatever he wants. The man in the blue jacket ran up to Park Hyung and yelled, Hey, aren't you going to do something? We're all going to die, Park Hyung calmly replied. As I said, you should stay put. But before the man in the blue jacket could say anything else, Fionn cut him off. The slightest bit of carelessness could get us all killed. The man in the blue jacket was resentful, but could only curse helplessly. Damn it all. Park Hyung paid him no more attention. His eyes were fixed on the lights appearing within the thick cloud of smoke, speculating, if I'm right, that light is the critical effect of a skill. If that's the case, he's even greater than I imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what's really happening over there. Meanwhile, Trang Seon's battle had reached its climax. Man and serpent roared and charged at each other, unleashing their most powerful attacks. An enormous explosion instantly rang out. Everyone in the safe zone received a series of new notifications that left them speechless. You have completed the first boss hunt, the Blood Serpent. You have completed the first part of the dungeon exploration mission. Dungeon ranking is being calculated. Total points, 5,000. First place, Lee Trang Seon, 4,999 points. Second place, Park Hyung, 1 point. Third place, unknown. Rewards will be distributed based on your contribution. Park Hyung stood there, dumbfounded, with only one thought running through his mind. In this moment, I just witnessed the arrival of a new sovereign in the 10 Directions ranking. After the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still in shock from the earth-shattering event. Just then, a gigantic red snake head emerged from the forest, making them scream in terror. But strangely, the monster didn't attack anyone. As its body gradually came into view, they realized it was being dragged by a single person. Park Han looked at Trang Seon, completely bewildered. What was that look in his eyes trying to say? Trang Seon scanned the entire safe zone and asked, "Is everyone here a player?" Park Han stepped forward and answered, "That's right." Trang Seon nodded. He pointed to the Blood Serpent. "The boss is dead. I'd appreciate it if you all could help me clean up the remaining mobs." Appreciate it? No. It sounded more like a demand, he thought to himself, his expression unnatural, then spoke up. "We'll take care of it. You should get some rest." Trang Seon looked at the expressions on everyone's faces, including Park Han's, and just sighed, shaking his head. "Guess I'll just turn around and leave with the Blood Serpent, then. It seems my presence is making you a little uncomfortable. In that case, I'll find another spot." Hearing this, the people in the safe zone started whispering. "You think that's really Tyrant? You said they were the same person." "I hope so, but he just seems so different. Could he be a demon in disguise? No way. If he was, we'd all be dead by now, right?" Haha. Only the young man in the blue shirt remained silent. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Trang Seon's retreating back. As Trang Seon left the safe zone, he recalled what those people had said. "I hope so, but he just seems so different. Could he be a demon in disguise?" Trang Seon shook his head and chuckled. "A demon, huh? I never thought people would see me that way." The system announced, "You will have a 1-hour rest period before Phase 2 begins. Countdown starting now." Trang Seon went to an open area and threw the Blood Serpent's corpse to the ground. This place should be fine. Trang Seon then went to the 4 corners, carving rune symbols onto the rocks, creating a barrier that enveloped him and the Blood Serpent. System notification. Barrier rune has been carved. Your skill level has increased. Low-grade rune creation has reached its level-up limit. A higher-grade skill has been unlocked. Basic rune creation has been unlocked. Trang Seon looked at the Blood Serpent's corpse on the ground and decided to handle this little gift first. System notification. Receive notifications for 2 rewards from ranking achievements and 3 rewards from hunter certification achievements. Trang Seon said softly, "Accept rewards." System notification. Random rewards have been prepared. Please choose one category you are interested in. 1. Skill. 2. Effect. 3. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. The skills and effects at these levels are nothing special. And for equipment, the Evil Dragon's Fang is more than enough for me, so I'll definitely take this. Trang Seon thought to himself, decisively reaching out to select achievement points. System notification. You have chosen achievement points as your random reward. You have received 10,000 kakma. You have received 5,000 kakma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Trang Seon smirked and said quietly, "There's one thing that's always true in the human world and the heavens, and that's money. I need to hoard as much cash as I can before the shop opens." Next up, status points. Trang Seon smiled and ordered, "Open system window." Lee Trang Seon, divine title, Twilight of the Gods, unusable. Titles, New Mamba Slayer, Hell's Link. Class, Ancient Language Master, level 15. Strength 36.5 plus 25. Agility 32.7 plus 20. Stamina 29.9 plus 20. Magic 10 plus 20. Wisdom 33 plus 20. Will 28.2 plus 20. Skill list. Intermediate dual sword technique, level 5. Basic rune engraving level 9. Low-grade rune creation level 1, new. Serpent's Eye level 1, new. Effect list. Low-grade poison resistance level 5. Authority of soul coercion, level 1. Decapitating sword, level 1. Unique information. You can view the interest and admiration of various gods for the feats you have accomplished. Cumulative stat bonus is 50. Trang Seon happily rubbed his chin and exclaimed, "Nice. Looks like taking down that blood serpent was the right call." System notification. As per the previously mentioned reward, the evil dragon's fang is now under your ownership. The god of snowy pleasures greatly desires you. Other gods have also become interested in you after learning the results of the bet. Several constellations have set their sights on you. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. The god of snowy pleasures is warning others that if they dare to touch you, they will be challenging the wrath of the evil dragon. Seeing this, Trang Seon covered his mouth, snickering to himself. Next, a notification about the reward from the bet appeared before Trang Seon. The god of snowy pleasures is wondering what gift you would like for winning the bet. You have the right to claim 2 rewards. The dragon's treasure has been opened. Reward list. 1. Anatizan Gold Bar. 2. Holy Grail of Heaven. 3. Almighty Stone. Trang Seon focused on the list, unable to hold back his admiration. Now this is some seriously good loot. This really is the dragon's treasure. System notification. The god of snowy pleasures says you can take anything you like. The god of snowy pleasures affirms that, to encourage you, any gift is fine. Many other gods are surprised by the god of snowy pleasures reward. A few constellations are being tempted by the snow of pleasure's treasure. But this chapter alone isn't enough to satisfy me. If I take Pabina's fruit, I'll just end up becoming her slave. With that thought, Trang Seon decisively rejected the entire list of rewards on the screen. A red notification window immediately popped up. The window has been closed. You have not claimed any items. Seeing this, Trang Seon wasn't flustered in the slightest. He smiled calmly and continued to read the notifications. Then, the god, Snow of Pleasure, is frowning, wondering what you're plotting. A few gods are questioning your true intentions. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You have received 1 million karma. Your total achievement points are now 2,150,000. Just as he'd predicted, Trang Seon smiled and said, "I knew it. Letting the system store the rewards makes them easier to use later. That's how I'll take my prize," the system announced. The god, Snow of Pleasure, is very disappointed. The god, Snow of Pleasure, encourages you to become his loyal apostle. Without a second thought, Trang Seon refused. "Yeah, I'll have to pass on that. I want to gain more combat experience. And besides, I have no interest in becoming someone's follower right now." Trang Seon's gaze swept over the achievement points he'd won from the bet. He let out a wicked smile, wondering to himself, so if I just keep making bets with these gods, I'll get more points, huh? The system announced. The god, Snow of Pleasure, is flying into a rage because you dared to mock him. The god, Snow of Pleasure, is furious and says that you will regret this decision. Trang Seon paid him no mind, scoffing inwardly. There's no reason to show any of those gods respect. A system notification appeared. A few gods are munching on popcorn to enjoy this drama. A few gods are ambitious about making you their apostle. A few gods who previously didn't care are now feeling interested in you. Looking at the dense cluster of notification windows before him, Trang Seon guessed that if he could prove he had unparalleled talent, more powerful beings would fight over him. Besides, if the battle with Behemoth really happens, Tiamas's faction will definitely need a lot of talented humans to join them. The system announced, the god, Snow of Pleasure, is glaring at you with eyes burning like fire. Trang Seon turned his back, ignoring it. Everything was going according to his script. He decided to move on to the next act of his play. Well then, shall we begin? I'm going to use every last bit of this boss, from its skin to its bones. He put his thoughts into action. Gripping the weapon in his hand, he got busy with the Blood Snake's corpse. The system announced, you have obtained Blood Snake's blood. You have obtained Blood Snake's flesh, ×5. You have obtained Blood Snake's eye, ×2. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. Rumors about the bet and your refusal of the god's offer are spreading rapidly throughout the celestial realm. Many gods who were curious about you have continuously connected to the dungeon channel KR9721. The number of gods who are interested in you is growing. At the same time, Trang Seon was busy harvesting the Blood Snake's corpse. Back in the safe zone, the young men in the red and blue shirts were sitting together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the young man in blue couldn't hold back any longer and asked with a frown, "Do you think I could do something like that?" The young man in red opened his mouth, skeptical. The young man in blue explained, "Becoming a player." Hearing this, the man in the red jacket shot to his feet, looked at the man in the blue jacket, and yelled, "Are you crazy? Seeing his friend's reaction, the man in the blue jacket got angry and shouted back, "Some junkie can do it, so why can't I?" The young man in the blue jacket lowered his head, a dark smile on his face as he whispered, "No, I can definitely do it. Not before, but here. In this place, I have a feeling I can awaken the talent that's been dormant in my body. Look at this. A message from a god." The man in the red jacket looked over curiously. A system notification appeared. The god, owl that pierces the twilight, has taken an interest in player Gyeonjong. The young man in the red jacket's eyes went wide as he exclaimed in disbelief, "The owl that pierces the twilight. Don't tell me you completed the awakening test?" Suddenly, a blinding beam of light appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of everyone in the safe zone. People looked up to see a pillar of light piercing through the clouds, descending right on their location. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of everyone. A manager has appeared. In an instant, the pillar of light slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust cloud cleared, everyone stared intently and saw a creature that looked like a young boy with long rabbit ears, wearing a suit and a golden pocket watch slung over his shoulder. He leaned on a cane with one hand and announced loudly, "Greetings everyone, I am Herod. I am the manager of Channel KA." After his introduction, Herod held the large golden watch to his chest, tilted his head, and smiled. A smile he thought was extremely friendly, but instead of being happy, the people in the safe zone voiced their suspicions. A manager? Why did that guy suddenly show up here? Hearing this, Herod laughed awkwardly and explained, "Oh, whoops, to suddenly appear and disturb everyone's rest like this. How embarrassing. I'm sure you're all wondering why I've come here, aren't you? It's because a few things have come up, and I need everyone to understand the situation. As per the administration's policy of non-interference and maximum freedom, we always do our best not to get involved in your current affairs. However, the clear speed for this dungeon's stages has suddenly spiked, and so, the Supreme Administrator has become quite displeased. Everyone, I do apologize, but it seems I'll have to increase the dungeon's difficulty." Screams of panic began to erupt all around. "Wait. What?" Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Herod raised its hand and snapped its fingers. The safe zone's protective barrier shattered into pieces, vanishing before their very eyes. At the same time, everyone received a new notification. Based on achievements, the dungeon difficulty will be increased. The safe zone will be removed. Monster aggression will be heightened, and their attack and defense will be enhanced. Panic quickly spread. Some people stared cautiously towards the forest, while others couldn't keep their composure and shouted out in protest, "Herod, what the hell do you think you're doing?" From within the crowd, Park Hee-hun's face twisted with ferocious anger. Herod's appearance and actions reminded him of a forgettable memory, the last purge event he had participated in. In that event, he was the only one left alive by the end, but his body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Before him lay only blood and corpses, along with a massive system window displaying 4 words that seemed to mock and taunt him. Truly disappointing. Back in the present, Park Hee-hun took a deep breath, regaining his composure. He scanned the frightened, confused, and desperate faces of the people in the safe zone. For some reason, an image of Trang Seon appeared in his mind, accompanied by a chilling speculation. That time, the gods and constellations also summoned an administrator to increase the dungeon difficulty, all to find outstanding individuals and turn them into apostles. Do I have to watch innocent people fall before me again? Could it be that the gods want to test his talents? Trang Seon, a system notification appeared. Due to the change in dungeon difficulty, your rest period has been revoked. Monsters are now allowed to operate more freely. All monsters have entered a ravenous state. Try to survive against these skilled predators. You may now form a party. A party can have a maximum of 10 members, and depending on your contribution, you can receive different equipment. When successfully hunting monsters, you have a chance to obtain fire gems. Each party must acquire at least 99 gems to complete Stage 2. The people scrambled to find anything they could use as a weapon, then began to tremble and scream in fear. "What is happening? I've never heard of a situation like this before," the system announced. "In 5 seconds, the monster wave will flood this area." 5. While everyone in the safe zone was in chaos, Herod suddenly appeared behind Park Hee-hun and asked softly, "So, you're the player Park Hee-hun, aren't you?" Startled, Park Hee-hun whipped his head around and demanded, "You know me?" Herod smiled and replied, "Of course. You're the sole survivor of the evil dragon's lair, after all. You're one of the players the administration is paying the most attention to, so it's no surprise that I know who you are. Good luck surviving this time." With that, Herod flashed a demonic smile and vanished. As Herod disappeared, the countdown hit 0. This meant that Stage 2 had officially begun. The roars of monsters immediately echoed from the forest. Park Hyun quickly turned his head to see monsters swarming out of the trees, charging towards the people in the former safe zone. Panicked, many people turned and fled without a second thought. Damn it, where did they come from? Those who were a little braver stood their ground, holding crude weapons and saying in a trembling voice, "Attack." At this moment, one person acted completely different from everyone else. It was Jeon Chong-dae. He actually dared to charge straight towards the monster horde by himself. "This is my chance," Chong-dae muttered to himself. A red light flickered in his eyes as he glanced happily at his system window. "The blessing of the owl god who pierces the dusk is with you." Elsewhere in the forest, after rummaging through the corpse of the blood serpent, Trang Seon finally retrieved what he was looking for. System notification. "You have obtained the blood serpent's venomous fang." Trang Seon held the fang in his hand and said with a laugh, "Poison immunity skill, come to Papa." System notification. Stage 2 has begun. Many gods are interested in your performance in this stage. Many gods are placing bets on your survival in Stage 2. This unexpected notification slightly surprised Trang Seon. His smile faded as he looked in the direction of the safe zone and murmured, "So the purge has started again. Already? I thought I'd have a little more time. Is this the consequence of winning the bet against Pabina? Humph. That must be why I've drawn more attention from those gods than I expected." Trang Seon opened his personal status window. He quickly checked his current status. HP, 151 out of 448. MP, 8 out of 250. SP, 2 out of 30. This is so unfair. My biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I want to recover my stamina points first, but it looks like I'm out of time. Trang Seon frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't dare hesitate any longer and left the area, weapon in hand. Before he could get far, Trang Seon encountered a huge, red monster, its body engulfed in waves of flame. Trang Seon recognized it with a single glance, a fire lizard. Stage 1 had poisonous creatures, and now it's my turn to face ones that use fire poison. Huh? If that's the case, then the later stages will probably include ice poison, metal poison, and body poison. Right? In that case, what I need to collect on this stage is fire energy. Having made his decision, Trang Seon changed course and headed towards the fire lizard. The fire lizard had also spotted Trang Seon. It immediately opened its mouth and spat a stream of fire at him. Trang Seon quickly ducked to dodge, then darted towards the monster's underbelly, avoiding a direct confrontation. Then, wielding the sharp evil dragon's fang, Trang Seon continuously moved around the fire lizard's abdomen. He unleashed slashes that tore through its flesh. The fire lizard was completely on the defensive, only able to turn its head to breathe fire or lash out with its tail. But Trang Seon easily dodged every attack. Finally, he leaped high into the air, avoiding another blast of fire. At the same time, he landed perfectly on its body and, with the evil dragon's fang, delivered a fatal blow, ending the battle. Standing on the fire lizard's body, Trang Seon noted that their stamina wasn't as high as the black mambas, but these lizards normally traveled in packs. That's what makes them much harder to kill. Trang Seon then used his weapon to cut open the fire lizard's abdomen. From inside, he pulled out a fist-sized red orb. A system message appeared, "You have found a fire orb." Trang Seon smiled. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the fire orb whole. Another system message appeared. "You have swallowed the fire orb. You have acquired low-level fire resistance. You have collected 20,000 fire energy." Sitting on the fire lizard's corpse, Trang Seon opened his mouth and breathed out a small flame, thinking to himself that he needed to find more fire orbs. This item is the next requirement to obtain the poison immunity of Samadhi True Fire. I can easily meet the conditions to get that flame thanks to these lizards. Poison immunity. This is a special skill belonging to Scorpio Antares, one of the 12 zodiacs, and an old enemy of Trang Seon. This skill gave him a natural resistance to all types of poison and the ability to create toxins, turning them into poison blood. The Trang Seon of the past was careless when fighting Antares. He ended up getting hit by a curse. The curse weakened his divinity, and, in the end, Trang Seon was defeated by Antares. However, as we already know, fate brought Trang Seon to the kingdom of the underworld. Thanks to Thanatos, Trang Seon could now learn the secret arts of the fallen stars. Thanatos' exact words to Trang Seon were, "You can freely learn all the secret arts of those bastards here. It'll make you stronger, and it'll be very useful against the 12 zodiacs. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What could be better? There are fallen stars who were sentenced to exile in the underworld. The 12 zodiacs had made enemies with many powerful figures in the past. Among them, some of the fallen stars were also eager to teach those guys a lesson. The 10 elders of the fallen stars decided to teach him everything they knew. Thanks to them, he also learned the fastest way to acquire poison immunity. One elder held a deep grudge against Antares because his daughter had been murdered by him. Since he was the first to pass on his knowledge, Trang Seon called him the first elder. Back in the present, Trang Seon had just swallowed his first fire orb, but one fire orb wasn't enough to reach the heat of Samadhi true fire. So, he picked up his weapon and went to find the fire lizard's den to collect all the fire orbs from their bellies. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, John Chong had also just sliced off the head of a fire lizard. A system message appeared. You have slain the fire lizard. Player John Chong is becoming excited. John Chong grinned. That's right, this is the feeling. At this rate, I can easily kick that bastard Trang Seon's ass. So he opened the ranking board to check. Dungeon rankings. First place, Trang Seon, 7,500 points. Second place, John Chong, 565 points. Third place, Park Han, 150 points. John Chong's eyes widened as he stared at the rankings. He gritted his teeth and thought, how is this possible? He must be using a cheat. Right after that, a notification window appeared before him. The God of Twilight recommends you also take a shortcut. Just like your rival. John Chong's eyes lit up. Excited. He quickly blurted out, there's really a faster way? What is it? Please, show me. Please, your grace, grant me more power. A system message appeared. The God of Twilight says he has seen your determination. Therefore, he will lend you his aid. Not far away, a few people were sitting on the ground, panting from exhaustion. They looked towards John Chong with eyes full of envy. This world really is only for the talented. Park Han was also among them. Hefting a massive weapon onto his shoulder, he glanced at the others, thinking to himself that everyone was exhausted after fighting off waves of monsters for 3 straight days. But instead of sympathy, their jealousy only grew stronger. It was understandable. Ordinary people like them yearned to be strong, too. And it wasn't just one of them, it was pretty much everyone. Just then, John approached the group, stared them down, and said with a toothy grin, I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers. They've shown us the path to becoming powerful players. Sometime later, at the mouth of a cave, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a mane of fire scrambled out, its face twisted in terror. As it dashed deeper into the cave, it screamed internally, at this rate, everyone's going to be killed. If she was the mother, the queen of the mountain, then that bastard isn't human. That was the monster's final thought, because Trang Seon had caught up, sending it to the afterlife along with the rest of its horde. As Trang Seon pulled a fire gem from the monster's body and swallowed it, a young girl's scream echoed from deep within the cave, catching his attention. Trang Seon rushed inside and saw a little girl with a pink backpack being chased by a monster hot on her heels. Just as the monster was about to pounce, Trang Seon intercepted it, lopping its head off with a single slash before turning to the girl. You okay, kid? The terrified girl burst into tears, crying, Hick, a monster. Trang Seon's face darkened as he tried to reassure her. Hey, I'm Trang Seon, not some monster. Calm down. Hearing that, the girl stopped crying and just stared at Trang Seon, silent. Seeing this, he asked with concern, Why are you all alone? Where are the others? The girl choked back a sob and replied, They're all dead. My friends too. They were betrayed by someone named John. The short-haired girl showed Trang Seon a symbol on her wrist. That bastard. He said we could share the power of the gods through this thing. Trang Seon stroked his chin thoughtfully, then laid it out flat. It's a complete scam. This is clearly a demon sigil. This mark is proof that you've sold your soul to a demon. The mark of the owl. Through the twilight doesn't look like this. If the bearer of this sigil dies, their life force and soul are stolen. The life force is transferred to the host, while the soul belongs to the demon. That guy, John, he's probably gotten incredibly strong by now. Trang Seon examined the sigil closely. Looking at it, this is some high-grade stuff. If this came from the demon tribe, it's probably from someone above a demon king. But this level is still not enough to give me any trouble. With that thought, Trang Seon turned to leave, but the girl quickly followed, pleading, Please, help me. Trang Seon's expression was a mix of annoyance and resignation. What am I supposed to do with this kid? I already saved you from that fire bear, didn't I? The girl didn't give up and tried to persuade him. I'm a great housekeeper. I can do laundry, cook, clean. I can do it all. In return, please. Just help me get stronger. Trang Seon turned back. slightly moved by the determination in her eyes. You just want revenge for your friends, don't you? The girl fell silent, her eyes filled with rage. Then, she did something Trang Seon never expected. She pulled a chocolate bar from her backpack and, with a pained expression and tears welling in her eyes, offered it to Trang Seon as a sign of her sincerity. Trang Seon was speechless. He reluctantly agreed to let her tag along, but first, he had to fix that sigil of hers. Meanwhile, that bastard John was absorbing the remaining life force from the cursed players as they died. This newfound power was driving him mad. John, a young man in red, called out hesitantly, but flinched under John's icy glare. "It's nothing," he said fearfully, his eyes darting from the demon sigil on John's hand to the one on his own. It was clear the sigil was restricting their actions. "John Nim," another person called out, only to be snapped at. "What is it? Can you move any faster? Did you find what I told you to look for?" The man clutched his injured arm and answered subserviently, "Yes, I've found it." The man in red watched this, gritting his teeth in anger. "He treats us like we're nothing but slaves. This is basically a prison." "Ha, so there's a hidden area here? Everyone, move it. Get ready to fight the boss." John led the way, barking orders at everyone before breaking into a demonic grin. "Trang Seon, just you wait. I'll carve you up soon enough, just like you did to me." There are currently N viewers connected to the dungeon channel. N gods are observing the players through this dungeon channel. Many gods are paying close attention to the player with the fastest dungeon clearing speed. A series of notifications appeared before the girl tagging along with Trang Seon, but she didn't have time to process them. Right now, she was carrying out the grand mission Trang Seon had entrusted to her, luring a horde of rotting zombies. First, she activated her Water Strider skill, creating small whirlpools to pull in a few zombies. Then, using a charm rune from Trang Seon, she attracted the entire horde to chase after her. Seizing the opportunity, Trang Seon flanked them from behind, taking down the entire horde in an instant. "You're pretty talented at setting traps, huh? I'll carve a charm rune on you so you can go lure as many monsters as possible. For me, just run as fast as you can and draw every last one of them in. Unless I give the order, don't you dare stop or look back." The girl immediately followed Trang Seon's orders. A moment later, after dealing with a pack of zombies, Trang Seon turned and asked, "Is that the last of them?" The short-haired girl rushed over and answered eagerly, "Just as you requested, I've brought you every monster within a 300-meter radius." Trang Seon asked again, "And the other plan?" "I've checked every nook and cranny. Everything is ready, just as we planned." "Any other orders, sir?" "Yeah. Run as far away as you can. You'll just get in the way of my next hunt." Trang Seon said this while watching her intently, and that look of absolute trust she gave him made him feel a bit uneasy, just another burden on his shoulders. "Yes, sir," the girl replied, before quickly leaving to carry out her new mission. Trang Seon scanned his surroundings cautiously. If everything was going according to plan, then, just as the thought crossed his mind, a cloud of toxic gas drifted in from the distance, hitting him right in the face. The system immediately sent a notification. The final boss, the plague arachnid, has appeared. A massive spider charged toward Trang Seon at an insane speed. It then lunged, attacking Trang Seon with its razor-sharp legs. But thanks to his quick reflexes, Trang Seon easily dodged the blow. Hearing the commotion, the short-haired girl glanced back, only to see a giant spider rushing right for her. While she was frozen in panic, Trang Seon swung his weapon, blocking the spider's path and stopping its pursuit. The girl seized the opportunity and continued running to complete the mission Trang Seon had given her. Facing the monster, one of Trang Seon's eyes suddenly changed color. The world serpent god holds you in high regard and has granted you a gift. The skill, Serpent's Eye, will temporarily transform into Venomous Serpent's Eye. Like a snake's own predatory sense, you can now use this eye to assess the hunting ground and pinpoint your prey's weaknesses. Level 1. Active Type, Effect, Enhanced Senses, Weak Point Designation. Trang Seon read the system log, a faint idea forming in his mind. Giving me such a huge reward with no strings attached. He must be testing to see if I'm worthy. If that's how you want to play it, then bring it on. Trang Seon used his venomous serpent's eye to analyze the plague arachnid. When his eye highlighted a spot on the spider's front leg, Trang Seon decided to make that his first target. But first, he had to purge the poison from his body. Trang Seon activated low-rank poison resistance and his stored fire energy to cleanse the toxins from his system. Not only did this purge the poison, it even caused his low-rank poison resistance skill to level up. Achievement unlocked. Used all stored energy from 66 fire gems. Reward received. Fire affinity enhancement. Stamina +5. With the poison cleared, it was time to counterattack. Weapon in hand, Trang Seon moved like lightning, striking the spider's front leg just as he'd planned. At the same time, he began plotting his next move. The poison he was really after was the creature's venom. And out of all the venoms in the world, the gland of a plague arachnid was the highest quality prize there was. Trang Seon used his venomous serpent's eye to search for the gland's location. After confirming it was on the spider's upper back, Trang Seon leaped onto it and stabbed down with all his might. But unexpectedly, the spider's hide was so thick that instead of piercing through, his weapon was knocked right back. What's more, his little stunt had definitely gotten the spider's attention. It began spitting acid at Trang Seon. But once again, Trang Seon's quick reflexes saved him as he dodged to the side, so it can spit acid too. This 3-day grind was definitely worth it. Time to poke the beast and run, and that's exactly what he did. Trang Seon turned tail and ran for his life. While he was busy with the boss, Trang Dae's group had arrived nearby. Seeing the rotting zombie corpses strewn across the ground, the group started to panic. Only Trang Dae was seething with pure rage. As he was trying to delude himself that Trang Seon couldn't possibly be responsible, the system announced that a new achievement had just been recorded. Dungeon rankings. First place, Trang Seon, 29,550 points. Second place, Jion, 1,230 points. Third place, Heehan, 550 points. Trang Dae stared blankly at the leaderboard, his face twisting in ugly disbelief. The selfish god spoke, "If you continue to disgrace me like this, the consequences will not be pleasant." The selfish god warns that this is your final chance. Hearing this, he was terrified, unconsciously biting his thumb so hard that it started to bleed. That bastard. Something's definitely not right. How the hell can a normal person get this strong this fast? But whether he's using a cheat or not, I'm going to squeeze every last secret out of him, get stronger, and earn my god's recognition again. At that very moment, a global announcement was sent to all players. Player Trang Seon is currently engaged in battle with the plague arachnid. Trang Dae immediately took off in search of Trang Seon. He was going to kill him, no matter what it took. Unaware that someone was so hell-bent on finding him, Trang Seon had spent the whole time running for his life, successfully whipping the plague arachnid into a complete frenzy. Just then, he suddenly stopped. At that exact moment, the plague arachnid fell into a deep pit. It turns out, the whole chase had been part of his plan all along. What you told Shorthair to do was set this trap, and you running away was just to lure it right here. Once the plague spider fell into the pit, the explosion rune was triggered. Immediately, a system notification announced, "The plague spider is being incinerated." The world serpent god roared with laughter, thrilled that the spider had stumbled into the traps you had laid. But it didn't end there. After the incineration rune, a piercing rune activated, catching the giant spider completely off guard. The system continued to announce that the world serpent god was laughing boisterously as the spider fell for your traps over and over again. Achievement unlocked, dirty and devious schemes. Reward, +5. Wisdom, low-level trap setting skill. Having prepared a rope in advance, Trang Seon didn't fall into the trap himself. He held onto the rope, looked down, and uttered a single, cold phrase. This is just the warm-up. After being torn to shreds by Trang Seon's traps, the plague spider was grievously wounded but managed to cling to life. It looked up to see Trang Seon hanging from the rope, staring down at it with an unnervingly affectionate gaze. As expected of a boss, your health bar really is massive. Suddenly, the rope Trang Seon was holding snapped, severed by the piercing rune. A rune activated, and this time, the giant spider truly couldn't take any more. It used every ounce of its strength to leap from the pit and flee for its life. Trying to run? The game isn't over yet, little spider, Trang Seon said with a smirk, then grabbed onto one of the broken rope ends and used it to swing after the spider, continuing his assault with more runes. Just then, the rest of the group arrived. They were horrified to see Trang Seon completely dominating the plague spider as if it were a child. If we fight him now, we'll definitely die. I have to choose the perfect moment. Just a little longer, and he's bound to run out of stamina, Deokcheol thought to himself. Just as an idea flashed in his mind, he looked back at the other players behind him. All he had to do was use these people as bait to slowly chip away at Trang Seon's stamina. He won't be on his guard against innocent civilians. Killing him then will be a piece of cake. I need something to guarantee his death, perhaps. A victim. At that exact moment, he happened to see Short Hair run by. He couldn't suppress a sinister grin. There it is. The perfect pawn, back with Trang Seon. After toying with the giant spider for a while, he finally showed it mercy and delivered a fatal blow, making it vanish into thin air as he successfully retrieved its gland. Holding the plague spider's gland in his hand, Trang Seon immediately began absorbing it into his body. System notifications chimed non-stop. Level up, you have reached level 20. You have completed Chapter 5 and the final chapter of the Dungeon Pioneer quest chain. The final rankings will now be announced. Dungeon ranking, perfect score, 100,000 points. First place, Lee Trang Seon, 97,450 points. Second place, Jeon Cheol, 2,000 points. Third place, Park Hee-han, 550 points. The management office congratulates you on your outstanding achievement. Achievement points are being tallied. N gods have taken an interest in you. N gods wish to greet you. The dungeon will be closing shortly. N gods are stating they wish to claim you as their own. The world serpent god is threatening the other gods who have their eyes on you. The world serpent god declares that he was the first to discover you. While Trang Seon was absorbing the new surge of power, Deok Cheol's group was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Seeing Trang Seon sitting motionlessly, Deok Cheol smiled cruelly. He assumed the kid was too exhausted to even stand up, so he ordered the others to attack Trang Seon. But to his shock, as they charged forward, Trang Seon suddenly flashed a devilish grin. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. A notification immediately popped up on Deok Cheol's system. God X is laughing heartily. He says a fantastic play is about to unfold. Player party, Jeon Cheol, has fallen into a trap. Deok Cheol's group instantly descended into panic, and no one was more shocked than Deok Cheol himself. He couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is this?" Trang Seon gazed at him fondly as he growled out each word. "Surprising, isn't it? It means you're finished." The bait, after all, was just a bunch of disposable pawns. Deok Cheol didn't hesitate for a second, ordering, "Kill Lee Trang Seon, move." Although terrified, the members of his party had no choice but to obey. Trang Seon's face hardened as he charged straight for Deok Cheol. Everyone who stood in his way was injured by his blade, but he made sure none of the wounds were fatal. They were just enough to stop them from blocking his path. A sudden quest has been generated. Escape the trap. God X is greatly enjoying this unexpected quest. Deok Cheol's party froze in shock for 5 whole seconds of his own teammates and forced them forward as human shields. In response, Trang Seon showed no mercy, sending every last one of them to meet their maker. "He's too strong," John Trong gasped in a panic. "I need more. Much more power." So, without hesitation, he slaughtered his own teammates, ignoring their desperate screams and pleas. From atop a nearby hill, Park Han witnessed the entire gruesome scene. Just as he thought, John Trong was nothing more than a plaything for the gods. After all, the person they were truly interested in from the very beginning was Trang Seon. Right now, John Trong was just a fish caught in his net, just like how he himself had once been toyed with by those same gods. After eliminating his teammates, John Trong expected to absorb their remaining life force, just as the contract seal had promised. But instead, the system announced that the transfer had encountered an error, catching him completely off guard. While John Trong was still reeling from the shock, Trang Seon charged forward like a god of war, thrusting his blade towards him. John Trong managed to predict the trajectory of the weapon in Trang Seon's hand, but the sheer power Trang Seon put behind the attack was too much, and his attempt to block it failed miserably. Without a shred of mercy, Trang Seon sliced clean through one of his arms. John Trong clutched the bleeding stump and screamed, "My arm, you son of a bitch!" But the pain didn't stop there. Just then, he watched as a black smoke rose from the corpses of his teammates and flowed directly towards Trang Seon. The system immediately announced that the victim's life force had been transferred to another person for an unknown reason. John Trong was frozen in shock. How? How did he do that? John Trong. I feel like I've heard that name before, Trang Seon mused, but after a moment of thought, he casually uttered a single word. Huh. That indifferent attitude sent John Trong into a rage. You really don't remember me? Trang Seon just shrugged. Nope. Should I? That one sentence was enough to completely unhinge John Trong. You seriously don't remember me? The guy you kicked off the team for one tiny mistake? Oh. At that moment, the memory of John Trong finally surfaced in his mind. Now I remember. The little crybaby who whined when he got kicked off the team. The guy who pissed me off because he so selfishly tried to cling to his position. So that was you? Trang Seon said, stepping closer. John Trong, it's been all these years, and you're still the same worthless piece of trash, aren't you? In the past and in the present, John Trong was nothing but scum in Trang Seon's eyes. Tears welled up in his eyes, whether from rage or from the crushing humiliation, it was hard to say. His glare was murderous. Trash. Don't you talk about who I used to be. I have the protection of a god now. A certain god is staring intently at the one they once blessed, a pipsqueak unworthy of their grace. Reading those system notifications, John Trong's entire world shattered. No way. It can't be. Was I just a pawn to you? You have failed the sudden quest. Escape the trap. John Trong watched as Trang Seon walked toward him, slowly raising his weapon high. A flood of dark memories washed over him, making him scream like a madman. That day, he had stood in a corner watching his old team accept the championship prize, watching Trang Seon raise the trophy as the crowd roared his name. Your penalty will now be executed. Penalty. Death. I shouldn't have been jealous of him. I shouldn't have followed him. Then I wouldn't have been sucked into this gate. Everything that's happened. It's all his fault. That bastard, Lee Trang Seon. Those were the last thoughts to cross John Trong's mind before Trang Seon cut him down for good. Another one gone. But the system is eternal. It continued its duty as always, broadcasting a notification to everyone. Player John Trong has died. As per the contract seal, the victim's life force will be transferred to the host. This is an immense source of energy, and absorption will take some time to complete. Immediately, the stream of energy began to pour into Trang Seon. The surviving members of John Trong's party could only watch in awe. Damn, that John Trong guy really did have a massive amount of energy, and all of it is flowing into Trang Seon. Now, if you're wondering why all that energy went to Trang Seon, the answer is that he'd tampered a little with Shorthair's contract seal. Flashing back to before he took Shorthair on as his lackey, Trang Seon had used a knife carved from animal bone to alter her seal, turning her into a host just like John Trong. If that massive amount of energy had poured directly into her, she would have overloaded and died on the spot. So, Trang Seon carved an additional transfer rune onto it, ensuring the energy would be redirected from Shorthair to himself instead. But the sheer volume of power was so immense that even Trang Seon was having trouble absorbing it all. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. The serpent god of the world advises you to absorb this magic slowly, as this energy is fundamentally different from the energy you currently possess. The serpent god of the world says that greed is not good. They warn that, if possible, you should discard a portion of this power. The serpent god of the world highly praises the practical idea of using low-level runes to redirect the host, but Trang Seon was in no state to pay any attention to it. Model. Forget all that advice. He was still struggling to absorb this immense energy. He felt like he'd just chugged a 100-year-old jug of wine. No, this energy source was even greater than that. The system continued to relay a god's message to Trang Seon, but this time, it wasn't from the world serpent god, but from that dark god. The god X says this was just a small test for you, and just as they predicted, you passed with flying colors. Just as Trang Seon predicted, he was just testing him. Who the hell was this guy? Anyway, the god X wonders what reward would be worthy of such an incredible performance. They have made a decision. A surprise reward will be revealed in 5 seconds, commencing countdown. As the system made the announcement, streams of dark power swirled around and lifted everyone with a seal engraved on them into the air. A system window popped up with a choice, yes or no. Trang Seon's expression immediately turned grim. He knew exactly what this choice meant. Ha Seong, hiding behind a rock and witnessing everything, couldn't help but clench his fists. So, they were doing times again. If anyone failed to satisfy them like Trang Seon had, they'd just kill them all off, tossing them aside like a pile of useless trash. Looking at Trang Seon's empty gaze, it seemed he had already decided to turn on his own kind. There was no reason for him not to accept a gift from the gods. He didn't even seem to care. Ha Seong could only watch helplessly as Trang Seon raised his hand to make his choice. The result was not what he expected. Trang Seon pressed no. The countdown stopped. The system's voice chimed in again. The god X is perplexed by your unexpected decision. The god X says you should feel free to accept this immense power. Think of it as their gift to you. The god X informs you that human lives are the easiest and most useful ingredients for developing magic. Trang Seon just made up an excuse. My mom always told me not to accept gifts from anonymous strangers. Hearing this, Ha Seong, who was standing off to the side, gave him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Nice one, bro. The god X tilts their head, wondering what the hell you're talking about. The god X suddenly realizes their title has been hidden and scoffs. The god X is about to reveal their identity. The demonic god who escaped hell is looking at you with a treacherous smile. Hearing demonic god who escaped hell, Trang Seon couldn't hide his shock. Mephistopheles. His reaction made Mephistopheles suspicious. The system relayed his thoughts. The demonic god who escaped hell wonders if you know him. Damn it, I'm in trouble now. Trang Seon thought to himself, then quickly replied, No, I was just surprised by your demonic title. Mephisto, a name that was all too familiar to Trang Seon. Among the great demon lords, Mephistopheles was top tier, an existence ranked even higher than Tiamat. He'd heard that beings like him rarely showed themselves to the world, preferring solitude. So, why would a guy like him show up here? Trang Seon's explanation for his earlier reaction completely convinced Mephistopheles. The system continued to relay the message. The demonic god who escaped hell has also considered this reason and assures you that you have nothing to worry about. The demonic god who escaped hell wants to know what it is you truly desire. Just then, a message from another god cut in. The god of debauchery is issuing a warning to the demonic god who escaped hell. Don't you dare touch my property. Trang Seon was overjoyed. It's Pabina. I thought she'd ghosted me after that whole incident. I can't believe she's willing to stand up to a demon that even her own mother, Tiamat, has to respect. Thanks a lot. I guess I owe you one. The Crimson Dungeon is about to close. All players, please be wary of the intense tremors. A 10-second countdown will now begin. 10. Hey, wait! A familiar voice caught Trang Seon's attention. He saw the short-haired girl running towards him from a distance, the charm mark he'd left on her still visible. She said hurriedly, At least give me your number. Trang Seon tossed her the knife in his hand and instructed, Follow the directions on this knife. The people there will have the power to help you break that seal. My own power isn't enough right now. So, if fate allows it, I'll see you again. Be careful. As soon as Trang Seon finished speaking, the countdown ended. The short-haired girl wanted to say more, but he had already vanished. The Crimson Dungeon had completely collapsed. You have all worked hard. That's when the short-haired girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the dungeon was gone. She and the other survivors had been returned to their families and loved ones. People all around were buzzing with discussion. Is it true? The dungeon was cleared by a single person? Contact HQ immediately. It was the biggest news of the day. For the short-haired girl, it still didn't feel real. Not until she was held tightly in her father's arms. It took him a moment to truly believe he was alive. Wait a minute. Where did he go? The short-haired girl frantically looked around for Trang Seon, but he had vanished into thin air without a trace. A little disappointed, she clutched the knife he'd given her, hoping they would meet again. That night, Trang Seon was lost in thought, sitting on a bridge and gazing at the moon, when a system notification appeared. The Serpent of the World says he prefers a more bustling life, but oh well, quietly gazing at the night sky like this is fine too. The demon who escaped hell is still awaiting your answer. Trang Seon acted as if he heard nothing. Thinking of that person, he said to himself, Old man, it wasn't how I originally planned, but I finally made it back. The next day, starting early in the morning, the system bombarded Trang Seon with notifications. The god of snowy pleasures is showing hostility toward the other gods who want to possess you. The Serpent of the World licks his lips and laughs with delight. The demon who escaped hell ignores the others and awaits your reply. The god of snowy pleasures flies into a rage, telling the other gods they'd better listen to him. The demon who escaped hell is awaiting your answer. Seeing the gods fighting over him, Trang Seon felt a little smug. I thought getting just 2 of the big 3 would be a huge success, but thanks to my skills, I even managed to reel in the archdemon. In fact, ever since the gates and dungeons started appearing on Earth, this was probably the first time anyone had caught the attention of so many gods at once. Just then, the system announced a new mission. The Patron God Selection Chain Quest has been initiated. For all players, choosing a patron god allows them to select one deity and receive their blessing and protection throughout their journeys of exploration. Think carefully and choose a suitable patronage, because it will affect your entire journey and your future life. The god of snowy pleasures says he is the wisest choice, because someone like you, who is talented with weapons and loves the hunt, will benefit greatly from his knowledge and patronage. This god will grant you the title of Origin Hunter. The Serpent of the World says he greatly admires mortals like you, with your cunning heart and love for destructive power. This god will grant you the title of Wise Prophet. The demon who escaped hell says nothing and awaits your reply. This god will grant you the title of Final Observer. Trang Seon began to calculate. If I were to rank these gods, it would be Pabina, then Jormungandr, with Mephistopheles at the very top. The others don't matter. They can't promise nearly as much as these 3. 4 minutes passed, and another promising name popped into Trang Seon's head. As if by telepathy, the system immediately relayed a message from that very candidate. The owl that pierces the twilight has placed great hope in you. Minerva, the goddess who possesses the title that Mephistopheles himself covets. He never expected a goddess who champions justice to be interested in him. He had probably caught Minerva's eye when he spared all those who were afflicted by the curse. Thanks to that, his sin meter was slowly returning to a near-balanced state. Scales of good and evil. Good, 40%. Evil, 60%. The god of snowy pleasures is awaiting your answer. The demon who escaped hell is awaiting your answer. The serpent of the world is awaiting your answer. The owl that pierces the twilight is awaiting your answer. 9 gods are interested in your final choice. Should you choose not to accept any patronage, you may fall behind other players of the same level due to the lack of a blessing and protection. Therefore, we recommend you choose a patron for yourself soon. Trang Seon simply let the time pass, because his decision was still to choose no one. The waiting period has ended. You have received the status, godless. You have earned the achievement, humanity that refused the gods. Many gods are both angered and intrigued by your bottomless greed. Your fame has increased. You have received 100,000 karma. Trang Seon was silent. He looked up at the skyscraper before him, his gaze turning serious. This is going to make clearing dungeons a lot harder. The WPCF Association, the Council for the World's Freelance Players, or WPCF for short. This association is actually an international organization under the purview of the present-day United Nations Security Council. It's an organization created decades ago with the purpose of managing gates and dungeons to prevent them from affecting life on Earth. Over time, that organization has amassed immense power and status on an international scale. Of course, this only applies to the bigwigs running the association. At the WPCF headquarters, Ye, a third-class agent of the association, was yelling at a female employee. What the hell is this? And what's your take on it? These 2-bit reporters are just doing what they do best, taking jabs at us. The male employee, his eyes dark with exhaustion, stared at the computer screen and replied, then showed her the newly published articles. The cataclysmic dungeon disaster that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction is finally coming to an end. An association employee stated with the utmost respect, this was the only possible outcome, given our extensive preparations. It's not that big of a deal. Is it really okay to just let dungeons appear like that? According to one expert, the association's show of force is only increasing public concern. Reading this in the current climate, Ye slammed her fist on the table in a rage. What the hell do those bastards think we were doing for the past 5 days while breaking our backs to keep them safe? Huh? Evacuating citizens, directing the military, setting up defensive lines. I even had to be prepared to be fired. And all because I dared to threaten the board of directors just to get permission to accept help from a neighboring country. And what do I get in return for all that? The young man, indifferent to her rant, gestured with his chin toward the screen. You should look at this article. Ye's eyes fell on the headline, The Mysterious Factor, Who is he? Her head began to throb. She pulled out a cigarette and asked, who do you think leaked this information? Instead of answering, the young man just frowned at her. You can't smoke in the office. Hearing that, of course, only made Ye angrier. She raised a threatening fist. You want to quit it, or do you want to eat this fist for lunch? To protect his own teeth, the young man had no choice but to back down. Yep, shutting up now. Ye started to complain. I specifically ordered you to prevent this information from getting out. The young man sighed and replied, you know, that's always easier said than done. Luckily, the reporters are just treating it as a rumor. They don't seem to know much about this person, because how could some newbie possibly clear a dungeon on their own? A rank, 2, and then they vanished without a trace? Ye took a drag from her cigarette, her expression thoughtful as she speculated. A normal person couldn't do that. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? We have to contact this person before the other guilds do. But the frustrating part is, we've tried everything and still can't find them. We even used security surveillance and got nothing. Just then, as if the universe had sent Ye a signal, someone rushed in to report, we found him. Ye was in such a rush, she dropped her cigarette, firing off questions. Where is he? Give me a clear address. He's at home right now. Ahem. Yes, he's currently at his private residence. I'm home. Trang Seon walked into the house as if nothing at all had happened. He then headed straight for the kitchen. His beloved dog, tail wagging furiously, barked up a storm to welcome him home before following him inside. His mother, busy cooking, saw him and asked with a gentle smile, have you eaten yet? Not yet, Trang Seon replied, his face radiating excitement. This smell. It's kimchi stew. He hadn't smelled kimchi stew for 1,000 years. The fragrant aroma was completely overwhelming his senses. Asterisk. Woof woof. Asterisk. The barking, along with the pup rubbing against his leg begging to be picked up, snapped Trang Seon back to reality. He happily scooped the dog into his arms, smiling as he petted it. "All right, it's been a while, Kiki. Stop licking me. The food's almost ready. Go take a shower, sweetie. I'll set the table." A simple sentence, yet it moved Trang Seon beyond words. After 1,000 years, he was finally home, cuddling Kiki. Trang Seon replied softly, "Okay, Mom." At the dinner table, besides him and his mother, were 3 other people: his father, his older brother, and his older sister. It was a magnificent feast, but no one even touched their chopsticks. "I'm full." "Me too." Trang Seon's brother and sister spoke politely before getting up and leaving. His mother saw them to the door and said with a sad look on her face, "Are you two going to be home late again tonight?" "I have a late surgery tonight, and I have a performance, so I have to ask to be excused late as well." "Right." The joy of returning to Earth had made Trang Seon forget the very reason he never wanted to come back to this house. His paternal family ran a massive family conglomerate. His father had inherited the director position at a large hospital, while his maternal family were all renowned scholars. They worked in law and diplomacy. His older brother followed in their father's footsteps and went to medical school, while his older sister pursued music and won numerous art awards. As for him, he was the good-for-nothing, who had been obsessed with video games since he was a kid, nothing more than a piece of trash in this house. They didn't even say a single word of greeting to him after he had returned to this house. Trang Seon couldn't hide his disappointment. Despite trying to remember the beautiful memories of his family, it turned out to be nothing like he'd hoped. Well, he might as well soothe his soul with food. Trang Seon took a bite of kimchi, sighing inwardly with satisfaction. Is kimchi stew always this delicious? Just as Trang Seon was starting to feel a little better, his father slammed his chopsticks down on the table. He bellowed, "So, you have nothing to say for yourself?" Trang Seon remained silent. Seeing this, his mother tried to defend him. "Honey, stay out of this," his father told her sternly before turning back to his son. "Do you have any idea that your mother collapsed when the dungeon gate appeared? She asked every single person she could find about you because she was worried you were trapped inside. Your brother called every hospital in Seoul to check if you were in any of the emergency rooms. Your sister and your mother ran themselves ragged looking for you, and your older sister ended up missing her international tour just to take care of you. And now, a few days later, you just drag your sorry ass back here and stuff your face without saying a single word? Are you even human? You're worse than an animal. If you're going to keep up this attitude, then get the hell out of my sight. Stop leeching off this family." Sensing the tension between the father and son, Trang Seon's mother tried to mediate. "Honey, that's enough. He knows he was wrong. Trang Seon, say something. Your father was worried sick about you. You know." "I have to get to work," his father said gruffly, then turned and walked away, grabbing his briefcase on his way out of the house. But Trang Seon clearly saw that in that moment, his father's eyes were welling up with tears. The door slammed shut, and now only he and his mother were left in the large house. She sighed, then comforted her son. "You know how your father gets when he's angry, so don't take what he said just now to heart, okay?" "Yes, Mom," Trang Seon replied, his gaze unintentionally falling upon his mother. So Do-ha felt a pang of sadness in her heart. When did Mom get so many wrinkles? I'd completely forgotten. I just sat around waiting for my family to care about me, but I never once tried to talk to them first. Go get some rest, son. I'm sorry. Do-ha couldn't hide her surprise. What did you say? I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be more careful from now on. With that, Trang Seon quietly returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, Trang Seon was greeted by a room that looked like a war zone. Bottles, papers, chip bags, and half-eaten noodle cups were strewn all over the floor. As he diligently cleaned up, he thought to himself, was I really this much of a degenerate? This place is filthy. Woof woof. Trang Seon turned to see Kiki, who had sat down next to him at some point, wagging her tail and looking up at him with her big, round eyes, trying to curry favor. Trang Seon chuckled, picking Kiki up to pet her as he mumbled, I think I should start with the cobweb-covered corners first. All right, time to start cleaning. While Trang Seon was enjoying this new chapter of his life, Yu was speeding down the highway with her partner in her brand new supercar. Their destination was Trang Seon's house. Whoa, is this really the new model? There aren't even 100 of these in the whole country. How'd you get your hands on it? No, wait, how could you possibly afford this on our paltry salary? Her male colleague asked, unable to hide his curiosity. A side hustle, what else? Yu replied as she drove. Hey, that's illegal, you know. Yu didn't care. Her mind was currently fixated on that young man. She was dying to see his face. Trang Seon had no idea that some strange visitors were about to drop by. After finishing his cleaning, he flopped onto his bed to relax. A few seconds later, a system notification popped up. The god of pleasure is wondering what you will do next. He says his own hunting skills will be quite useful for what you're doing. The god of the world serpent says that rest is also very important for oneself. Trang Seon was starting to get annoyed. Why are these gods such busybodies? Suddenly, Trang Seon remembered everything that had just happened. His brother and sister, despite being swamped with work, had still come home when they heard he was back. His father, the man he'd always seen as so strong, had actually shed tears for him, not to mention the image of his aging mother. Thinking about all this, Trang Seon made a silent vow to himself. He would definitely show them how much he had changed. He had to show them that he wasn't a drunk anymore, but a man who could take responsibility for himself. Maybe then, they would gradually open their hearts to him again. But starting over would probably be much harder than he thought. First, he had to complete the mission that Thanatos had entrusted to him. It's time to move on to phase 2 of the plan. He was right about the manipulator of the void being here. Trang Seon recalled his conversation with Thanatos. So, who's the first one I need to take down? Obviously, the ringleader who rules the place you live in. And he's a name you know very well, the Mad Tiger. At the mention of this name, Trang Seon's face twisted into a ferocious scowl. His murderous glare was so intense that even Kiki, lying next to him, broke out in a sweat. The Mad Tiger was one of the culprits who framed him during the divine punishment trial. Even now, he could still clearly remember the man's treacherous smile. He's a deceitful bastard, so taking his head will be difficult. He's as savage as a tiger, and thanks to his underlings, he can sniff things out very quickly. Trang Seon stared intently at the recruitment post for the White Tiger Guild. The guild was recruiting new members next month. Speaking of guilds, ever since the gates began to open, countless gods and constellations had revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed individuals and their followers began to rise. These groups were known as guilds. The manipulator of the void is the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He was so careless with the name, even using his own white tiger image as the symbol for his half-assed guild. Trang Seon read through the information on the White Tiger Guild, a top-ranked guild in the country. Huh? This is going to be tough. However, the fact that they're recruiting means they don't have enough manpower to start a war yet. Thinking about what the manipulator of the void had done to him, Trang Seon vowed to himself that he would slowly sever the man's tendons, starting from the bottom and working his way up, so that he couldn't possibly realize what was happening in time. To do that, he had to prepare everything within a month, no matter the cost. The next day, Trang Seon left the house on the pretext of taking a walk around the lake near the park, then hailed a taxi to a remote hill. It was simple, really. He needed to find a place where his mind wouldn't be distracted to do what needed to be done. No person or animal could be allowed to disturb him. But first, he had to take care of a very important matter, settling a score with his protesting stomach. Maybe it was because he'd eaten a little too much kimchi stew last night, but what could he do? It had been 1,000 years since he'd last eaten it. How could he possibly hold back? The only downside was his gut paying the price for it now. Trang Seon considered using his power to heal himself like he did in the dungeon, but then he remembered the words of the ancients. A good bowel movement is one of life's greatest pleasures, so he decided to handle this business like a normal person. His body was probably in for a shock. After all, it had been over 1,000 years since he'd last sat on a modern throne. After a soul-cleansing session in the toilet, Trang Seon finally emerged, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Now, it was time to continue his journey. After scouting the area, Trang Seon found a suitable location. He carved seals into the tree trunks, creating a barrier around himself, then began to strip off his clothes, leaving on only a pair of shorts. Then, he neatly folded his clothes and set them aside. He had to take good care of them, after all. He had no intention of strolling through the streets in his birthday suit. Once that was done, Trang Seon commanded the system to open his inventory. Instantly, all the items in his bag were displayed before him. A spear made from the ribs of 13 fire goats, and a small shield made from the skull of 21 fire lizards, 1 blood serpent's venomous fang, 9 blazing tiger's claws, and 1 bronze hawk's beak, 2 cave scorpion's stingers, and 1 plague arachnid's gland. This was what he needed. He quickly took out the plague arachnid's gland, then used the fire within his body to ignite it. Elder Il-1 had once told him, "Nothing makes for better fuel than a potent toxin." The pure flame within him began the process of flame fission. The flame tempered the dregs and burned away all weakness, for it was one of the special arts of purification. Even if it were to burn his body to a crisp, the moment any foreign substance entered his system, it would immediately combust. The stronger the foreign substance, the more violently the flame would erupt. And eventually, that purifying flame would become the 8 trigrams flame. When the 8 trigrams flame was ignited, all the waste and negative thoughts accumulated in his body would be completely cleansed by the fire. It was the best method of purification and physical enhancement that he knew of. Now, because he had all the necessary ingredients, Trang Seon decided to begin the purification, starting with his heart. From that moment on, the system's notifications flooded in. The blood serpent's venom is gradually invading your heart. The toxin is rapidly ravaging your entire body, activating secondary poison resistance. The resistance effect is insufficient. Warning, player, remove the blood serpent's fang and detoxify immediately. You have completely absorbed the blood serpent's fang. You have discovered a hidden skill. You now possess the serpent's venom-producing gene. From now on, your body can produce the blood serpent's venom. You have received 50,000 demon points. You are severely poisoned. The blazing tiger's claw is invading your liver. The god of winter's delight is panicking at your actions. He is searching for an item to aid you. The world serpent god is astonished that you have discovered a hidden skill. He believes you are hiding an ace up your sleeve and continues to await your next move. The fugitive demon god of hell is still waiting for your answer. The night-piercing owl god is cheering you on. The cave scorpion stinger is invading your spleen. You are on the brink of death. The toxin from the plague, arachnid's gland, is invading your lungs. You have discovered another hidden skill. Your 5 viscera have been filled with the toxins of various venomous creatures. The toxins of the 5 venomous creatures are clashing with one another. Your poisoning symptoms have become critical. Intermediate poison resistance is no longer active. Intermediate poison resistance has been negated. Trang Seon endured the soul-shattering pain. He encouraged himself, just a little more, just a little bit more. Warning, beginning detoxification process. If you persist, your chance of survival will be 0. Trang Seon stubbornly continued to absorb the toxins. It wasn't time to stop yet. Warning, begin the detoxification process immediately. If you continue to be poisoned, it will cause irreparable damage. Warning, all of your senses are beginning to fail. This is the moment. Just as Trang Seon had predicted, the system immediately delivered good news. Mana has been converted into kindling for the dormant flame fission within your body. Flame fission has manifested. The flame is burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. Many new abilities have been added to your body's flame. Congratulations. You have ignited the forgotten legendary flame, the Samadhi True Fire. Samadhi True Fire has been activated. You are slowly recovering. You are slowly reviving. All toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been cleansed. Your muscles and bones have been opened. Your meridians have been opened. Your blood vessels have been opened. Your mana is gradually recovering. A mana circuit is being established in your body. You have gained attunement with the fire element. You have gained attunement with toxins. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix, born from the ashes. Reward, all stats plus 15, purified state. Skill, poison immunity. Skill, poisonous blood. Trang Seon laughed out loud. He'd finally obtained poison immunity. He eagerly opened his status window to check. Besides all his old stats being significantly increased, he now had the poisonous blood skill and 2 new effects, poison immunity level 1 and Samadhi True Fire level 1. There was also a separate notification. His physical constitution had developed significantly after acquiring new traits. Total stat increase, 75. A satisfied smile spread across Trang Seon's face. His power had increased. Now it was time to upgrade his weapon. At that same moment, Wayun's group arrived at the apartment building, where intelligence indicated Lee Trang Seon lived. Wayun knocked on the door. Immediately, Trang Seon's mother called out, "Please, come in." Yayun and her partner entered to find another man sitting with Trang Seon's mother. As soon as he saw Wayun, he burst out laughing and said mockingly, "The association is a real bunch of slowpokes. But you got here faster than I thought. Been a while, hasn't it, Agent Cha Wayun? This is why we citizens always hate you government types." Cha Wayun immediately recognized who he was. He was the captain of the White Tiger Guild's 2nd raid team. Behind him was the HR director of the 5-star Sword Guild, the Black Sword, Oh Yoon. Yoon bit her lip, thinking to herself, "Damn it, I was too careless." While his home was receiving strange visitors, Trang Seon was at the Shoe Street in the Zhongxiu market complex. Trang Seon bought a large bag of hotteok, then devoured a skewer, unable to help but praise it. Restoring your body with mana just can't compare to real food. Sugar-filled hotteok is the absolute best. Only now was Trang Seon in the mood to think about the main event. It wasn't by chance that he was here. He had once heard that the trait Twilight of the Gods made one a manipulator of all weapons. That's why Thanatos had once asked him, "If that's the case, I presume you'll need many different types of weapons to use at your leisure. Would you be interested in acquiring a blacksmith who can satisfy your needs?" Trang Seon asked seriously. Is there really someone who can do that? Thanatos smiled. There is. Hey young man, if you want to buy something, go over there. That shop's been closed for over 5 years, a concerned passerby said. Trang Seon remained silent. He just stared straight ahead at an old, dilapidated shop where even the sign looked like it could fall at any moment. He approached the shop to get a closer look. It had been closed for 5 years, yet the scent of celestial fire wafted from within. That meant a forge had been used not too long ago. The god of pleasure liked to say he could smell the fragrance of well-made steel. The words of the god of pleasure made Trang Seon even more certain that the forge inside was still burning bright. So, without hesitation, he smashed open the roll-up door and stepped inside. A vast array of weapons was displayed here. Seeing this, the god of pleasure became even more excited than Trang Seon. As a result, system notifications chimed non-stop. The god of pleasure shows interest in the smell of tempered steel in this place. The god of pleasure is greatly excited and says that no place on earth could be more like heaven than this. The god of pleasure whistles while looking over this high-quality arsenal. The god of pleasure is shouting with joy. Trang Seon walked around, looking at everything, then stopped when he saw a heavily corroded, rusty sword. The god of pleasure wonders why you would ignore all the other weapons to focus on that strange thing over there. Trang Seon couldn't care less. He walked closer and picked up the sword to inspect it. The god of pleasure tells you to throw that thing away and choose one of the other weapons instead. Trang Seon continued to treat the god of pleasure's words like air, focusing his evaluation, when a detail on the sword caught his eye. Just then, a voice spoke up. Who are you? Trang Seon immediately spun around. He saw a man leading a dog emerge from an inner room. He wore a pair of large, dark glasses that covered half his face. At the same time, his hands gripped the leash tightly. A blind man, Trang Seon thought. Meanwhile, back at Trang Seon's house, Mrs. Duha was warmly entertaining the guests who had come to see her son. She simply brought out a plate of fruit and said, "Please have some fruit," a simple gesture that made all 4 guests marvel at her elegance. Even the hard-to-please Wai Yun had to admit to herself, she really is a star, isn't she? While Wai Yun was distracted, Jongwoo started to taunt her. Even if you pay attention to them, the association can't afford the value of today's rookies. What kind of association sends both a captain and a vice-captain just to recruit a single rookie? The effect this kid has, they're certainly putting in the effort. A talented rookie like him deserves this kind of welcome, I suppose, Ye replied politely, though she felt something was off. These weren't the type of people to personally show up just to recruit some newbie, and to think they all came on the same day. Representing the White Tiger Guild, one of the strongest fighting forces in South Korea, was Raid Team Captain Se Jung-gun. He always wears a fake mustache because he believes all strong men must have one. The 5-Star Sword Guild, originally a branch of the mighty 5-Star Corporation, had quickly risen to become one of the nation's top guilds, and this was their Director of Human Resources, Oh Young-gun. He's also the uncle of one of the other survivors, Oh Ji-bin. Could he be more than just a promising rookie? Trang Seon must be hiding some kind of secret, but he's just one person. If he chose one organization, the other 2 would have to go home empty-handed. She started to probe Jong-gun. I heard you were a very busy man. Are you here in a personal capacity? His big mouth started running again. I figured if I didn't come myself, someone might be disrespectful to this family. And why does a little brat like you always get in the way of our business? Ye shot back, unfazed. You people are the ones getting in the way. You're the one who stole our information, aren't you? And isn't he times over there abusing government authority? Are you planning on sticking your nose in government business now? Seeing the 2 bickering with no end in sight, Mrs. Duha cut in. So, you're all here to recruit my Trang Seon? Yes, that's right. Ye and Jong-gun replied in unison. After that, Ye, Jong-gun, and Yong-gun all started passionately pitching their respective associations and guilds to Trang Seon's mother. She listened in silence, then said gently, "Yes, I understand, but the decision rests with my youngest son. Therefore, I won't be making any further comments. I just want to ask one thing of everyone here. You all said my Trang Seon was trapped in a dungeon these past few days. So could you tell me, in detail, everything that my boy did in there?" Back to our main character. After Trang Seon explained his purpose to the blind young man, Why, he just asked coldly, "So, you want to forge a weapon?" Trang Seon nodded. "That's right." Why let out a laugh. "You must be a joker. Look at me. What more is there to say?" The system immediately relayed a message. The god of indulgence nods in agreement with the blind man's words. The god of indulgence also doesn't believe the weapons here were forged by the blind man. The world's serpent god flares up, telling the goddess to just sit still and watch the show. If you only came here to laugh at me, then that's enough. This forge has been closed for a long time. Let's go, Winson, Ui said, about to leave with his pet dog. But Trang Seon's next words made him freeze. Even so, the fire from the forge is still burning bright, isn't it? And the calluses on your hands were just recently formed. What do you know? Ui shouted, a little agitated. It looks like you're short on cash, but at least don't starve your friend. Ask your eyes, Trang Seon said, looking at the scrawny black dog with legs trembling from hunger. Ui immediately fell silent because what he said was the truth. Knowing he'd struck a nerve, Trang Seon began his pitch. For every part of the contract you complete, I'll transfer you 10 million won. When everything's finished, I'll add a bonus of 50 million won, depending on the quality. And if the gear is better than I expect, the bonus will be much higher. Check your account. Skeptical, Ui pulled out his phone to check. Sure enough, Trang Seon had transferred him 10 million won. That's a deposit, not an advance payment. If it's not enough, just tell me, Trang Seon said generously. More, Ui mumbled. Huh? Trang Seon asked again. 5 million more. I need to pay my overdue rent. For a rich kid like Trang Seon, money was no object. Just a few seconds later, another 5 million won appeared in Ui's account. So, what is it you want me to make, master? Trang Seon cut Ui off. He sat comfortably in a chair like a king and calmly explained, you're the worker, I'm the employer. I'm paying your salary, so you have to call me boss or master. Makes sense, right? And so, Ui didn't argue with Trang Seon's demand. The money was received. The two began to discuss the job. So the items the young master desires include 1 5-meter-long whip, 1 detachable spear, 5 large battle axes, and 5 small hand axes. 4 different types of swords and 1 shield. Is that all? Ui asked, seriously confirming the order. Not yet. I also want a bow and arrow set, and in the near future, I'll be commissioning a suit of armor as well. As soon as Trang Seon finished speaking, Ui's phone notified him that another 100 million won had been added to his account. The sender was none other than Trang Seon. I can't do it, Ui yelled. Trang Seon simply replied, that's for the materials. If I back out now, the contract cancellation fee will be triple the price. Damn it, you idiot. How did I get myself mixed up in this? He couldn't help but mutter a few complaints. Trang Seon started to get a little annoyed. I'm getting pretty sick of hearing those same words over and over. Why do you trust me? We've only just met. Yeah, I guess you're right. This is our first meeting. Plus, you have a critical blind spot when it comes to blacksmiths. But there's no reason for an employee to turn down a request from his boss, right? You make the items, and I pay. That's how it's been. So at this point, Y had no choice but to compromise. All right, I'll do it. But I can't make everything in such a short amount of time. It's been a while since I've worked with steel. At the very least, give me some time to get the feel for it again. Besides, the items you've requested are all difficult pieces. It's going to take a lot of time to craft such complex gear. The bigger problem is that I need a special hammer to forge iron, but I don't have it right now. A hammer? Don't tell me some bastard stole it from you? Hearing this, Yai's entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and spat out each word. That's right. It was my father's own disciple. After he passed away, a bunch of guilds tried to sweet-talk him, so that bastard stole the hammer and ran off. Another traitor who betrayed his master. So, where's the guild that hired him? Pinnacle, Y replied. Pinnacle? Trang Seon asked, a little curious. His reaction surprised Y a bit. You've really never heard of them? They're one of the most powerful guilds out there. Trang Seon slowly stood up, then made a bold declaration. I'll get it back for you. So where the hell are they? Y warned him in a panic. What are you saying? It'll be extremely dangerous if you go there. Don't you get it? It's fine. All I have to do is take care of them cleanly, without leaving a single trace. Hearing Trang Seon's reply, Y fell silent, but inside, he was screaming his head off. That's it. That's exactly it. That's why I'm so drawn to him. I'm not sure why, but I truly believe this person. No, my master can definitely do it. With that thought, Y gave Trang Seon the address. There's a tomb on the side of Mount Baekak. It's located in the Yongsan district of Seoul. After getting his answer, Trang Seon took action that very night. He observed the situation from a distance. He remembered what Y had told him. There was only one reason for the Pinnacle Guild to hire that old disciple. No, to hire that scum Jeon-do Kwon. They were trying to open the tomb. That was the secret the Pinnacle Guild was hiding. They wanted to monopolize all the rewards and resources after clearing that dungeon. Jeonduk Hwan was scouting it himself so he could open the final gate to the tomb, which was currently sealed by a lock. Rumor has it that it's a hidden clue, and the key is also very difficult to find. That's why they recruited that bastard. An ancient tomb, huh? There might be some valuable artifacts hidden inside, Jang Seon thought to himself, then suddenly remembered he had promised his mom he'd be home for dinner. It's 8:40 right now, isn't it? He immediately pulled out his phone and texted his mom. Mom, I'm going out to eat with a friend. Sorry, I'm going to be home late. After sending the text, he did a quick search for some info on the Pinnacle Guild. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, they did it all. Jang Seon felt a sense of indignation. These guys aren't good people in the slightest. Wiping them all out would be like taking out the trash for this society. The owl god of the twilight senses the scent of justice on you. A blessing has been sent to you. You have received Iron Will. Iron Will. Rank. Blessing. Protection. Effect. Resistance to mental damage. Willpower enhancement. Looks like she misunderstood something again. But if she's going to give me something, I'd find items like detection or clairvoyance a lot more useful. Yeah, Jang Seon wasn't too keen on this new skill. But on the outside, he still politely tapped the thank you button. The god of fleeting pleasures is intrigued by the upcoming battle. The world serpent god has high hopes for your performance this time. Break time was over. Now it was time for him to get to work. The first thing he needed to do was hide his identity, so he chose to use a ha-ho smiling mask. This was a piece of defensive gear with a rating of 50 to 70. Its effects were identity concealment and improved vision. In addition, Jang Seon equipped a dagger made from the feathers of a black hawk. He absolutely could not let these bastards go peacefully. No sooner said than done. Jang Seon used his dagger to launch ice arrows toward the guards, freezing them instantly. Then, he leaped forward, and with a single slash, made a few of them explode on the spot. Realizing that such a quick death was too merciful for the crimes they'd committed, Jang Seon decided to use a more special method to take care of the rest. He cut his hand, then smeared his own blood onto the frozen bodies. You have activated the skill, Blood Poison. You have infused blood poison into frost poison. The blood poison is gradually spreading throughout the ice. The frost poison effect of the dagger made from Blackhawk feathers has been reinforced by your blood poison. The poison slowly ate away at the guards' bodies, making them feel an excruciating, soul-tearing pain. Many of them couldn't take it. They wanted to end it all, but the frost poison had them completely paralyzed. All they could do was lie there helplessly as the venom ravaged their bodies. Blood poison is a skill Jang Seon acquired during his 100 poisons resistance training. He never expected he'd have to use it so soon. It's not just frost poison. I mixed in my blood poison too. Take your time and enjoy it. Don't even think about trying to purify it. Just lie there and savor every moment of your agonizing death. With that, Jang Seon turned and walked deeper into the tomb. The system immediately relayed messages from the gods. The god of hedonism cheers with delight at your cruelty. The world serpent is surprised by your methods and intrigued by what you'll do next. The moment he stepped into the tomb, the system announced, "You have entered the dungeon, Besla's tomb." The effect of the ha-ha mask is improving your vision. The pitch-black space suddenly lit up before Jang Seon's eyes. So, times is why you brought this thing. He said they set up a forge right in front of the boss room so they could craft the key as fast as possible. In that case, maybe I should help myself to a few artifacts from the boss room. Following Jang Seon's decision, the system announced, beginning the dungeon exploration. Theme, tomb raiding. Eliminate the guards protecting Besla's tomb, discover the treasures within the catacombs, and escape. Flee with the treasure from the tomb master's final resting place. Each area of the tomb has different mechanisms to protect it from treacherous thieves. Therefore, be careful. The god of hedonism is extremely interested in what you're about to do next. Just as Jang Seon was about to move on, he suddenly froze, glancing warily behind him. Show yourself. In response, there was only silence. The god of hedonism says, there's no one there. He asks why you're doing this. Jang Seon ignored the god's question and continued to address the unseen figure. You have no intention of facing me, do you? If that's the case, I won't be merciful. I'll just give the story rights for my progress to another manager. Just as Jang Seon turned to leave, the figure finally spoke. Oh, dear. Herod poked his head out, a sly expression on his face, as he stared at Jang Seon. You're more impatient than any player I've ever met. You could have just ignored this and moved on, you know. The moment it stepped out, its demeanor changed completely. It spoke shyly to Jang Seon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the dungeon manager, Herod. The god of hedonism is shocked and asks where Herod came from. As a system manager, Herod could read Trang Seon's system messages. He looked displeased and said, "That's a bit harsh, sir. The other gods already knew I was here." The god of hedonism flies into a rage, calling Herod's words nonsense. Herod smiled and replied, "My lord, I wouldn't dare lie." The god of hedonism's eyes went wide as he looked at the other gods in surprise. The world serpent shakes her head vigorously, as if calling him a complete fool. The demon god who escaped hell is staring intently at manager Herod. The owl god who pierces the twilight gives a bitter smile toward the god of hedonism. The god of hedonism's jaw drops, saying, "This is impossible." The god of hedonism compliments manager Herod, who possesses the skill to hide from a god's gaze. Herod replied humbly, "My lord, I haven't reached that level yet. Enough with the pointless chatter. You're following me to write your report, aren't you?" Trang Seon's question startled Herod. "You even know about the reports? Well, the tutorial phase is over, isn't it?" Trang Seon's matter-of-fact attitude surprised Herod even more. A report is essentially a manuscript written about a rookie who has caught the eye of many gods. This manuscript is written by the management department. So, how could a newcomer like him possibly know about it? Poof, a computer desk appeared out of nowhere, and Herod's outfit changed into a comfortable tracksuit. He began to type away, thinking, "It seems this guy knows a lot more than other rookies. No, he might even know more than I do. I should probably add this to the report." With that thought, he looked up at Trang Seon. Then, his little head started calculating. Trang Seon is currently a standout rookie, receiving a great deal of praise from the heavens. Many gods are waiting to read the manuscript about him. And it's not just the gods, but the management department as well. I planned to follow him in secret, but I got caught. On top of that, Trang Seon even knows about the reports. I've already written half of the report. What am I going to do if he gives the story rights to another manager? The others would never let me live this down. Asterisk hic asterisk. As if reading his mind, Trang Seon said, "You can keep the story rights." Herod's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you. In exchange, I need you to do something for me." "What is it?" "I'll do anything, as long as it's within my authority. I'll tell you later." Herod was a bit wary. He had a bad feeling about this. Trang Seon reassured him, "It won't be anything too difficult for you. No. I'll tell you after we leave this dungeon." Hearing this, Herod had to compromise. "Looks like I don't have a choice. Do I? Fine. However, as I said, I can't agree to any requests that exceed my authority." Asterisk. He finally took the bait. Asterisk. A victorious smile appeared on Trang Seon's face. "You don't need to worry so much. We'll make a pact." A pact? Instantly, a small bolt of lightning flashed between them, followed by a system announcement. Player Lee Trang Seon and dungeon manager Herod have just created a mana oath. Herod broke out in a cold sweat hearing that. He even knows about mana oaths? What kind of newbie is this? He's more like a final boss. Lost in thought, Herod didn't notice his surroundings. It wasn't until Trang Seon had walked some distance that he realized and immediately scrambled to follow him. The world serpent god is pleased to find a human more cunning than himself. Trang Seon couldn't care less about those empty words. He continued to stride forward. After a short walk, he saw a forge with a blazing fire. It seemed this was the place to forge the key. At the same time, Lee Trang, the subgroup leader of the Apex Society, was furiously cursing out his subordinate. "Looking at the mess you've made, I'm starting to wonder if I hired the wrong person. At this rate, we're not going to meet our deadline. And when that happens, my head and all of yours won't be on our necks anymore. Drag Jin Dewan here for me." Just a few minutes later, Jin Dewan, the disciple who stole the hammer belonging to Wu's late father, was dragged before Ga Sang. "Please, I'm begging you, spare my life," Jin Dewan pleaded in terror. "I heard you failed again." Ga Sang looked down on Jin Dewan from above and said coldly, "Captain, please, just spare my life. If you just give me a little more blood, I can." Dewan didn't even finish his sentence before a swift kick landed on his face. "Give you what else, huh? You needed men, I gave you men. You needed power, I gave you power. You needed sacrifices, I gave you those too. I even brought you a torch myself. And yet, all you've brought me is failure. Do you think there's any reason left for me to keep your pathetic dog's life? You know, my patience is wearing pretty thin." Dewan bowed his head to the ground, mumbling an excuse. "The torch you brought wasn't from the god's forge. It was just a low-quality item, that's why." "So, you're saying it's my fault?" Dewan quickly tried to backtrack. "That's not what I meant. I just need more blood this time. Please, just give me one more chance." Gasang turned away in frustration, cursing under his breath. Asterisk. Damn it, I never should have trusted this idiot from the start. Asterisk. But he was in too deep now. He had no choice but to rely on him. "More blood, you say? Yes. I've already solved 2/3 of the lock mechanism, but then I ran out of blood as fuel. So please, I'm begging you, just give me more blood. Fine, I'll trust you one last time. But if you fail again, you and your entire family won't be left in one piece. Got it? Thank you, sir. Done with Duan, Gasang turned and yelled at his underlings. Has the shipment arrived yet? I need to go check on the new goods. Just then, a notification popped up on his system. Data has been updated. The ranking system has been refreshed. Dungeon rankings. First place, Dong Yugujin, 150,000 points. Second place, Gaong, 145,495 points. Third place, Lee Gasang, 109,500 points. 57th place, Lee Trang Seon, new. What the hell? The sudden appearance of a stranger's name confused him. Back with Trang Seon's group. While Trang Seon was diligently clearing the dungeon, Herod was busy writing a report. Player Lee Trang Seon possesses a very distinct combat style. A great number of gods and constellations have expressed their interest, and they frequently tune in to watch his battles. Those refined fighting techniques were clearly demonstrated during this dungeon exploration. As Herod was writing this, Trang Seon conquered another section of the dungeon. So, he had to scramble after him to continue his report. He cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in less than 30 minutes. Not only did he slice through a spiked ball with a simple sword, he can dismantle every trap on his first pass. He can memorize the location of every trap as well as how to trigger them. As I recall, no one has been able to complete Dungeon KR 921 for over 4 years. This might very well be the first person to ever complete this dungeon, based on my years of experience as a manager. Lee Trang Seon is a genius in terms of physique, technique, and intuition. From what I can surmise, the war between the gods and constellations to claim him will only grow more intense in the near future. Perhaps even the 12 zodiacs and the legendary 28 mansions will take notice of this rookie. The appearance of player Lee Trang Seon reminds me of someone who appeared in the past. Perhaps some gods will feel uneasy when this name is mentioned, the twilight of the gods. You who once mocked countless gods and constellations in the heavens, you who once shone as brightly as a star, only to be extinguished by your own arrogance. Trang Seon continued to navigate the axe traps with ease. Unlike all the previous times, when he passed the traps, Trang Seon was hit by the thick stench of blood hanging in the air. Even the gods could sense it. The god of pleasure revealed that the air around them was thick with a foul odor. The owl god, who pierces the twilight, warned that he had detected a sinister aura. And just as they expected, after going a little further, Trang Seon found a room filled with bodies piled on top of each other, fresh blood staining the entire floor. For a being who valued justice like the owl god who pierces the twilight, this was unacceptable. The system immediately relayed her message. The owl god who pierces the twilight is enraged by the horrifying scene before you. The owl god who pierces the twilight demands you enact justice in this place, immediately. I heard they were making a key to open the boss room gate. Are they really planning to use human sacrifices to open it? While Trang Seon was still pondering this, a loud shout echoed from the hallway up ahead. Move it! You guys are too damn slow. 2 members of the Peak Heaven Society were leading a group of tied-up people towards Old Man Jia Sang. The captain's gonna lose his mind if we don't get there as he ordered. Should we just kill 1 or 2 of them? That'll make the rest of them move faster. Hearing this, some of the captives began to cry, while others begged for their lives in terror. The one with the face tattoo quickly stopped him. Forget it. We don't have any spares for you to mess with. If you kill one, we might have to pay for it with our own lives. Don't say such unlucky crap, the man in the blue shirt snapped back, annoyed. But just as he finished speaking, all of his comrades were sent to meet their maker by Trang Seon's poison ice. The man in blue immediately drew his weapon, but before he could do anything, Trang Seon, quick as a flash, stabbed him through the chest. He cried out in pain, then asked in shock, Who are you? How dare you attack the Peak Heaven Society's territory? He trailed off, suddenly going silent, because he saw Trang Seon's eyes, and in them, there was not a trace of humanity left. He started to panic, tears streaming down his face as he stammered, Hey, pal, Trang Seon said coldly, you don't want to die, do you? Tell me everything you know. How many of you are there? How strong are you? And what are your plans? Spit it all out. Yes. Getting his answer, Trang Seon immediately pulled out his sword and released him. The man in blue, trying to suppress the pain, honestly confessed everything he knew. There are 30 guys stationed here, and among them, Jia Sang is the one you really have to watch out for. That was the gist of what Trang Seon gathered from his story. I told you everything, the man in blue stammered, looking at Trang Seon with hopeful eyes. But in response, all he got was a blunt reply. So what? I only asked if you wanted to live. I never said I'd let you. Hearing this, the man in blue turned and ran for his life. But of course, his fate was already sealed by Trang Seon's hands. Level up. The world serpent god is amused by your wordplay. The demon god who escaped hell nods, sensing the sinister energy. But death wasn't the end. Trang Seon activated his soul compulsion authority to absorb the souls of the man and his lackeys. The souls of fallen enemies will be captured and burned by hellfire, according to their karma. At the same time, this also helped Trang Seon recover and purify his body. With that taken care of, he continued to explore the dungeon. The captured people saw the dark aura radiating from Trang Seon and were too scared to even breathe loudly. Only after he left did they dare to speak. Was that a demon? So the boss wants us to find that times guy, Lee Trang Seon? Lee Trang Seon. I think I've heard that name before. Oh, he's that programmer. See, I told you I'd heard of him. I bet it's just some other guy with the same name. Haha. The three members of the Peak Heaven Society were so busy chatting they didn't even notice Trang Seon closing in from behind. And in a flash, they were wiped out. The strange noise caught Jia Sang's attention, and a sense of unease washed over him. Why hasn't anyone returned yet? Just then, the system began to continuously announce changes in the rankings. Trang Seon was climbing rapidly from rank 57 to 11th to 6th, and then all the way up to 2nd place. Damn it, what the hell are they doing? Did he take out everyone in here? While old man Jia Sang was panicking, a figure appeared. It was the vice captain. Help. To me, the vice captain said, dragging his feet like a zombie as he approached Jia Sang. Hey, get back to your post. The vice captain continued to shuffle closer. When he was just a step away, he suddenly said, a demon has come. Jia Sang looked at the vice captain's face and listened to his nonsensical words. He felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The vice captain suddenly exploded, catching the old man completely off guard. You have been afflicted with the burn effect. You have been afflicted with necrotic poison. You have been afflicted with corrosive poison. Warning, your stamina is rapidly decreasing. Detoxify immediately. You are on the verge of death. Jia Sang endured the pain and pulled a potion out from his inventory. Just then, another loud explosion echoed from the distance. Trang Seon, holding a dagger, charged toward the old man, and the system displayed a new message. The god of death is approaching. It looked like Trang Seon's dagger would hit its mark, but it didn't. The old man had managed to use a skill just in time. Jia Sang quickly parried his attack with his sword, then launched a frenzied counterattack. Even though he'd lost his sight to the blood poison, he could still track my movements by sense alone. This guy is a formidable opponent. Trang Seon silently assessed the old man's true strength as he dodged Jia Sang's attacks. Despite his best efforts, the effects of the poison made it impossible for Jia Sang to hold out after just a few minutes. Leaning on his sword with one hand to keep from collapsing, he clutched his splitting head with the other. Warning: your stamina is depleting too quickly. You must detoxify yourself. Jia Sang's system alerts blared continuously. The old man kept muttering, need to detoxify, the antidote vial. His strength stat seems way too high for his level. Could he have something that boosts his skills? What's even stranger is that he's openly sacrificing human lives in a country with such high security. There's definitely more going on here. I only came here because of Yu's request, Trang Seon thought to himself. But now this hidden secret is making this trip much more interesting. Suddenly, he remembered the people who were almost sacrificed earlier. By now, they should have escaped the central chamber. Enough time has passed. The sacrifice incident can be considered resolved. Before leaving, Trang Seon had instructed them to run in a specific direction, go through the 2 doors on the left to reach the side corridor, and that the 3rd door would open automatically. Close the door and hide there. No matter what you hear, don't open it. If you do that, you'll all survive. He had explained it so thoroughly, they must have hidden successfully. And indeed, thanks to Trang Seon, they had reached a safe shelter. With that worry off his mind, Trang Seon turned his focus back to the battle. He put 30 stat points into strength and 30 into agility, then tossed a vial to the old man. Jia Sang, is this the vial you're looking for? Take it. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, Jia Sang immediately snatched the vial and opened it. But it was empty. While the old man was distracted, Trang Seon slipped behind him and taunted. You idiot, did you really believe a word I said? Needless to say, Jia Sang was furious. He swung his sword, aiming to cut Trang Seon down, but Trang Seon easily dodged and launched a counterattack. And just like that, Trang Seon's relentless assault forced his opponent to retreat again and again. The god of hedonism is very interested in this one-sided battle. The world serpent god is enjoying the fight and considers your strategy to be exquisite. Intermediate swordsmanship has reached its level cap. Advanced technique must be unlocked. Advanced swordsmanship has been unlocked. That's enough playing cat and mouse. Trang Seon unleashed a move that shattered the weapon in Jia Song's hand, then delivered a fatal blow to finish him off. In his dying moments, the old man forced out a question for Trang Seon. Why? Did you want to kill me? That's a strange question. A guy like you, who treats human life like it's worthless, should have expected to meet someone with the same philosophy one day. Receiving his answer, the old man passed away. Trang Seon then activated soul coercion, and his system immediately announced, "The fires of hell have been activated. You have successfully collected the remnant soul of player Jia Song. Your vitality has been restored by 6%. The Twilight Owl God admires your compassionate heart." Trang Seon sighed to himself. Compassionate? Things are getting more ridiculous by the second, aren't they? The Twilight Owl God has bestowed upon you a special blessing. Steadfast mind. Steadfast mind. Even in chaotic situations, the owner of this blessing can maintain their spirit and wisdom. Blessing rank. Grace. Effects. Physical damage resistance. Mental fortitude. Trang Seon found it a bit strange. Unyielding will, I can understand. But steadfast mind? Are they treating me like some kind of monk? Suddenly, he found it laughable. A cruel and ruthless person like me, someone known as an evil god, receives a blessing like this? People say Minerva is a wise war god, but the truth is, she's far more careless than I ever imagined. The god of hedonism is displeased with the 2 blessings the Twilight Owl god has just granted you. The god of hedonism is rummaging through their treasury, searching for a few blessings to grant you. Trang Seon was getting annoyed. It's like I'm being pursued by 2 old ladies. He ignored them. He continued his quest to conquer the dungeon. The dungeon rankings have been updated. First place, Lee Trang Seon, updated. Second place, Dong Yujin, 150,000 points. Before Trang Seon stood a colossal door. The system immediately announced, "You have reached the boss room. The boss room is currently sealed. The key is located somewhere else. Find the key to activate the unlocking mechanism." Before Trang Seon stood a colossal door. He moved forward to investigate, then pulled out a spear made from a fire goat's rib and hurled it straight at Jin Dewan, who was hiding behind a stone statue, instantly wiping him out. "Where do you think you're going?" Trang Seon said coldly, then strode forward to take the hammer from the dead man's hand. The system immediately analyzed the information of an unidentifiable hammer. It appears to be made from a meteorite. It was used by Herod for a long time. Classification, hammer. Effects unknown. You cannot equip this item because you are not its owner. A meteorite, huh? Trang Seon muttered, then dismissed the hammer, as he had something more important to do. Namely, opening the gate right in front of him, a gate that no one had been able to open for years. I could easily craft a key for this room. But why should I waste my time going back when I have a perfectly good patsy right here? With that thought, Trang Seon immediately summoned Herod, who couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you calling for me now? You remember our contract, don't you? Open this door for me. Now." Herod immediately tried to back out. "You're probably new, so you might not know this, but interfering with the dungeon is a direct violation of the rules for managers. Cut the crap. You can bend those rules depending on the situation." Herod fell silent. He wasn't wrong, but if you don't want to, that's fine. I guess I'll just have to revoke the copyright on those documents. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away," Herod replied obsequiously and promptly began opening the dungeon door. What choice did he have? Losing the copyright would be a huge blow. The god of pleasure commented with amusement that seeing the helpless look on that guy's face was extremely satisfying. "The world serpent god greatly admires your cunning. I'm definitely going to be punished for this. I just hope it's a small pay cut," Herod muttered, then opened the dungeon door for Trang Seon. The sealed stone door was opened by the manager's authority. As the door creaked open, Herod's curious expression turned to one of excitement. He quickly reported to Trang Seon, "I've opened it for you. Now hurry up and get in there." Seeing Herod's face, which was practically screaming trap, Trang Seon knew for sure that something was waiting for him inside, but he was confident he could handle it, so he said nothing and quietly stepped through. And just as he expected, the moment he stepped inside and faced the boss, his system's warnings began to flash continuously. "You have been affected by a curse. The dungeon's master desires to take over your body. Resist to the very end and destroy the golden coffin above. If you cannot resist the curse, your body may be usurped, so be careful." He began to fall into a hypnotic state. Brainwashing process initiated. Along with the system warnings, the furious voice of the boss echoed. Obey me, worship me, how dare you disturb the king's slumber? Bow down, you lowly creature. Hearing the boss's roars from outside, Herod burst out laughing. I can't believe it was that easy. The objective in the boss room is incredibly simple. You just have to protect your mind from the tomb master's control. That's it. It's a piece of cake against something that's nothing more than a soul. However, from what I saw earlier, the master of this tomb is the lingering soul of the giant, Besla. Can a mere mortal really withstand the mental pressure of such an entity? You, a mortal, dared to mess with me? Serves you right, you trash-tier rookie. Convinced that Trang Seon was done for, Herod turned to leave. But then, the system's voice rang out. Indomitable spirit has been activated. Your mind will be protected from all external intrusions. Resistance to mental manipulation has been activated. Mental protection has been enhanced. Dungeon quest has been completed. Final rankings are being calculated. First place, Lee Trang Seon, 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed based on the final results. Rewards will be distributed based on ranking. The dungeon is closing. Countdown begins in 5 seconds. It was only then that Herod realized he'd forgotten one thing. His class was Ancient Language Master. His plan to screw over Trang Seon had completely failed. After leaving the dungeon, Trang Seon immediately went to see why. Why took the hammer from him. He stared at it blankly, taking a moment to believe that the object in his hands was truly the hammer his father had left behind. Hey you, he stammered, unsure of what to say. Master. Trang Seon corrected him, then continued speaking while munching on a bag of fish-shaped pastries. I brought back what you asked for, so, can we get to work now? We hurriedly replied, yes, master. However, like I said, 1 month isn't enough. I need to get the feel of the hammer back. It's been a long time since I last swung a hammer, not to mention I have to clean all the dust out of the forge. Trang Seon said just 2 words. 1 week. Huh? The whip alone will take 2 weeks. Then I'll give you 1 month to get your feel back and to make 1 whip and 1 spear. I'll pay you triple for the order. Trang Seon casually picked up the rusty sword he'd had his eye on when he first entered the shop and continued. And I'll be taking this as your agreement. See you in a month. All right? This is still on the sales rack, right? So I'll take it. You can't. My father told me. It's a family heirloom. I'm not allowed to sell it. Just as Y finished speaking, his phone buzzed with a notification. He'd just received 1 million won. The sender was Lee Trang Seon. That payment includes the cost of restoring the hammer, by the way. That should be more than enough, right? You were just keeping this thing for decoration anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's more like it, Trang Seon said, then turned and left with his sword. The man couldn't help but curse under his breath, then muttered, but if it's a deal with that bastard, then forget it. With that thought, he called out his pet dog's name. It happily wagged its tail and trotted over to him. It then led him to the forge, where the fire was still burning bright. He picked up a hammer, tossed his shirt aside to reveal his 6-pack abs and tough, tanned skin, and said cheerfully, whatever. The past is the past. Who knows what the future holds? But for now, I guess I should get a good warm-up in. While he was hammering away at the forge, Trang Seon was taking a leisurely stroll. He recalled his conversation with Thanatos about UI. UI is also in Seoul. You should try looking for him. UI. All I know is that the guy disappeared after creating a divine weapon for the Capricorn constellation. Was that god once immortal? Even so, he's too old for that. Then UI is a title given to one person, a title that's passed down to his successor. That Capricorn guy didn't know this, and ended up taking the life of the previous UI. He had no idea that UI's successor was still alive. The problem is that many of UI's secret techniques were lost due to a defect in his eyes. Plus, the financial burden of supporting his whole family has significantly lowered the value of his items. However, since he is the inheritor of the UI title, the weapons forged by his hands are still considered high-end. Looks like Thanatos finally gave me some useful advice. He predicted that one day, UI's talent would blossom thanks to me. Shouldn't that be thanks to myself? The weapon issue is as good as solved. Trang Seon hailed a taxi and headed home. Only now did he have time to examine the item he got from the dungeon, the key of Peter. Why was this key the final treasure in that tomb? Why was it in Belial's grave? Whatever. I need to get home soon. It's so late. Mom's probably worried sick. While Trang Seon was taking it easy, another place was in total chaos. What about the guy who cleared the dungeon? Have you found him yet? Go Seung, the head of the Peak Heaven Society's raid division, furiously questioned his subordinate. One of them stammered, "Sir, not yet." The answer made Go Seung even angrier as he roared, "Are you guys good for anything besides being useless mouths to feed? Find him now. I don't care if he's dead or alive. Find him. You bring me the key of Peter, no matter the cost." He acted tough on the outside, but inside, he was terrified. If the true masters of Beacon Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, find out about this, we're all dead meat. That's because obtaining that key required a human sacrifice. They secretly made a contract with us to collect it. The more he thought about it, the more his fear grew. Go Seung immediately ordered, "Get the car ready. Everyone, follow me to Beacon Mountain." As they moved, he grumbled, "The dungeon is closed. The key is stolen. This is the worst damn luck. Move your asses, you animals." If the White Tiger Guild found out and he couldn't handle the fallout, his life was over. Especially Seo Jong-gun. If that bastard found out, his entire family would be dragged into it. He couldn't let that happen. He had to find the key, no matter what. But unfortunately for Go Seung, news from the tomb had already reached Seo Jong-gun's ears. As expected, he went berserk, unable to control his rage and unleashing his power right in front of Trang Seon's mother. Yen and Yoongan shouted in unison, "Hey, Seo Jong-gun! Hey, Captain Seo! What the hell is going on?" Only then did Jong-gun realize he'd lost his composure, so he reined in his anger, slowly retracting his power. Yoongan scolded him, "How dare you use bloodthirsty Mad Tiger in a residential area?" Jong-gun remained silent, quietly turning to look at Trang Seon's mother. Her lovely eyebrows were knitted together, and her usually gentle eyes now held a stern look. Jong-gun, looking a bit embarrassed, made up a quick excuse and asked to leave. "Ma'am, are you all right?" Yen asked Trang Seon's mother with concern. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I'm fine. I've heard that the awakened are very different from us ordinary people. It seems those rumors were true. Is my son like that too? On the outside, he's not very friendly, cold even, but I know he's a very sensitive child. I just don't want Trang Seon to have to face all these dangers and come home covered in wounds. But he probably won't listen to my pleas. I must ask you all to leave my house now." Yun, Yoongan, and SK looked at each other, then took the hint and left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Yoongan spoke up. "Well, things got pretty difficult after Captain Seo suddenly blew up like that, huh? I don't get why he went so crazy. What do you two think? Agent Cha? Agent Jin?" Suddenly, Yoongan remembered his niece, Hebben. No. I should call her Hebben now. Before coming here, Hebben had been whining non-stop, begging Yoongan to bring Trang Seon to her. Seeing how late it was, Yoongan made an offer to Yeon and SK. "If you two are planning on staying the night here, I'll have an employee get you some coffee," SK cheerfully replied. "Well, in that case, I won't be shy. 1 iced black, no sugar, please." But the moment he finished his sentence, Yeon literally covered his mouth. "If you need anything, just contact me, but don't come over." Afterwards, she politely refused and left with her partner. Stay gave Waya a confused look, but the moment he saw her expression, he asked with concern, "What's with the serious face?" Just then, his phone buzzed. A text message came in. Code Red Alert, Bacon Mountain, Dungnang District, Siyun. They stumbled upon countless victims being held captive as sacrifices. "All the victims have been escorted to the police station. We need to have a plan for situations like this." "What is this?" Stay exclaimed in shock. "Hurry up, or I'm making you walk." Yeah, urged Stay to quickly follow her on the mission. Just as they left, Trang Seon returned, but instead of rushing inside, he stood in the park, studying the new sword he'd just acquired. The god of pleasure is questioning why you chose that rusty sword instead of the equipment from his treasury. Trang Seon thought to himself, "This thing was in a god's forge, so there's no way it's a piece of junk. If I'm right, this is the divine Yuchang sword. With the evil dragon's fang and the Yuchang sword, no player will be able to stand against me." Trang Seon used the system to look up information on the sword and got a result. Yuchang sword, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Yu, who was known as the divine blacksmith. Classification, dagger, divine artifact. Combat power, unmeasurable. Effects, unknown. You cannot use this divine artifact because you do not have ownership rights. You cannot view the detailed information of this divine artifact because you do not have ownership rights. All of Yu's 9 swords were blades that possessed overwhelmingly insane power. When the Zhanlu sword appeared in Acadia, every kingdom there erupted into a massive, bloody war just to get their hands on that treasure. As Trang Seon recalled, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely wiped out. A peerless sword, like this. How did it end up as a piece of scrap metal in a forge? The previous owner of the Lee Trang sword was an assassin, so over the past 1,000 years, this blade must have been bathed in a sea of blood. They say it's a cursed sword. It can inflict horrific, haunting pain on its victims before they die. But that's where the rumors ended. Trang Seon had no other information on it. The first Yu was called the Divine Blacksmith, precisely because he couldn't stand the smell of blood. But I don't know if it was the original Yu or a successor who inherited the title. Still, one of them definitely wanted to hide this sword's identity and erase its existence from the world, and treat it like something to be tossed aside in that forge. The god of pleasure is sneering and nagging you for choosing that piece of junk. The god of the owl, who pierces the dusk, however, is looking at you with trusting eyes. Suddenly, Trang Seon grew wary and glanced behind him. Maybe collecting all 9 of Yu's swords when I get the chance is a good idea. As for you over there, what's your problem with me? As he spoke, Trang Seon equipped a dagger made from a fire tiger's fang and hurled it straight at the mysterious figure. The cloaked figure managed to dodge it just in time. He whined, "Even when I'm in disguise, you just attack without a second thought." Trang Seon paid him no mind and lunged forward, his razor-sharp gaze locked on his target, like a silent oath that he wouldn't let him escape. Every one of Trang Seon's slashes was masterful, making the man marvel. What kind of rookie is this strong? He continued with his sword skills, but they were ferocious and completely unpredictable. The man couldn't read his moves at all. It was almost like a combat style created purely for annihilation. This guy was completely overwhelmed by Trang Seon's power. He fights like a first-generation player who's been through hell and back. I was just trying to test his strength, but at this point, I should be ashamed of myself. I'm about to get schooled by a kid, but I want to fight him with everything I've got. No, more accurately, I need times to fight him with everything I've got. It's the only way I can even stand up to this rookie. Man, that felt good. But just as he was getting into a rhythm, the man in black raised his hands in surrender. Trang Seon's face tensed. "What do you think you're doing?" The man stood there, hands clasped and sweating, thinking to himself, "I must have lost my mind for a second there. What was I thinking?" He decided to apologize to Trang Seon before things got any worse. "My apologies for picking a fight out of nowhere. I just wanted to test your abilities." Trang Seon began to lower his blade. The man continued, "I was just doing it for fun. I guess that caused this huge misunderstanding." The constellation of the hunt screams, warning the reckless fool who provoked you. Trang Seon asked coldly, "Who are you?" The constellation of the hunt awaits the confrontation. Hearing Trang Seon's blunt question, the man looked baffled and began to size him up. Speaking so informally, so young and yet so disrespectful. "I can't mess with this guy, or I'll get my butt kicked again." He'd already gotten completely wrecked by Trang Seon. He pulled out a business card and tossed it over. It read, "5-star swordsman, HR Director Gu Zhang-gun." Gu Zhang-gun smiled brightly and began to explain the real reason he was there. "Actually, the reason I came to find you was to recruit you for my guild." Trang Seon glanced over and thought to himself, the god they worship is the great nameless god, right? His real name is the King of Calamity. He's generally known as the god of wealth who protects assets and storehouses. You immediately replied that you weren't too keen on going there. Then you asked him how he knew to come looking for you. Gu Zhang-gun answered, "You must not know how famous you've become. It's highly likely that besides us, many other guilds in this country have their eyes on you, Mr. Lee Trang Seon." Trang Seon's face darkened as he thought that they took the bait much faster than he expected. It seemed they simply couldn't resist him, even though he'd only called himself an ordinary player. Gu Zhang-gun expressed, "To be honest, I'd like to talk more with you, Mr. Trang Seon, but since I've already overstepped my bounds today, I'll have to ask for a rain check for another time, perhaps when both of our tempers have cooled down." The god of the hunt was irritated that you let an opponent who provoked you just walk away like that. The god of the hunt fumed, saying that someone worthy of being his disciple must never lose. After saying his piece, Gu Zhang-gun left just like that, telling him to feel free to contact him through his business card. The gods began to stir, creating an uproar, with everyone voicing their own opinions. The world-coiling serpent reprimanded her, and said if she loves fighting so much, she should go find someone else to fight. The god of the hunt was furious, and said, "How about I fight you instead?" The world-coiling serpent laughed nonchalantly, and said she could come at any time. The god of the hunt flew into a rage, threatening to turn her into snake stew. Trang Seon ignored the gods who were about to tear each other limb from limb. He was trying to remember something, because Gu Zhang-gun seemed very familiar. Haven't I met him before I came to Arcadia? Suddenly, the young man's face twisted. Wait, if someone like that dropped by here, could they have gone to my house too? Damn it. She must be so worried about me. Guzang-gun was walking away, but his arm was bleeding non-stop, and his face was pale. It seemed the wound was quite deep after his fight with Trang Seon. Trang Seon returned home, and as soon as he got back, he stammered. His mother acted normally and asked, "You're just getting here? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Go wash your hands first, then come sit down. Looking at your face, it seems like something's wrong." Seeing his mother waiting, he finally said, "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." Sunlight shone down on a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. "Oh, so young, yet your face is already so full of malice. What? Who is this old man? Get lost if you don't want to die. Ho ho ho, a child with such a destructive nature. What are you rambling about? If you're just going to keep spouting nonsense, then get out of here." The man smirked and declared, "This can't be stopped. I guess I'll just have to beat you first, and then we can talk." The sound of an alarm clock woke Trang Seon up. His phone notified him, "You have an appointment today at 3 p.m. for an interview with the White Tiger Guild." As of right now, it has been 1 month since the White Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Trang Seon still hadn't shaken off that dream and couldn't understand why he'd had it. It seems it's finally time for battle. This crowded area was the interview site for the White Tiger Guild. One by one, people were lifting weights, training for peak physical condition to prepare for the interview. This tall, bald man would be the one in charge of the mana capacity measurement device. "Everyone, please place your hand on the mana capacity measurement device." Trang Seon gently placed his hand on the machine, but it exploded, and it displayed, "Measurement impossible." The alarm signal blared continuously. The young man was still confused about what was happening, but the notification remained, "Device cannot measure." They told each other to bring out a higher grade measurement device. Everyone started to focus their attention on Trang Seon. Among them was a white-haired person with white bandages wrapped tightly around their face. The person in charge of the measurement device requested again, "Number 1031, Lee Trang Seon. Please place your hand on the device to try again." After hearing the name Lee Trang Seon, some people felt it sounded familiar. It was only then that their jaws dropped in surprise as they yelled, "It's the tyrant uncle!" Trang Seon shut his eyes, tense with helplessness, thinking to himself that he'd specifically worn a hoodie because he knew something like this would happen. The murmurs and gossip grew louder and louder. "The tyrant, Lee Trang Seon? I heard he became a washed-up drunk and was forced to retire after his team disbanded. The rumor is he ended up a complete failure. Look how pale his face is. He's just another player, right? What's with the arrogant act? At the end of the day, he's just a man like the rest of us." The young woman standing in front found them annoying and even scoffed that the two guys looked like a couple of dried-up squids. They stood there thinking to themselves, "I thought he locked himself in his room and played games all day. What's he doing here? He already retired. It hasn't been that long, has it? What is he doing here?" The final measurement result finally appeared. Level 25, rank SSS C++. It was beyond surprising. Everyone's jaws were on the floor, their eyes wide in astonishment. "What? 25? And that mana rank?" The technician was panicking, completely lost on how to handle this. "Damn it, there's no way we can deal with this. Get the manager." "No. Wait, get the department head. Hurry up." Meanwhile, at the office of Raid Team 2, a blonde-haired man was catching up on the news. "So, all the scandals the Apex Guild managed to cover up are finally seeing the light of day, huh?" The prosecutor's office, working with the association, has arrested and begun searching for the leaders of the Apex Guild. 21 people were sacrificed over the past 7 years. What could have led to such a horrific tragedy? Chae-eun of the Iron Witch Guild has announced legal action against Apex. White Tiger has also launched an all-out assault on Apex. Their own investigations into Apex's crimes have been made public as well. There are also those who wish to express their gratitude to the hero with the fake smile. However, there are currently no leads whatsoever on this mysterious hero. The blonde-haired man was certain this so-called smiling hero had stolen Peter's key, and he was determined to find him. Just then, the technician in charge of measurements rushed in to report, "Department head, the super rookie. He's here." The man didn't even uncross his legs. What's with all the fuss? Chairman O and Director Kim are already on their way to Area C. The department head looked completely stunned. But why? Lee Trang Seon. "Sir, do you remember him? He's the rookie you were waiting for a month ago, along with Black Sword and Iron Witch." It was only then that the blonde man's eyes widened. "Ah, the kid from the Jamsel Gate? I wanted to recruit him back then, but I was too damn busy dealing with those Apex bastards, wasn't I? But what about him?" The technician replied, "It seems he's here to apply for our competition." Another shock made his jaw drop. What? And the results? He ranked first in every category. Plus, his mana level is triple S, with 3 pluses. At this point, there's no time to hesitate. The department head shot up from his seat. Let's go. I have to meet him before anyone else gets their hands on him. This was the Sector C arena. Information about Trang Seon was already blowing up on social media. There was even an article titled, "The Return of the Tyrant, Lee Trang Seon." Recently, retired pro gamer Lee Trang Seon appeared at the White Tiger Guild's member selection tryouts. It was as if he were laughing at all the malicious rumors surrounding him. He made a spectacular entrance at the White Tiger Guild's tryouts. The moment Trang Seon walked out, all eyes were on him, filled with admiration. The rising star, the first person in Korea to achieve a triple S rank in the last 15 years. Is that the Tyrant? Yeah, that's him, 100%. You think there's anyone else on Earth who looks like that? Damn it, he was born with a silver spoon, and now he's a prestigious triple S, awakened on top of it all. Alongside the admirers, there were plenty of haters consumed by jealousy, despising Trang Seon. You lucky son of a bitch. Why the hell did he have to sign up today? There's no way we won't be compared to him. God damn it, this is my 5th time trying out. If I fail again, I'm gonna get kicked out of my house for sure. The god of the hunt is immensely proud to see you receiving so much attention, as expected of the one he has chosen. Trang Seon stared intently toward the spectator stands. The tiger god trapped in hardship observes you and expresses surprise. Trang Seon seemed to have spotted something. He gritted his teeth, his focus at 100%. There you are. The serpent god that coils the world guesses that person has some design on you. The official announced that the test was about to begin. The objective is to hunt monsters. From red orcs to two-headed orcs, we will summon any monster you're willing to face. Trang Seon asked nonchalantly, "Is that all the monsters you've got?" Seeing his disappointment, the official continued to explain, "Currently, the strongest monster we have is the Z." But before he could even finish his sentence, Trang Seon told them to summon that very monster. Everyone in the auditorium was struck speechless. This was completely unprecedented. Their most powerful monster began to appear within the magic circle, its eyes glowing crimson. It identified Trang Seon as its target. The tiger god, trapped in hardship, wishes to evaluate your skills. Looking at the monster, so dangerous it made everyone tremble, they feared Trang Seon wouldn't last long. The image of a tiger's face and a yellow light began to radiate. It was a transfer of meaning from the tiger god. The tiger god, trapped in hardship, looks at you with suspicion as you stand perfectly still. The tiger god trapped in hardship believes you are going to die. Trang Seon stood there, silent and thoughtful, as the image of two rivals appeared in his mind. An old man with half his face covered and a savage smile provoked Trang Seon like never before. "You son of a bitch, you dare laugh in my face? Fine, I'll give you exactly what you want. Bring it on." His rage hit its peak, and he was ready for a fight with the monster. It let out a roar, its breath like a cyclone that could blow away everything around it. Trang Seon stood his ground, maintaining 100% of his focus. He took out his weapon and tossed it into the air. This was a special weapon, commissioned and prepared exclusively by the blind blacksmith. It was finally here. "You look exhausted. Whose fault do you think that is?" Haha, I won't say any more. One look at the quality tells you everything you need to know. The god of the hunt's eyes widened in surprise. The world serpent god acknowledged that they had just witnessed a perfect item. What Trang Seon was holding was the twin-pole nameless spear, a long spear with an attack power ranging from 150 to 200. Effects: piercing spearhead, continuous damage, and sweeping great blessing. This masterpiece was a bound item. If gifted to someone else, its effects could disappear. Its creator hadn't given the item a name. "Please name the item." After a few basic test swings, Trang Seon was extremely pleased. "You have demonstrated outstanding spearmanship. You have mastered the basic techniques of piercing, cutting, stabbing, and blocking." The god of the hunt's eyes widened, astonished by your superb spearmanship. The god of the hunt was amazed that the blind man could craft an item of this level. The rookie spearmanship skill has been acquired. Now, this weapon could severely injure Dread in a single strike. The spectator's jaws dropped in awe. It began to howl in agony. No one understood what the hell was happening, or since when Lee Trang Seon had become capable of this. The captain of the White Tiger Guild's first punishment squad, Park Sang-ho, had come to watch the match and was clearly impressed. Captain Park agreed, saying, "That's right. His agility is completely unsuited for someone at his level. His precision is also absolutely incredible. He could be extremely successful even if he were just using a bow and arrow. That kid. I have to have him, no matter what it takes." Trang Seon continued to activate his powers. Everyone was curious what it would be this time. It was something other than a spear. The sharp point of a blade pierced Dread's body, sending blood flying everywhere. But it didn't stop there. Trang Seon continued to show off several more skills. A wire was drawn out for a finishing blow, and more blood gushed out. Just a single wire and a spear were enough for this spectacular performance. Trang Seon leaped high into the air, landing a final blow that pierced its body. And just like that, the monster collapsed. The wide, astonished eyes of the crowd were frozen in place. No way. What's with all those weapons? No one could believe that Trang Seon, at level 25, possessed that kind of speed. All of the damage indicators were yellow. There were no other effects. Every single hit was a critical. To them, Trang Seon no longer looked human. He stood alone and proud before his recent conquest, but his hand was also bleeding. The blood poison skill has been activated. Paralysis poison has spread through Dread's body. Dread has been poisoned and is now in a state of paralysis. Dread's blood flowed non-stop. It was on the verge of death from blood loss. With a razor-sharp gaze, Trang Seon leaped up again, using the spear to deliver one more strike to finish it off completely. The system announced that you have defeated Dread and have leveled up. The rookie spearmanship skill has increased. The god of the hunt praises you, stating that your hunting skills are continuously improving. Your stamina has increased by 5, thanks to this privilege. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, is thoroughly astonished by the battle that just took place. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, is expressing an intense desire for a new fang. The department head ground his teeth and ordered, "That little brat, I'll handle him as I said, bring him to me." Just then, a flash of yellow light zipped past, and he realized the action had come from Trang Seon. He and Trang Seon leaped into the center to face off. The blonde man's face twisted into a grotesque, challenging expression. "Oh ho, you managed to block that? You're even resisting my Great Tiger's Peril skill and my Great Tiger's killing intent? You're better than I thought." Trang Seon looked back at him with an expression of utter contempt. How disgusting. The revolting stench of a hollow, empty-headed leader is filling my nostrils. The man shouted maniacally, I've taken a liking to you. Become my subordinate. I promise to train you into someone far greater than you are now. I'll show you what a true tiger is." Trang Seon was still trying to restrain himself, debating whether or not he should fight back. He might get more attention from the puppet ruler, but didn't he need to get times out of these blood mountains? Just as they were about to fight, Park Sang-ho intervened. "Haven't you two had enough?" The department head roared a warning. "Are you looking for a death wish, Captain Park?" Park Sang-ho looked furious. "Hold on. I don't think the recruitment selection is over just yet." The entire stadium started buzzing. What's going on? Are two team captains really fighting each other? Are they really doing all this just to recruit one guy? This is insane. The captain of Team 3, Homoshium, Kang Sung-gu, saw how tense things were getting and stepped forward. "Haha, normally I wouldn't dare get between two captains, but what can I do? We want him too. Sorry, but I'd like to throw my hat in the ring as well." And to top it off, Team 4's captain, Dino Philip Wanan, also made an appearance. The captains just stood there, bickering loudly. "You bastards. Have your superiors spoiled you all rotten? How dare they think all captains are on the same level?" Trang Seon watched the whole scene unfold, secretly hoping for a bloodbath. Their faces were stone cold as they fought over Trang Seon. "I'll take care of him." Hey, what was that? "He's mine. What do you want, you bastard?" But the more they acted this way, the more disappointed Trang Seon became, his opinion of them dropping by the second. To him, people who worshipped these pathetic rulers as their patron constellations and willingly became their servants were nothing more than targets to be eliminated. A tense standoff erupted, and just then, a flash of golden aura swept through, causing them to freeze in place and cough up blood. The old man approaching was none other than the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, Ao Si-hwan. Trang Seon immediately identified his primary target, the man known as the de facto leader of the White Tiger Guild. The god of the hunt's eyes widened, remarking with surprise that this was a common reaction when facing overwhelming power. At that moment, Trang Seon finally understood why they called him a high ranker. Ao Si-hwan's voice boomed with disapproval. "You fools, fighting amongst yourselves over one person? Sang-ho, you're the most senior captain here, and you're taking part in this childish display?" The old man showed no openings whatsoever. No matter how Trang Seon analyzed it, he knew he would lose. The man was simply too powerful. The blonde-haired man, who belonged to executive director Ao Si-hwan's faction, was celebrating internally. "The director is here. He's gotta be on my side. I can't wait to see the look on Captain Park's ugly face." The blonde thought to himself, "Trang Seon is as good as mine." Ao Si-hwan then roared, glaring at the captains, "I don't want to see any of your faces. Get lost. If I let any of you have him, it'll just cause internal strife. Therefore, I'll be taking him for myself." And just like that, he made his move. Who the hell saw that coming? The captain stood there, jaws agape, realizing they'd fallen right into the old fox's trap. EOC Hwan led Trang Seon to a private room and tossed him a clean shirt. Your shirt is covered in blood. Change out of it. A system message appeared. The god, great tiger, weighed down by tribulations, gazes at you with covetous eyes. The god of the hunt screamed at him, giving him a look of disgust and telling him to get lost. Trang Seon's physique was so well-defined, it would turn anyone's head. The old man, EOC Hwan, smirked in satisfaction, thinking to himself, what an impressive build. Those flawless muscles. They must have been forged through countless battles. I've never seen a talent of this caliber. Just what kind of life has this kid lived? EOC Hwan broke the silence. I've heard a lot about you. The patron constellations are taking a great interest in you, so let's cut to the chase. What is it you want? Money? Since the moment they met, Trang Seon hadn't smiled once. He answered bluntly, I already have more than enough money to last me a lifetime. I'm not here for something so trivial. I want to be assigned to the Future Strategy Department. I heard you, the executive director, serve as a direct advisor to that department. Shouldn't I be afforded the same privilege? EOC Hwan's face contorted. What did you just say? Haha, he burst out laughing, the sound so loud it made Trang Seon's ears ring. The old man's expression changed in an instant. It seems you wouldn't give a damn if I lost all my power, would you? Good. That's the spirit of a true white tiger. The Future Strategy Department is the brain and the backbone of this guild. If you want in, you have to prove your worth. So, how do you plan to prove yourself to everyone? Trang Seon replied with a serious expression. What if I set a new record in the Blood Mountain Range? I hear all new recruits have to clear the Blood Mountain Range during their probationary period. If I set a new all-time record there, that should be enough, right? AOC Hwan clarified. You don't just mean first place among your peers this year. You mean the #1 record for the entire dungeon? When Trang Seon confirmed that was exactly what he meant, the old man sighed. Humph. If you do that, no one will be able to object. Seeing the old man's slight hesitation, Trang Seon guessed that he was after something more. He pressed on, adding another condition, and I'll completely cleanse it, too. Upon hearing this, AOC Hwan's face lit up with glee. Yes, excellent. To be frank, that place has gotten a bit stale. I was already thinking of finding a new training ground. Trang Seon immediately knew there was something more to the Blood Mountain. This could be his chance to find Director EOC Hwan's weakness. I'll make sure to shut it down personally and permanently. EOC Hwan shot him a dangerous look, his mind already calculating the future possibilities. Looks like there's a lot more I need to be honest with you about. Thank you for those words. I have another task to attend to. Before I head to the mountains, I'd like to use the White Tiger Guild's library. Si Hoan was once again surprised by Trang Seon's actions. Deep down, he was thrilled by this thirst for knowledge, so he had no reason to refuse. The White Tiger Guild's library is the best in the world. You're free to use it as you wish. Right now, the internet is flooded with trending searches, all about Trang Seon, with search terms like "The Tyrant has returned." The most popular search right now is Lee Trang Seon Tyrant. White Tiger Guild C District video, Lee Trang Seon returns. It seems like everyone now sees Trang Seon in a completely different light. They chattered and left comments filled with admiration. Lee Trang Seon, rank 1, was a top search for 4 days straight. Our Tyrant is back. Is the news about him being SSS rank for real? I'm starting to get hyped. He lived twice. Where are all the bastards who called him an alcoholic during the broadcast now? All those Lee Trang Seon impersonators on YouTube have set their channels to private. But seriously, that evaluation video of his was insane. For real. His anti-fans are still saying it's all fabricated, right? I guess you still don't realize that those antis have the brains of an ant. Overthrow the government? Does anyone still believe those old articles about the tyrant? You all know it was a government conspiracy to cover up the Jamshil Gate incident, don't you? Whoa, do people like this actually exist? The 20th ranked super guild in the world has returned. Haha, SSS rank is all fake, my ass. If you have time to type all that, why don't you just go home, curl up in a blanket, and sleep it off? But I am worried about a few things. The Tyrant's fans have been quiet these past few days, but now they're starting to go wild again. Can someone please handle this? My god, now that you mention it, I'm scared. The non-stop Eudora combo. White Tiger's stock has hit the ceiling for the past 3 days. It's going to the moon. Watch out, or you'll all be taking a group trip to the Han River. Invest responsibly. Binglover here. I heard Lee Trang Seon was the one who cleared the Jamshil Gate. Has anyone confirmed this? The mysterious L, who's been the subject of many recent rumors, has been confirmed to be Lee Trang Seon. This is an interview with the survivors of the Jamshil Gate. At a time when everyone was praising and admiring Trang Seon, the blonde-haired guy was crying and begging Si Hoan to hand Trang Seon over to him. Hand him over to me. Please, just give him to me. You know he's a genius, right? He needs a guide like me to make his future life smoother. The old man sighed, utterly exasperated. Smoother? More like a life full of rocks. We're in the guild hall. If you don't show some decorum, I'll strip you of your captain title. The blonde guy didn't stop his sobbing. Damn it, why do you keep refusing me? Trang Seon replied that he had applied to the future strategy department, revealing that if his expectations weren't met, he would submit his resignation. How could I possibly force a man like that into the second punitive squad? Just wait for now. Once his training is over, Trang Seon will become my subordinate. I'll be the one assigning him missions as I see fit. And who do you think I'll assign him to? The blonde guy looked stunned, realizing there was another way. Si Hoan told him to just go and stop bothering him. The blonde guy began to flatter him. Brother, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it's been hard to see Lee Trang Seon lately, hasn't it? Where is he? And what would you do if you knew? I knew you'd be like this. So I've already locked him away in the place you hate the most. A few days later, the time finally came for Trang Seon to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. The White Tiger's scheduled training will now commence. The Tyrant is ready to forge a new legend. Just how powerful is an SSS plus rank? Truly, standing before a cliff, Trang Seon realized what he had to do. He had to purify this entire, massive mountain. After a deep sigh, he saw a light emanating from the highest peak. The area exploded, creating whirlwinds. Something shot out from the mountaintop. Trang Seon knew this was it. My target. The Blood Mountain Range is teeming with mutated creatures, corrupted long ago by a mysterious and malevolent magical source. Find the source of the corruption, destroy it, and restore this mountain range's ecosystem to its original state. This entire mountain range is divided into 8 main sections. Remember that each section contains unique variants of creatures that cannot be found in other dungeons. All participants will be given an inventory box, a system window, and a skill window to track the mission. This meant the entire mountain was a terrifyingly vast place, completely covered in a deep crimson hue. Trang Seon found it disgusting. He felt as if he'd been to a place just like this, back when he was in Arcadia. Trang Seon sensed that someone was watching him. His eyes darted toward the base of a tree. The skill, Xiao Feng, is observing you from behind. It seemed that Stalker had followed Trang Seon from the library all the way to this outdoor training session. He began to suspect. The executive director? What is he planning? A few days ago, at the White Tiger Library, a ferocious beast had revealed all of its sharp claws. Trang Seon arrived and was completely blown away by its magnificence and grandeur. Just as Thanos said, the puppet ruler was no ordinary bastard. The one who caused a stir throughout the heavens? Trang Seon recalled his conversation with Thanos. Asterisk. So it's him? Asterisk. Then what's the general tendency of those he blesses? Trang Seon answered, they'll have tons of enemies around them, just like him. Thanos smiled and said, do you think it stops there? They'll proudly show off everything they've stolen, and then they store it all in one place, while enjoying their treasures as if they were medals and achievements. Then they show it to their guardian constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Fragment Library. If you want, I can give you a list of the useful things there, but Trang Seon wanted to choose for himself. Thanos asked again, even if it's something you're guaranteed to like? Trang Seon reluctantly gave in. Fine, tell me. The 12 Zodiacs, Sagittarius's body technique. Trang Seon was completely shocked. He thought to himself, asterisk Sagittarius? Asterisk. Asterisk. That guy with the six-pack can make himself as light as a feather? Asterisk. A god's privilege, Thanos continued. The snow-walking art, the energy amplification art, the penetration art, the art of crossing a river on a leaf, the bow-bending body technique, the grass-brushing art, and quantum leap. Trang Seon asked seriously, and the puppet ruler has one of those? But the truth was, there had never been a fight between him and Sagittarius, which meant that Sagittarius still didn't know anything about this. Where did he get it? Thanos seemed to ponder. Who was it? It was from the Shattered Constellation. This meant that what Trang Seon needed to get right now was Quantum Leap. As expected, it wasn't going to be easy. Quantum Leap was a divine authority granted to Sagittarius of the 12 Zodiacs. Long before he became a constellation, its former owner was the ancient constellation Ex Machina. It was a divine authority that he had secretly learned while observing the dominant leap, and it became known after he conquered a region. It worked for only a short period, but it allowed him to display his divine power and become the absolute ruler of that place. Trang Seon figured that was also why the other zodiac signs objected to letting Sagittarius have a territory near him. If he could obtain that power, then once he awakened his divinity, no one would be able to stop Trang Seon. However, if a problem arose, things would be different. Asterisk. The god of fragments and the engulfing abyss are observing your every move. Asterisk. While he was busy looking for the book, a man approached to remind him that the library could only be used for 1 week. The library is open 24 hours a day, and you're allowed to view all the books except for the restricted shelves for grade 1 and grade 2. Also, please remember that books from here are not allowed to be taken outside. And my girlfriend asked me to do this, but it's just 1 autograph, so could you please? The moment he saw Trang Seon's face, the man had to gasp. He was just that handsome. He could only imagine how his girlfriend would react. But after hearing him out, Trang Seon turned away with an ice-cold expression. The guy knew he'd just been completely ignored and was practically dying of anger. In reality, Trang Seon was just being cautious about every potential threat around him. Asterisk CEO U and the puppet ruler. I have to be careful to avoid being monitored by those two. Asterisk. Thanos had said, "Didn't the puppet ruler's exhibition hall copy the martial arts library of the one-horned tribe? It's quite interesting to observe." Just then, Trang Seon's Ironheart skill activated, composure skill activated. Trang Seon sat and read with intense focus, ignoring the world around him. Several days passed, and Trang Seon remained glued to his spot in the library. Even the person sent to monitor him was getting fed up. It's been days already. What the hell is he even doing? Is he just going to keep reading? He doesn't even have any criteria for picking books. 1 minute he's reading about spearmanship, the next it's swordsmanship, and books on body techniques too. He's also reading books on simple energy circulation techniques and myths about some of the gods, and he just keeps taking them out and putting them back, over and over. Earlier, CEO Yu had given him the mission to carefully observe Trang Seon's every move. He was supposed to report anything suspicious immediately, but now, this damn tail had no clue what to even report to the man. He came to a conclusion. The result of these past few days of observation was the reason Trang Seon was burying himself in the library. It was to create a good public image. A talented person never slacks off on their studies, right? What better image could there be? The monitor was now grinding his teeth in frustration, practically begging Trang Seon to just go home already. Only then could he finally get some rest. But while the guy was fuming, Trang Seon became even more focused. You have entered a state of extreme focus. You are engrossed in your reading. You can understand and remember most of the required knowledge. You have entered a state of immersion. Your rate of knowledge acquisition has increased. You can infer the hidden meanings of sentences. Your understanding of difficult vocabulary has increased. You have entered a frenzied state. Warning: you have acquired too much knowledge. You are entering a state of neural overload. You will soon experience a severe headache. Warning: you have far exceeded the threshold of knowledge you can acquire. You should rest. Although the system continuously, even with an SOS signal like that, Trang Seon remained unshaken. With the achievement unlocked, he just kept frantically devouring books. Intelligence increased by 10, willpower increased by 5. The god of the proper hunting season is exhausted by the enormous number of books you have read. The serpent that coils around the world is curious about the content of the vast information you have gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Your understanding of the great tiger submerged in hardship has increased. The god, Great Tiger, submerged in hardship, observes you with an amused gaze. Trang Seon smirked to himself, thinking, how foolish. My goal isn't just some breakthrough. It's to deduce the entire system behind that bastard, the puppet ruler, what you could call his skill tree. Even though the White Tiger Guild built this tiger library to show off the greatness of that puppet ruler, it's also a sanctuary for exchanging the techniques the puppet ruler taught the guild members. That means most of the books here contain information he intentionally hid within them. I'll find that information and piece all the fragments together to map out the puppet ruler's true form. Then, I'll find his weakness, and the one pulling his strings. And on top of that, I'll discover how to defeat the puppet ruler. Trang Seon's current skill combination rate had reached 39%. Finally, the young man pulled himself away from the library. Well, that's that. Time for me to go. It seems I've reached the limit of how I can defeat that guy using third-rate information synthesis. So, does that mean I have to fill in the rest with achievements and unlock the first and second-tier bookshelves? But it's not here. I've looked for it 3 times, but I still haven't found the breakthrough. Is it on the first and second-tier bookshelves I'm looking for? Trang Seon only had 3 hours left in the library. He decided to check one last time. If there are ancient languages or vocabulary, then there's a high chance it's on the 7th tier. The iron heart has reached its limit. Mind calmness has reactivated your waning focus. Your intelligence has been further enhanced. The griffin that rips apart the twilight celebrates your intellect. Trang Seon touched a book, and a surge of energy radiated from it. I finally found it. Even if I don't know if this is the breakthrough, it definitely contains some kind of secret. This is a book titled 100 Dishes You Can Make with Monster Meat. If you flip the book upside down and read it in a special way, suddenly, Trang Seon realized this wasn't the breakthrough. The book had special text written on it. There is a deep-seated grudge in this place. The agonizing grievances filled this book. Do you know how painful it is to be betrayed by someone you considered your own brother? I know, Moon Song, what that bastard did to me. Trang Seon was startled by the name. Moon Seong, Kim Cheon Ho, the heavenly sword hero, one of the world's 9 sword masters, and the guild master of the White Tiger Guild, who founded this place along with the managing director and the puppet ruler of the apostles. Someone is talking about him, referring to him as a friend and a brother. The heavenly sword hero had a connection with someone? The only publicly available information states that the heavenly sword hero was one of those who started out as a mercenary. Then, he gradually became famous among the players. He created his own martial arts, and the puppet ruler, who had been observing him, took him in as his apostle. But according to this book, it seems that wasn't the truth at all. The tattered man, pierced by 1,000 swords, tried to relay his painful words. My name is Han Yuzuru. I was Moon Song's senior brother. To be precise, I used times to be his senior brother, the heir of our clan. Though not widely known, I trained and honed my swordsmanship for years. And then one day, my master brought in a new disciple, much younger than me. My master passed away, not long after, due to old age. I raised that junior disciple as my own younger brother, and sometimes, as a student. And I allowed him to wield a sword. But I should have known about the silent thoughts within him, and the thoughts of my family's patron constellation. The Great Tiger, submerged in hardship. Its very divine name says it all. Great Tiger, submerged in hardship, the puppet ruler, is a cunning god who delights in war, chaos, and fear. In his eyes, there was no way he'd favor a clan like ours. A clan that chose to hide itself away and fight for peace. Of course, he could have chosen another apostle. But the biggest problem was that I, Han Yuzuru of my clan, was the one who followed his teachings the best. Because of that, the puppet ruler couldn't choose any other apostle and could only grit his teeth in frustration. Trang Seon realized, so they intentionally sealed the puppet ruler's power. I've heard about this before. There was a period where he was weakened for a short time. I was wondering why that war-crazed maniac hadn't shown his face for 100 years. It seems it was because of the incident with the Heavenly Sword Heroes clan in the past. If the puppet ruler's church grew stronger, it seems Han Yuzuru realized that too much blood would be shed, so he was about to stop. And then, the puppet ruler chose Moonjong over Hanu, and it was Moonjong who would become known as the Heavenly Sword Hero. The person stalking Jiansung grew impatient, watching him just stand there, staring blankly at the book, not doing anything else. He's holding the book upside down. I knew it. He's just putting on an act. How ridiculous. The words in the book continued as follows. It seems Moonjong's plan was set in motion a long time ago. From the moment I could no longer swing my sword, he must have been poisoning me for a very long time. Slowly, with a dose so small, I couldn't detect it. But he didn't take my life, as if he still had some affection for me. He destroyed the muscles in my limbs, halted my magic organs, and imprisoned me in the underground cave beneath my own guild. Moonjong. Why did my guardian star stop protecting me? From then on, I could only watch blankly as my junior brother received the title of Heavenly Sword Hero and established his guild's headquarters right on the land where mine once stood. He disobeyed our master's dying wish to never venture out into this world. While I watched, empty, he wrought disaster for 10 long years. One day, I heard the voice of that thing. Reading this, Jiansung was completely lost. He flipped the book back and forth, confused. What thing? Is there nothing else written about this? It must be hidden somewhere else. A system message appeared. You have discovered a hidden fragment. The will of a nameless one has taken root within you. As a small reward, the fusion rate of your skills will be increased. Skill fusion rate, 51%. Jiansung was stunned. What? The fusion rate for the method to defeat the puppet ruler jumped by 12%? I thought it was stuck for a while. All I had to do was discover and decipher a hidden fragment? A piece of the hidden fragment is still nearby. Find all the pieces and put them together. Jiansung figured the person who left this was no ordinary being. A normal person could never have pulled this off. A divine being must have intervened. Perhaps the one Hanu mentioned. With only 2 hours left in the library, Jiansung set a goal. He had to find the other book. He immediately started searching. Where could it be hidden? Since his will was left with a secret code, he must have wanted it to be found by someone else. He also had to create it in a way that the Heavenly Sword Hero's disciples couldn't easily find it. So he had to balance those factors. And now that the first secret code is cracked, finding the rest should be much easier. They must all be on the 7th grade bookshelf. Jiansung kept rummaging through the books, while outside, his stalker was still crying. Why is he so dedicated to his image? I have to get his autograph, no matter what. Asterisk, sob asterisk. The great tiger god, drowned in hardship, is certain you will become his faithful disciple. Jiansung noted, looks like he hasn't figured it out yet. The world-devouring serpent, God is observing you intently. Jiansung's face lit up with excitement. Finally, I found it. Having said that, it is just like me. While I was betrayed by my brother and imprisoned here, it was devoured by its own child long ago, becoming a trivial ghost haunting the lands of the dead. That being and I share a common enemy. Jiansung's expression changed drastically. Devoured by its own child? Is that child the puppet ruler? This is a top-secret history. A piece of information buried by the ruler himself. I've found his weakness. The resentful, pained words of that being continued, speaking of that tiger full of misery. The one my master and I served so devotedly all this time was nothing but a monster. No, a demon. A being who devoured its own family to become a god. You said you could not rest in peace until you saw that demon's head fall. That being tried to pass on to me the method to destroy that tiger full of misery. Using that as a foundation, I was able to restore my strength and cultivate my body. Then, I hid myself from everyone's sight and began to gather my power by training anew. I was able to focus on restoring my body, just as that being taught me. By the time my brother, who was roaming the world, returned, I had made my decision. Just as he hurt me in the past, I will now follow that same path and kill him. And I will raise my sword once more to strike down that tiger full of misery. But my first thought when I arrived here was, can I really do this? Can I really destroy Meng Zong, the man I raised and taught like my own son? I had to ask myself that question. And so, I leave my dream here in the form of a secret code, hoping that one day, my regrets and its will be passed on to a new successor. A system message announced. You have successfully discovered all remaining pieces of the hidden fragment. The fervent wish of the Nameless One has sprouted in your heart. Achievement unlocked. Successor to the fierce tiger's regret. Reward. Intelligence +5, willpower +10. Skill acquired. Claws of the Black Mountain God. With the claws of the Black Mountain God, there is nothing to fear in this land. Skill type. Active. Counter. Command. Level 1. Currently inapplicable. Continuous area of effect bleed, stacking effect, replaces basic skill. The AoE bleed effect is a tier higher than the standard damage over time, can drive an opponent to a near-death state in a short period of time. Chain, you can use multiple skills consecutively with no delay. Stacking effect, attacks amplify skills used in a chain. Replaces basic skill. You can either conceal one skill within another or merge them to amplify their power. The anguished screams tear at my mind. The Heavenly Sword doesn't want to see that bastard. Trang Seon thought to himself, the claws of the Black Mountain God were originally an opposing skill, the White Tiger Clan's skill. No, maybe they're compatible because they share the same origin as the White Tiger Clan's techniques. The power of a forgotten ancient god. There's surely no hatred greater than this, but it consumes a massive amount of mana. My current proficiency only lets me control one claw. Looks like I'll have to gather as many mana potions as I can. I need to get to the training institute and protect it. It's a bit of a shame, but I'll aim for a major leap in power when the opportunity arises. Trang Seon heads to the Red Fortress Mountain Dungeon. He knows he isn't strong enough to take down Run yet, so he has to eliminate that guy first, the moment he gets the chance. The moment Trang Seon appeared again, everyone in the dungeon just froze in stunned silence. Whoa, it's really Lee Trang Seon. I wonder what he's gonna do this time. I don't want to be compared to that guy. Trang Seon glanced around and figured there were probably no more than 3 useful people here. One of the guys was a total Trang Seon fanboy. The second Trang Seon glanced his way. The kid absolutely lost his mind with joy. Whoa, he just looked at me. Trang Seon found the useless ones to be a real nuisance. There was a white-haired man with bandages wrapped around his face, whose presence stood out from the crowd. Trang Seon caught a glimpse of him and the ID tag he was wearing. A new member of the White Tiger Guild. Looks like he's received the blessing of a different god. Trang Seon grew curious about the man's true identity. The bald man shouting at the front is the one leading today's training session for the White Tiger Guild. Everyone, please be quiet and pay attention. The 26th new member training session for the White Tiger Guild will now begin. Instantly, Trang Seon's information was updated. White Tiger training course. As expected. Begin. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. The guy with bangs covering half his face thought greedily, jackpot. This man is Gwang-gun, the same one who stalked Trang Seon before. His face was tense as he answered a call. Uncle. Are you even listening to me? Of course I'm listening. Then what's ITS? They want me to get them the photo cards that are all sold out, right? Because they're the main models for our company's car commercial. This uncle of yours will get you the special signed edition too. See? You weren't listening at all. I hate you. The helpless uncle held his head in his hands. I'm so miserable. That damn gate in Jamsil. If it weren't for that, Gwang-gun was the kind of doting uncle who'd do anything his niece said. Watching her grow up was his greatest joy. He had been in a complete panic when he learned she was trapped inside the Jamsil gate. Gwang-gun had been struggling just to dispatch a rescue team, but since a cool-down period from the dungeon was mandatory, he had no choice but to pray that nothing bad would happen to her. Gwang-gun prayed relentlessly to his patron, the nameless giant, to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling and praying before the altar, someone ran in and announced that Heben had returned safely. Gwang-gun, a mess of tears and snot, still couldn't believe it. Now, sitting before his precious niece, Gwang-gun wanted to express his gratitude to her savior. Can you tell me who it was? Heben stammered. It was Trang Seon. He disappeared the moment the dungeon quest vanished. I think he was worried about being exposed to the people outside. I figured it's probably best to let him decide when to reveal himself. Gwang-gun confidently declared to his niece. Then how about this? Your uncle will find Trang Seon and recruit him for the guild we're going to establish. I'll thank him properly then. Heben beamed, telling her uncle he was the best. Seeing his niece so happy, Gwang-gun felt a pang of embarrassment as he recalled their past encounter. But the thing is, I can't exactly have a normal conversation with him. Not after what I did when we first met, stalking him and then picking a fight. That probably pissed him off. Gwang-gun had only given Trang Seon his card because he wanted to personally recruit him for 5-star. But he thought he'd at least get a call. Who knew he wouldn't hear a thing? Gwang-gun buried his face in his hands. What a mistake. Damn it. It's hard to believe Trang Seon went straight to the White Tiger's HR department and didn't call 5-star for a whole month. And what's more, the kid is SSS rank 2. Which means Trang Seon is actually a genius on par with X or even L rank. Looking down at his hand, which was still injured from that fight, Gwang-gun thought, I should have realized it back then, wondering why a rookie like Trang Seon was so strong. Ever since failing to recruit Trang Seon, Heben had been calling me every single day to check in, saying she hates her uncle and that the only reason Trang Seon joined the other side was because I didn't pursue him properly. My own brother and his wife, even my father, the chairman of the group, were all giving me strange looks. I won't deny, I underestimated the situation, but I was so busy, what else could I have done? I thought Lee Trang Seon had been hiding his true self all this time. I couldn't focus on it because of what happened with Hiob. How do I recruit Trang Seon? You've become a monster. This place is the dark dungeon in the Red Mountain region. The admiration for Trang Seon still hadn't ended. Hey, did you see that just now? Trang Seon just looked at me. Oh my god, I can die with no regrets now. As she spoke, the kid started drooling. The guy standing next to her snarked, Hey, you're drooling. Your brother would probably love to see you like this. Huh? His words were lost to the wind as he thought helplessly to himself. There's no stopping her. The girl was completely obsessed with wanting to do the same thing as Lee Trang Seon. It's hard to believe that in the end, we, the ones with the most pathetic results, passed. While Kim Hyung-jun, our team captain, didn't. The man in the blue shirt stood still, his face so tense it freaked everyone out, making them think something was wrong with him. Are you okay? No, it's nothing. But first, I think they're about to explain the rules for the training camp, so we should focus up. The bald instructor began to announce that the most important part of the training camp rules, which had been mentioned before, would be repeated one more time. A large screen lit up. The contents were as follows. The training course will last for 100 days. During the first month, you will be given time to learn and train in the 3 basic skills of the White Tiger. At the same time, numerous necessary practical training sessions will be scheduled. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be lifted, and you will need to survive based on the 3 basic skills you've learned and the practical experience you've gathered. There are no regulations on how to survive. You can choose to form a team with others or fight alone. Points will be added for all achievements within the dungeon. The number of points you receive will increase or decrease, depending on the rank of the monster you defeat. Supervisors and guards will be hidden at numerous points throughout the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone 24 hours a day. According to the rules, supervisors are not allowed to intervene unless a trainee's life is in danger. However, points will be deducted, and once your score drops below 0, you will fail. Those who fail will not be eligible to join the guild. Conversely, those who earn high scores will be compensated a certain amount after the training period ends. Those whose final performance ranks in the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a patron god. In addition, the bald guy added, aside from these conditions, anything that doesn't violate the rules of self-determined action and judgment is permitted. Now, I will teach you the 3 basic skills. On a wooden tray were 3 scrolls. The first scroll contained the Tiger's Chi, a basic skill that can be used as an attack by converting external mana. Skill level 1, active type, overwhelming effect. The second scroll was about the Tiger's Step, a powerful vitality hidden in every footstep. Skill level 1, active type, attack amplification effect. The last scroll was about the Tiger's Claw, just like how a tiger tears its prey apart. Your attack power will be amplified. Skill level 1, active type, attack enhancement effect. The commander shouted, if you have all received these scrolls, tear them to acquire the skills. Begin. Everyone started to follow his instructions and acquired the 3 skills. The fact that they had actually learned them made everyone happy and excited. The bald guy rested his hands on his hips and continued, has everyone received them? Then from this moment on, I, your supervisor, will demonstrate them for you. Please watch my movements and commit them to memory. Amidst the silent crowd, Lee Trang Seon raised his hand to speak. I have already learned them. I heard that even during the training period, if you can demonstrate that you have perfectly learned the skills, you can skip the safe zone. The others' faces twisted in disbelief, unable to believe Trang Seon had learned them already. But how? Someone suggested that Trang Seon must have gotten the scroll before them. He got the scroll before us. No way. Would they really do something that blatant in front of so many people? So, does that mean he mastered the stance, the movements, and everything else just by ripping the scroll? No matter how talented he is, that's impossible. But he remained perfectly calm amidst the chaos, just quietly watching and observing. Trang Seon's fangirl started drooling again as she exclaimed, as expected of him, look at that confidence. How can he be so full of energy? The guy in the blue shirt thought with a face full of hatred and jealousy, there's no reason to get angry. That guy will definitely fail. No one knows my father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger Guild. His father even told him specifically that there was no way Jang Seon could learn the 3 basic skills. The supervisor then challenged Jang Seon to prove him wrong. The guy in blue thought to himself, you really think you're so talented that you can master a skill just by seeing it for the first time? You idiot! If it were that easy, everyone would have mastered them by now, right? Jang Seon just stood there, let out a sigh, and began to activate his skills. Skill. Tiger's footwork has been activated. Skill. Tiger's aura has been activated. Ethereal flames began to swirl and burn, erupting fiercely around him. His piercing yellow eyes blazed with fire. Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. No way. This is insane. He wasn't just releasing his aura, he was actually shaping it into the form of a tiger. The guy in blue was so stunned, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Impossible. How the hell did that bastard do it? Is he using that one too? Skill. Tiger's calamity has been activated. The tiger of flame rose higher and higher. Its mighty roar, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, swept through the entire area. With his sword in hand, Jang Seon looked more badass than ever. Every single slash unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames shot past the supervisor, nearly singeing his ear. Jang Seon's power caused the ground to erupt, shattering rock and earth, and from the blast, 2 monsters emerged. The supervisor's face was contorted, sweat pouring down his face, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Jang Seon, with a completely nonchalant look on his face, said, I just gave it a try, and it worked. The crowd was still frozen, their faces etched with pure shock. Their shock quickly morphed into rage at Jang Seon's display, and they silently cursed him as a bastard who deserved to die. Just then, the man who'd been secretly stalking Jang Seon in the library finally spoke up. So, this is why you were hiding in the library? As he asked Jang Seon, he thought to himself, I can't believe it. He's a true genius. He can use a skill he just learned. when it took me 10 whole years. Now I see why the director was paying so much attention to him. He then asked Jang Seon with a serious look, to be called a genius, you weren't just fooling around, you were actually training hard in seclusion to nurture your talent, right? I thought the way you acted in the library was just a facade. I sincerely apologize. You're truly incredible. Thank you for inspiring me. Having some random guy suddenly appear and pour his heart out like this left Jang Seon a bit stunned. Jang Seon glanced around, taking in everyone's reactions to the man's words. And just as he'd expected, the crowd's attitude did a complete 180. What? He's a genius who also works hard? At this rate, could he even surpass TYRANT? The young fan who was completely smitten with Jang Seon was about to pass out. I knew he was a genius, just from his looks. Talk about being blinded by love. The constellation, Great Tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, is observing you with satisfaction for understanding its teachings. Jang Seon thought to himself, he's probably eating ribs right now. The constellation, Great Tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, promises you a higher position than expected if you continue this performance. The constellation, god of the hunting season, looks on with displeasure. Jang Seon smiled, his objective complete. The constellation, Scarecrow, the archenemy, continuously showers him with encouragement, while Pa Soo-se is extremely displeased. With his demonstration complete, Jang Seon turned to the supervisor. I believe that's more than enough to prove my abilities, wouldn't you agree? Yes. You pass. You may go, Jang Seon. And with that, Jang Seon strode confidently into the dungeon. The jealous lowlifes could only stand there, glaring daggers at his back. As dusk fell, Jang Seon ventured deeper into the forest. Strange forest creatures crawled all around his feet. The constellation, Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship, is extremely curious about what achievements you will earn in this dungeon. The constellation, Great Tiger overwhelmed by hardship, eagerly awaits your performance in clearing it. Jang Seon realized that the Great Tiger constellation must have been watching his conversation with the managing director. The atmosphere grew oppressive, and his body felt heavier with each step. So, it's true. The ecosystem here really is affected by some mysterious magical power. It was the atmosphere itself. A normal player would find this pressure unbearable. A system notification appeared. The flames of the 8 trigrams brazier are purifying the corruption. Skill, Iron Heart has been activated. Skill, Composure has been used. Jang Seon drew his blades, combining the 2 swords into one. The constellation, Serpent that coils around the world, opens its eyes wide, watching with great interest to see what you will do. A rustling sound echoed from deep within the woods, and Jang Seon whispered, "Here it comes." Skill, Tiger's Pounce has been activated. He unleashed his first strike. The marking skill has been applied. The principle of conduction has been added. A blast of fiery power shot straight toward the monster. It burst from the ground, letting out a horrific screech of pain. And just as Jang Seon predicted, this drew out even more of the rampaging monsters. This is it. The lair of the one-armed demon. Jang Seon was certain that the item he was searching for had to be here. He activated his dark power. First, let's try something out. Skill, Black Mountain God's Single Claw has been activated. Jang Seon's entire body began to glow with a purple light. The technique was the Black Mountain Divine Claw. He followed up with another series of sword strikes. The screams of the one-legged demon grew louder and louder. The great tiger god is overwhelmed with astonishment at the power of your claws. Trangzon felt lucky that the puppet ruler hadn't noticed yet, but just as he thought, this was consuming a lot of his magic. Trangzon let out a sigh and thought to himself, I need to increase my magic capacity. It must be in the one-legged demon's lair. As he was walking, a monster recklessly charged at him, so Trangzon instantly erased it. The Snake Eye skill has been activated. The god of the hunt, Sano, is amazed by your combat skills. The world-devouring serpent, God wants to use the excellent maneuvers you've displayed, a privilege granted by him, as research material. Just like that, Trangzon successfully annihilated the one-legged demon tribe and received the ankle of the one-legged demon as a reward. Additionally, he obtained the Great One-Legged Demons Club. The soul control skill has been activated. A creature inside a flower quickly hid the moment it saw Trangzon. He stared right at it. Found you. He gripped the stem and yanked it out. You have obtained the Weeping Flower. The Weeping Flower is a flower that grows on the border between life and death in the West Heaven Flower Forest. It often screams for no reason and contains a deathly venom, so you'll be in big trouble if you eat it rashly. Trang Seon recalled his conversation with the hidden figures. You want to enhance the flame of the 8 trigrams furnace? What a madman. Why are you asking me that? Trang Seon replied, I heard you know how. I don't want it to just perform its regeneration function. This grimy-looking old man was the second elder. After hearing Trang Seon, the old man burst out laughing. Mwahaha. I'd heard you were insane, but I didn't think it was true. The flame of the 8 trigrams furnace belongs to the Grand Supreme Elder, and it represents life and creation. You intend to turn it into a domain of destruction and chaos? What's more, you even had a blood lightning aura chasing their shadows. Trang Seon asked bluntly, So what? You're not going to teach me? The second elder replied, If that's the case, I'll help you. There's no reason I wouldn't teach you my specialty. Trang Seon suggested he teach him how to do it first. The method is simple. Increase the firepower. This isn't about adding oil, it's about adding fire to the fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, they'll just be swallowed up without a trace. So you have to add fierce and ruthless flames. Flames? Find a monster called a stubborn phantom or a bloodhound. You'll be able to ignite a hellfire. Now, Trang Seon realized the thing flying out from the high mountain peak was a sentient phantom. However, he needed to ignite the 8 trigrams furnace with something simple first, to make the flame truly erupt by using the weeping flower that grows in a place like this. The nutrient source for the one-legged demons. You have consumed the weeping flower. Death poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poisons immunity effect has been activated. Your body is resisting the toxin. The 8 trigrams furnace has ignited and begun purification. Magic has increased by 0.3. For Trang Seon, activating the flame while also increasing his magic points was a good thing. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully annihilated the one-legged demon tribe. You have received the one-legged demon's skull as a reward. You have received the one-legged demon's heart as a reward. You have eaten the laughing flower. You have successfully annihilated the Red Lake Demon Village. You have found the Battle Flower's territory. You have successfully annihilated a group of dark ambushers. Achievement unlocked. Strength increased by 5. Agility increased by 3. The God of the Hunt asks how much longer you intend to go on. The dusk-tearing hawk cat god watches your new adventure with great interest. Trang Seon climbed to the highest mountain peak and discovered its lair. So, this is the nest of the sentient phantom. During his meeting with the second elder, he had asked, That creature you called a sentient phantom, what kind of thing is it? The old man had replied, Its form can't really be called a monster, but it has a shape, so it's hard to call it a ghost either. Strange, right? It seems to be a being that isn't truly alive. In other words, you could call it a phantom-like object that represents fire and death. Trang Seon wondered if they had cores, and the man replied, What do you think the core of a phantom would be like? But there is something similar. Standing before the sentient phantom, Trang Seon thought, That bastard's right eye. It's tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred, all compressed together to become that eye. If I can use that, then I'll be able to change the very nature of the 8 trigrams furnace. It seems to have left its nest. Trang Seon decided to set a few traps and wait for its return. Meanwhile, the supervisors were still standing there, looking at the list and chattering among themselves. This year seems pretty special, doesn't it? It's as if the rookies were influenced by Trang Seon's selection results. Nearly 40% of them passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, the group of people jealous of Trang Seon also entered the dungeon. Could it be that this Trang Seon guy is actually just a pathetic loser, despite what he's shown? You think that's possible? What if the White Tiger Guild gave him something? If that hadn't happened, don't you think it's impossible for someone to master a skill that quickly? That's true. But what if the higher-ups in the White Tiger clan find out about this? The scar-faced man declared confidently, Haha. On the surface, those White Tiger guys claim to be all about justice, just another ordinary guild. In reality, those bastards are just like us at the summit. Killers. A killer is a term for a murderer or a criminal who kills, but in this case, it refers to a group of people who kill purely for pleasure or money. The White Tiger clan must be doing something special to have gotten where they are now. In that case, we just have to copy them. And even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned quite a bit from his life as a pro gamer. That bastard is filthy rich, so we should be able to squeeze something out of him. The young man with 2 moles under his eye heard his comrades and chimed in, but isn't there a chance something could go wrong? I mean, we are messing with him, after all. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 shot him a death glare, forcing him to explain. What I mean is, it's true. If we pick a fight with the wrong person, we could be in serious trouble. Join the White Tiger's combat training and steal the Dream Sphere. The summit might get cornered by the White Tiger clan, but that's when we'll start to turn the tables. They said we have to get it, no matter what. The other two glared, grinding their teeth. Are you worried we can't handle some rookie? You little shit. Are you looking down on us? You want to die, or you want to do this? Terrified, the man with the moles on his face reluctantly agreed to do it. The other two warned him, if you say anything like that again, I'll chop off your head and feed it to the one-horned demons as a snack. Know your place and do it. After speaking, they shot straight into the forest, leaving the young man standing there, hesitating in fear for his life. In the end, he had no choice but to put on his mask and set off. As the moon rose, the traps were complete. With a loud bang, a red-haired fire demon has fallen into your trap. Explosive rune has been activated. Piercing rune has been activated. Paralyzing poison has been activated. It has been poisoned by acid poison. You have defeated the red-haired fire demon. A two-headed serpent has fallen into your trap. A fire kylan has fallen into your trap. A tiger pine bird has fallen into your trap. Level up. Why is all this random junk falling into the traps? The main target, the vengeful ghost, still hasn't arrived. It's just a bunch of fire-type monsters gathering. A massacre is underway. The god of the hunt laughed, remarking how beautiful the explosions were. 10 days have passed. It seems it hasn't returned to its nest since he went from level 29 to 32. This means the vengeful ghost has really left for good. The problem that followed was, Trang Seon wondered if he'd have to go down the river again this time. But for now, he still had to finish what needed to be done. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the nest. It was Baek-gun. His hands trembled. Impossible. What is that thing that my spear? Trang Seon asked him why he was here. Could he have been tracking him? Seeing him remain silent, Trang Seon simply ignored it. Well, it doesn't matter. Since you've seen what I've done, I have no choice but to kill you. Baek-gun and Trang Seon then faced off once again. Trang Seon thought with amusement, my eye for talent seems pretty good. He's wielding a 3-meter-long spear this skillfully. 35 or 36. What level is his skill at? Baek-gun was using all his skills to dodge and fight back against Trang Seon. After a while, he realized he was in danger. Trang Seon is too fast and precise. He's aiming right for my neck. This is bad. As for Trang Seon, he was quite surprised that Baek-gun managed to dodge his last attack. He tightened his grip on his blade and slashed. With a loud explosion, Baek-gun's face wrap was knocked off. It seemed Trang Seon had stopped the fight. He couldn't understand why Trang Seon had done that, or why he was still alive. Trang Seon stood there, gripping the spear tightly, looking him straight in the face and asked, how can you use the secret dark arts? Baek-gun stammered, that name, how do you know about it? Trang Seon froze as memories flooded back. Because there was a time in my life filled with nothing but slaughter and war. The people I could trust left me because of my madness. My relationships and good memories. The goddess of slaughter and ruin, the dragon of 1,000 years slumber, the lion of blood and iron, and the wandering shadow, Sosis. The secret dark arts was a term for all the skills and powers that made up Sosis. Sosis once said, my power is very special. People usually have many things they call powers or divine abilities. My friend, I have only one. A god with only a single power. Trang Seon knew well that Sosis was the only being like that, and secret dark arts was a term known only to his friends. Trang Seon was now curious about what relationship the bastard standing before him had with the great tiger god that was devoured by the Garuda. He had a question about the skill the player Baek-gun had just used. Between Sosis's secret dark arts and the secret dark arts of this mere mortal, the two were certainly very different. The fact that he recognized it was quite surprising. Baek-gun lowered his head and asked Trang Seon again, I asked you, how do you know about it? Trang Seon retorted defiantly, didn't I ask you first? Baek-gun flew into a rage, I'll make you talk. Bun threw all caution to the wind and charged at Trang Seon. The god of the great tiger, drowned in hardship, watched in satisfaction, observing the battle between the two men who would soon become his followers. Bun was in a frenzy, screaming wildly and demanding that Trang Seon talk. The god of the hunt cheered him on, declaring she wouldn't forgive him if he lost to that stranger. Trang Seon knew exactly what he had to do. He was still fighting carefully because he had to avoid killing the guy until he heard about the secret dark art. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying with every impact. Bun flinched when he saw Trang Seon's spear. It was the power Trang Seon was wielding. The flames were roaring higher and higher. Skill. Great Tiger's Peril has been used. Skill. Tiger's Inch has been unlocked. Skill. Great Tiger's aura has been activated. Skill combination complete. With the combination of the Great Tiger formation and the Great Tiger's aura, the Great Tiger's dominion was complete, and Trang Seon's eyes blazed. He unleashed a powerful attack on Bun, sending him tumbling back and slamming hard into the wall. As Bun coughed up blood, Trang Seon pointed his sword and bound him in place. The god of the hunt was on the edge of her seat, exclaiming what a fantastic fight this was. Bun stammered as he looked up and asked, "What are you?" The god of the Great Tiger, drowned in hardship, made a mental note of the boy once again. Trang Seon spoke, "You're a BUSSIN. That's why you possess such unnatural power." BUSSIN is a term for those born from a union with a demon. Because they aren't normal beings, they have grotesque appearances and supernatural strength. And it's said, they live their entire lives under a curse. Bun's eyes filled with tears as he trembled. How? How do you know? Trang Seon replied coldly, "Does it matter?" In truth, he'd known ever since he saw the burn-like marks on the man's body. They weren't actually burns. They were marks of him being a BUSSIN. The secret dark art wasn't a skill Bun could have learned through training. It was a talent he was born with. The rest of that god's power must belong to Sis. Sis's energy had also weakened considerably. Trang Seon desperately wanted to know what had happened, why he would leave his own son behind in the mortal realm. Trang Seon thought to himself, "This won't do. I have to get this guy on my side." There was no guarantee that Bun knew anything about his father. He began to speak, "It looks like you were trying to capture the Yui ghost and use its eye to get rid of your BUSSIN nature, but you gave up when it didn't work." Bun retorted resentfully. "What the hell do you know?" Trang Seon added, "I know a lot. At the very least, more than you. You can see that for yourself, can't you? After all, even I could tell you were a demon after just a few attacks." Trang Seon's insight left him completely speechless. You probably think the scars on your face were inherited from a fire demon, but the eye of the Yui ghost can't heal your scars. First off, your parents weren't from a fire demon lineage. You probably assume those marks are burn scars, but if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to use a secret art with a dark element. Besides, the Yui ghost is closer to the death element than the fire element. Its very nature is different from a normal demon. Were you planning to eat it or something? The serpent god who coils around the world tilted its head, intrigued by his knowledge. Trang Seon continued his explanation. "If your goal is to become a true demon or a monster god, then I won't stop you." Bun suddenly fell silent, his eyes welling up with tears. It seemed Trang Seon had hit on his every last desire. "Just as I thought. You'd already guessed it, hadn't you? You thought. Is it possible? All because you wanted to escape your curse." Overwhelmed with pain, Bun lowered his head and began to sob. "Then, tell me what I should do." Trang Seon declared that he would cure him, on one condition. "You make a deal with me." "A deal?" "Yes. Look, you must have finished researching the Yui ghost's behavior, right? Give me that information. And on top of that, I want you to cooperate with me." Trang Seon knew Bun must have investigated everything thoroughly, probably even uncovering details that he himself had missed. Bun looked up. "How can I trust you?" Trang Seon had no choice but to play his trump card. "Then I suppose I should just show you that I can cure you, right?" Bun looked completely stunned. Trang Seon told him, "Give me your hand." Bun hesitated for a moment, but complied. Trang Seon added, "Whether you believe me or not, what other choice do you have?" He took the man's demonic hand and began the treatment. "This process is going to get extremely hot, so you'll have to bear with it." Flames began to rise, engulfing Bun's entire body. The intense heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Trang Seon commanded, "Don't open your mouth. If you let air into your circulation, your demonic energy will go haywire." He clamped his mouth shut, letting out a series of muffled, agonizing groans. A system notification appeared. "BUSSIN status has been altered. The curse is being lifted." Bun could clearly feel it. His demonic nature was dissolving, and the bad luck was fading. "This is enough power for now. Just a little more. If I can reach the very core of his demonic nature, this will work." The flames gradually subsided. It seemed the treatment was complete. Big Gun's face had transformed. The burn-like scars were gone. Trang Seon told him to stop gawking and check for himself. A completely healed face was revealed. Bun raised his hand to check, and sure enough, everything had been healed. The god of the hunt was amazed by this massive change. The world-encircling serpent god thought the properties of the 8 trigrams fire needed to be studied more. The imprisoned great tiger god laughed happily, seeing the positive change in his successor. With Trang Seon's current abilities, this was his limit. Regular treatments would be necessary. Even so, a full recovery would be difficult. Immediately after, he made a proposal to Bun. "Help me catch the specter. With it, I can enhance the power of my flames and heal you completely. If you want a guarantee, I can even make a magical vow." Bun smiled with pure joy. This was more than enough to convince him. He completely trusted Trang Seon. Trang Seon also celebrated inwardly, thinking, "This guy is more useful than I thought. I'm really excited to see what he's capable of." Bun asked what he should do to help Trang Seon. Trang Seon began to lay out his conditions. First, address me with respect. The reason Trang Seon was so insistent was because it felt strange hearing his friend's son speak to him as an equal. The world-encircling serpent god clicked his tongue and called his friend an old geezer. Bun's face twisted as he reluctantly replied, "All right, I can understand that." The two began to take action. To catch the specter, we first need to understand its habits. Habits? That's right. They say the specter's habits are like a crow's, so we'll have to carefully inspect its nest. As they were walking, they discovered a sunken area. Inside was a hoard of gold, silver, jewels, and other treasures. This was all loot from people killed by the specter. The god of the hunt's eyes sparkled. He said it looked like there were a lot of tempting things here. The specter not only collects shiny things, but also sorts them between ordinary and valuable items. You could call these its spoils of war, though it often forgets about things like this later. So if we can check what's buried here, we'll be able to guess its general direction of movement. Among the treasures was a bow, the white arrow bow. It had bullseye penetration, which allowed its arrows to pierce through anything, and 5-shot burst, which let the user fire 5 arrows consecutively. This was a bow made from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, and largest prey of a nameless hunter. It had the effects of bullseye penetration and 5-shot burst. Trang Seon thought he should swipe a few things from this pile to use, and then sell off the rest. After all, it was all top-tier stuff. Suddenly, he detected something giving off an aura. It was a familiar deathly energy, an illusion sphere created by combining the death flower and the world-ending flower in a specific ratio with another item. He could feel the endless hatred and fear of those who had been affected by it, radiating from the sphere. Endless fear. In other words, like falling into an abyss of despair, or even being submerged in a prison. Trang Seon thought he might have found something related to the white tiger. Bun walked over, saying he knew where the specter went. "It was easier than I thought. It seems to be focused on feeding lately. I don't know what it's up to though." Trang Seon guessed that it must have gone deeper into the mountains, a place with plenty of spirits or monsters brimming with life force for it to devour. Through this information, Trang Seon realized Bun wasn't just useful, he was an invaluable treasure. "Let's go. There's no time to waste." The two of them ran straight towards the mountain range, where the specter was believed to be. 4 days later, they reached the mountain's spine. He recalled the second elder's words. "Its gluttony and greed are enormous, far greater than one could ever imagine." They finally arrived, only to see the level 4 calamity, the specter, causing a drought. The god of the hunt was utterly shocked, and asked, "How can a bird be so monstrously huge?" The god of the hunt licked his lips and said, "A firebird of this size is well worth the hunt." Trang Seon activated his keen eyes, scanned its body, and readied his bow, taking an aiming stance. The imprisoned great tiger god was immensely proud of his two successors, trying to make his greatness known for ages to come, and decided to grant a blessing. This was also why Trang Seon's eyes had suddenly become so much sharper. The young man felt as if all his senses had been elevated to a new level. Perhaps the Lord of the Void's blessings mainly focus on strengthening and enhancing the senses. The god of the hunt felt increasingly proud of himself. He declared that it was unlikely anyone else could grant such a great blessing. This was like compensation for the lack of offensive skills Trang Seon had until now. The god of the hunt mocked the imprisoned great tiger, saying, "What you did this time turned out to be useless again." The blessing, Beast's intuition, had been granted. Granted by the beleaguered great tiger god, your 5 senses are enhanced, giving you sharp eyes, sensitive ears, a keen nose, and a refined sense of taste. In addition, a 6th sense warns you of any impending danger. And on top of all that, you can even transform into a beast. Right now, the primal instinct skill is causing all of Jung Soon's senses to focus entirely on the phantom. He can track its movements far better now. The phantom flies into a berserk rage, a whirlwind of fury. Jang Sun charges in once more, and the beleaguered great tiger god feels immense pride watching Jang Sun use the gift he bestowed. Boon is scared to death, unable to believe what's happening. At this rate, he might actually kill the phantom. Suddenly, the system announces that an uninvited intruder has appeared in the battle. 2 streaks of light flash by, and they land on the ground. These 2 identical bald men declare that this is a protected area. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter, demanding the apprentices turn back immediately. Jang Seon doesn't give a damn and keeps attacking the Phantom with a critical hit, followed by a whole chain of them. The flames burn hotter and more intensely. The light explosion and light net skills have been upgraded. The Phantom continues to screech wildly as lightning strikes it over and over. The two bald guys remain stone-faced. I'll repeat myself. This is a protected area, so please leave. Boone screams back at them. We've been hunting this monster for 4 days. Just let us hunt it. The two men become even more hostile after the request. I have warned you. No one is permitted to enter this place without proper authorization. Please leave now. If you ignore this warning, we will use force to remove you. And since we've already warned you, we won't be held responsible for anything that happens. After saying this, both of them pull out massive blades and rest them on their shoulders. This situation is seriously screwed. The Phantom is rampaging even more and is deliberately trying to escape. Boone anxiously shouts, "Get out of the way. Move. If it escapes now, we'll never be able to hunt it down. Don't get in our way." The two men stubbornly repeat their demand. "If you don't want to get shot, back off." Jang Seon wears a look of exasperation and judgment. The observer is still hiding, watching every single move to report back. Jang Seon thinks to himself, "The managing director promised me I wouldn't be obstructed. So, was that guy not informed?" Beyond this point is where the white tiger is hiding. It seems the director is using his authority to try and hide something here. It could be related to the phantom jewel we took from JQI's cave. It's also possible that someone who stumbled upon this secret was killed by JQI, and now they're trying to recover or destroy the remaining evidence. That means there are other interested parties who want to hunt JQI. If I investigate further, I'll probably find more evidence. Jang Seon decides to speak up. So, if we don't enter the protected area, we're free to move as we please. Right? The two bald men reply. That is correct. So please, leave. Jang Seon's face tenses as he declares, then you have nothing to worry about. Suddenly, JQY flips around and charges back, catching the two men completely off guard. It's in a state of frenzy, struggling with all its might. The flames seem to have incinerated and devoured it. Fire erupts from within Jang Seon's body. The flames of the 100 demons have found a new source of fire and are trying to absorb it rapidly. Finally, JQY has been dealt with. It lies there dead, nothing but skin and bones. This bastard feels weaker than a fledgling bird. You said, a fledgling bird? That's right. It must have left its nest suddenly for some reason. And absorbing its fire produced a very special effect. None of this would make sense if it wasn't just a hatchling. If we use this to our advantage, it could help us a lot. Besides, JQY is a mythical creature. No, a demon spirit, to be exact. That's why they say even a ranker would find it difficult to hunt one alone, so you have to prepare thoroughly. Boone wonders if Jang Seon has any ideas, but it seems he hasn't thought of one yet. Jang Seon turns and asks Boone the same question, and he replies, I've already made some preparations, but no matter how well I did, I'm not sure they'll be effective. An idea sparks in Jang Seon's mind. If a fledgling has hatched, then let's try to find its source of nutrition. That should make it easier to predict its movements. I need to get to where it first appeared to set a trap. It devours the souls of its prey, so this should be very effective. Jang Seon begins to absorb its energy. The soul siphon is slowly destroying the spirit that created JQY. The purgatory flame is on the spirit. This flame will spread to all other connected spirits. The fire has already spread throughout JQY's body. JQY is being incinerated. The purgatory flame is blazing powerfully. Jang Seon points at JQY's corpse and adds, It's not about a passion for hunting. There were simply reasons that caused it to become excessively hungry, leaving it no choice but to eat voraciously. This corpse is a welcome meal. That's why I'm going to cover it in ice poison and paralysis poison. The Jigi were helpless against the ice and paralyzing poison. Everything was going exactly according to Chang Seon's plan. A Jigi devours the souls of its prey, using a portion of those souls to fuel its flames of death. He didn't tell Un, but after killing the monster, he chose not to purify its soul. That soul would enter the creature's body and become a part of its very flesh and blood. And when it tried to flee, he would use soul extraction to drag it back down. Once one of Un's trigram flames was ignited by a soul, it would rapidly spread to the other souls, eventually growing so large it couldn't be extinguished. The Jigi is a cluster of souls. It had no way of escaping Un's trigram flame. The ashes from the incinerated Jigi, along with its flame, would become his. Un's trigram flame was devouring the boundless fire. The power of destruction was slowly being added to its regenerative abilities. His stats began to rise continuously. Warning: uncontrolled growth can be toxic. Please use your authority. Warning: your flame absorption rate is increasing. The domain of Un's trigram flame is changing. It is currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuit is expanding. Your magic circuit has surpassed its threshold. It is now acceptable. Chang Seon's conduit has reached its limit and cannot absorb any more elements. His magic circuit couldn't handle all the magic in its current state, so Chang Seon's body began to undergo a regenerative change. Achievement unlocked. Sun Eater. Reward: intelligence increased by 20. Willpower increased by 20. An integrated magic circuit has been added. The skill level of soul absorption authority has increased. Soul extraction is now faster. The Jigi is trying to resist. The two Baldies went into panic mode, not knowing what to do next. As for Chang Seon, he figured he'd finally drawn it out. The destroyed domains were being added to Un's trigram flame. Its domain will change. The immortal flame is slowly spreading outwards. The immortal flame is now burning within the Yu Chang sword. The flame has awakened. The blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirement of the sacred relic. This was what Chang Seon had been waiting for. He wanted that flame to burn even brighter. The only way to completely defeat a wraith is to undo all the seals on the Yu Chang sword. The requirement was a massive apocalyptic flame, and it seemed to be devouring everything. There was one more thing that needed to be added, and that was blood. Chang Seon sliced his own hand, letting his blood flow onto the sword. These two things were the key to unsealing the Yu Chang sword. The Yu Chang sword has been dormant for an entire millennium. The Yu Chang sword was passed down through the Uji clan. It was always kept closest to the forge, and traces of them still remained on the blade. It's only natural that the flame would reside within it. Besides, before the Yu Chang sword ever reached Uji's hands, it was passed through countless assassins, and it absorbed so much blood that it came to be called the demon sword, or the sword of death. The blood within it cannot be easily washed away. The fire has awakened. The blood has formed. You have successfully fulfilled the hidden requirements of the sacred relic. Chang Seon let out a sinister smile. After absorbing my fire and my blood, you will belong to me, Chang Seon roared. Proof of the Yu Chang sword's new master was carved onto the blade. With a crack of lightning, the stone covering the sword shattered. A sword shrouded in dark, ominous smoke spoke to Chang Seon. You have freed me. Take me. From the sword, countless ghostly souls flew out, trying to hypnotize Chang Seon. The sword continuously begged Chang Seon to look at it. He was enveloped by a swirling vortex. The souls relentlessly provoked and tempted him. Here I am. Pay attention to me. Chang Seon's head throbbed, and he told them all to shut up. After that, all the souls were pushed away, leaving only the sword. Congratulations. You have become the new master of the Yu Chang sword. You have successfully become one with your sword. Chang Seon immediately gripped it and went through a few basic swings. The magic from the sword inflicted critical hits on the wraith. After taking such a painful blow, it decided to flee. Chang Seon activated his aura. The skill Black Mountain King's Claw was activated. He landed a critical blow on the wraith, tearing its very soul to pieces. You have obtained the Golden Eye of the Wraith, a fusion of ghastly and deadly energies, as well as the abilities of a demonic wraith-type beast. If you use this eye, you can observe the changes in the human world, even into the next life. Type: Crystal. Effects: Energy storage, release deadly energy, fire resistance. You have successfully unlocked the secrets of the Yu Chang sword. Your understanding of the sword has increased dramatically. Advanced Short Sword Mastery has leveled up. Advanced Short Sword Mastery has reached its maximum level. A higher tier skill has been added. First class Short Sword Mastery has been created. Low grade Long Sword Mastery has been created. First class Short Sword Mastery has reached its maximum level. A higher tier skill has been added. First class Short Sword Mastery. First class Long Sword Mastery. First class Wind Sword Mastery. First class Attack Sword Mastery, and other sword skills of the same type have been integrated. Congratulations! Achieved Short Sword Mastery. After this feat, the gods were once again whipped into a frenzy of amazement. The god of the hunt stared, stunned, at the Yu Chang sword. The god of the hunt said with extreme embarrassment that he had absolutely no idea it was a holy sword. The god of the hunt repeatedly slapped his own mouth, cursing himself for blurting out that you should just put that fire stick aside. The serpent that coils the world simply nodded and said he was no longer surprised by your ability to unleash divine artifacts. The great demon god who pursues hell continues to observe your development. He is still awaiting your answer. The hawk cat god who rends the twilight blesses your courageous heart, and the sword that, from the bottom of your heart, suits you best. All the gods watching you are in shock, with the appearance of the masterpiece from the divine blacksmith Uji. This Yuchang sword is one of the 9 famous swords that the first of the Uji clan forged. It is called a holy sword because it has a rather short blade that can be used as a short sword, and when its true form is released, it can also be used as a long sword. At that moment, there is a possibility that its malice will also be unleashed. In addition, the flame left behind by Uji's descendant and the blood left by the sword's previous masters will grant the wielder a mysterious power. Its effect is to absorb all the blood that has been spilled. Trang Seon currently meets a portion of the standards it requires, so he can use its hidden ability. However, you still do not meet all of its required standards. Therefore, to unlock the other hidden abilities, different items will be needed, and just like that, Uji's secret hidden quest was created. Explanation of Uji's secret. The first of the Uji clan, known as the Divine Blacksmith, successfully created 9 swords. Each sword possessed different properties and abilities throughout his life. Today, they are known as the set of 9 famous swords. The Yuchang sword you possess is one of those 9, possessing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 famous swords are not dependent on each other, but were created to compensate for each other's weaknesses and enhance each other's strengths. Therefore, the more of them are used together, the more they strengthen one another, revealing their mutual hidden powers. You must now find and release the other 8 swords. When the famous swords encounter each other, they will lead you deeper and deeper into the mysterious land that belongs to them. Others may try to steal your Yuchang sword. Therefore, you must proceed with this matter cautiously. Trang Seon's current quest condition is to possess all of the famous swords. The objectives to be completed include protecting the Yuchang sword, discover and possess the other, more powerful famous swords, and decipher all of their hidden abilities. The reward will be unlocking the legacy ability of the first of the Uji clan. Trang Seon tested it and felt that his right hand had already gotten stronger. Suddenly, Trang Seon's sword reacted violently. He was curious, since it hadn't reacted at all just a moment ago. Why is it reacting like this now? Trang Seon had nearly tripled the 76 he possessed back at level 30. It felt like a massive flow of energy was surging through him. The 2 bald guys stood there, slack-jawed at Trang Seon's achievement. Damn it all. I can't believe this wraith was snatched from our hands just like that. What are we supposed to do now? I don't know. We can't just pretend this never happened. There's no other way. We have to fight him, taking down a wraith. It looks like it was attacked while it was condensing its power for an attack. It seems like he's carrying the illusion pearl, too. For something like this to happen right in the middle of the trial phase, we absolutely cannot let that thing fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them. And just to be safe, search its den, too. The other bald guy objected. What? Don't you think that's a little difficult? He already absorbed all of the wraith's fire. He didn't let a single bit out. He absorbed it all into himself. How are we supposed to win against a guy like that? The other one was still defiant. No, it's the opposite. This is the perfect time to do it. Think about it. Those 2 must be exhausted after fighting the wraith. Even if he swallowed that world-ending flame, it's obvious he has to be tired. We should just beat him down and then interrogate him about the illusion pearl. If he doesn't answer, we'll throw him to the beasts to eat. Executive Director Yu really thought this guy had potential too. What a shame. He just had to get involved in something he shouldn't have. These 2 bald guys were talking as if they actually stood a chance against Trang Seon. They'd probably be wiped out before they could even do anything. Just as they were about to act, the group of 3 came wandering over. Heh, I didn't expect to catch 2 big fish by coming here. Oh, wait, is that 3? Lee Trang Seon and the treasure of the wraith, along with the hunting dogs of the White Tiger Guild. Is it someone's birthday today? The 2 bald guys asked how they got in, and the scar-faced man let out a crazed laugh and replied, Heh, what do you mean? How? We just strolling along the border between regions. Looks like they're trespassing on purpose. The scar-faced man who just spoke is the demon mace, Jiang Xinhe. The one with the scruffy beard is the great sword, Pak Paripio. And the last one is Blood Eye, Bukyung. They chose this specific dungeon to occupy instead of any of the others under the White Tiger's control. This means they've heard the rumors about the White Tiger's research. Jiang Xinhe's expression was defiant. Well, it looks like we have a lot to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his mace into the air, and it began to spin wildly. The bald guy calculated that fighting them now was impossible, so the plan was for one person to call for reinforcements, while the others stalled for time. Then, the two sides charged at each other. With a murderous look on his face, Paripio declared, "The party's just getting started." The other bald guy was running for his life to call for backup, but Jiang Xinhe sent his mace flying after him to block his path. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" He glanced back and nearly got his face smashed in, but he managed to block it with his sword at the last second. However, the force of the throw was so powerful it shattered his sword to pieces. Jiang Xinhe once again swung his mace toward the bald guy. "Oh? You're not going to block it? Why don't you try stopping this one too?" It looked like the bald guy couldn't resist any longer, and just like that, the mace swung through the air and sliced his head clean off. Jiang Xinhe let out a triumphant, crazed laugh, looking like a complete psycho. "Ha ha ha ha, so weak. Is that all you've got?" Even his teammate, Greatsword Pak Paripio, was speechless. "Watch it, you damn dog. What the hell are you doing? You just killed our guide." With a gruesome, blood-stained face, he turned and replied, "So what? Isn't there still one over there?" Now his own teammates were starting to fight. Paripio turned and cursed him out. "Damn it, are you just trying to piss me off?" While those two were arguing, Blood-Eye Bukyung quietly walked over to Seon. Bunun immediately took a defensive stance. "What do you think you're doing?" Bukyung mustered all his courage and declared, "Honestly, we didn't want it to come to this, but what's happened has happened. You have to die for our sake." Jiang Seon, with an unchanging expression, replied, "I don't think I will." This resilience from Jiang Seon drove Bukyung mad. Jiang Seon pointed a single finger to the sky. One sleeve was torn, but his commanding presence was still unmatched. He made a single declaration. "I think this will all be over, if you can manage to dodge that." The others' faces shifted to expressions of confusion and alarm. That pointing gesture had summoned the boss monster, Uling. At this rate, I think they've probably spawned a few offspring already. I wonder how the female will react after learning her mate has been killed. See? Just as I thought. The Uling fell into a state of absolute fury. It rained down fire and lightning upon the land. A storm of destruction ravaged the entire area. It flew around erratically, frantically searching for the one who killed its mate. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" Jiang Xinhe screamed. "Throw the meteor mace and destroy the scroll, now." They all grouped together to fight the Uling. The entire landscape exploded, leaving only the sound of their squabbling. "Shin, dodge it, you stupid fool, what are you doing?" Jiang Seon watched from the side and said to Bunun, "For animals, it's most efficient for the female to watch over the young while the male goes out to hunt. And, of course, the female will rush out to attack if her mate is in danger." Bunun's eyes lit up as he stared at Jiang Seon. Just who in the world is he? While the other group was chaotically fighting the Uling, Jiang Seon planned to go collect more Uling golden eyes. Bunun was worried, as Jiang Seon's body was currently severely injured. Despite that, Jiang Seon remained resolute. "I'm much better now." Basically, his health had recovered, but it was still dangerous. Bunun was dead set on stopping Jiang Seon, not wanting him to overexert himself. Jiang Seon told him not to worry. Looking at the Uling's golden eye in his hand, he said he had a way. He then swallowed the golden eye. As he ate it, he wondered if he really needed to eat it again after already absorbing the Uling's flame. But back then, the second elder had said that using the eye as an ingredient would be much better. Just in case, instead of just adding more elements, after swallowing the eye, you can continue to change its very foundation. Oh, and one more thing. If you swallow that eye, you might even become an Uling yourself. Jiang Seon's body began to transform as a torrent of demonic energy swirled around him. His handsome face was gone, replaced by black, soot-like marks that covered his features. At the same time, the system began to spam notifications like crazy. Destruction element and spirit element have been added to the Bagua flame. The properties of the flame are changing. All elements are merging to initiate a transformation. The destruction element has been formed. The Bagua flame has evolved into the eternal Bagua flame. You have become an Uling, strength increased by 2, dexterity increased by 4. You have mastered the Uling state. You have learned to use spirits and the eternal flame. You have learned Fire Demon. You have learned Shadow Demon. You have learned Befriend Fire. You can now use level 1 of the eternal flame. I swear, The system notifications for this guy are so long they could make your eyes cross. It was a total inferno. At that moment, Trang Seon had transformed into a phantom, and the poor forest once again suffered a massive fire. Trang Seon grew a pair of purple wings on his back, allowing him to confidently soar through the sky like a bird. His face now looked like a newly resurrected demon. Trang Seon shot straight toward the female phantom, to the utter astonishment of Gyang Shin-he and Park Yo. The system announced that the skill, Claw of the Black Mountain God, had been activated. Bolts of dark purple lightning and a blinding golden light clashed violently. The dust settled, revealing Trang Seon with an aura that looked like he was about to devour someone. Jiang Xinhe was already flattened on the ground. The fangs of an evil dragon were firmly clamped on his neck. Jiang Xinhe begged Trang Seon to just do him a favor and send him straight to hell, because dying slowly like this was a real pain in the ass. Trang Seon agreed to his request. A level 1 eternal flame is enough to turn your entire body to ash. Have a nice trip, and let's never meet again. Running into Trang Seon in this life was just your bad luck, Shinhei. Trang Seon glanced over at the female phantom he had immolated with his flames, and with that, he gained 1 golden phantom eye. The system announced, "You have absorbed the golden phantom eye. Your mana has increased. The furnace of 8-fold annihilation will be upgraded by 1 level. Soul and Annihilation Fire will be strengthened. Ghost Devourer will be strengthened. And the first form of Annihilation Fire will be upgraded by 1 level. When using it with suspicion, you can achieve stronger control. Current mana, 287. The more I think about it, I gained 66 magic power this time. Maybe it's because this is the second time, but I'm starting to realize there's a limit." The system notifications continued. Achievement unlocked. Hunter of the Legendary Pair. Effect. Mana plus 10. Willpower plus 15. Vessel of the Phantom. By becoming a phantom, a combination of fire and soul, you can use the phantom's abilities as you wish. You can cover the world with the flames of death and dominate the sky. Because you have absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are a natural disaster capable of creating forest fires and droughts wherever you set foot, with the powerful flames you possess. Title effect. Annihilation Fire Calamity. You have obtained the title Vessel of the Phantom. The Phantom's characteristics will be strengthened. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Dungeon rank 1, 2, and so on. Trang Seon scoffed. It must be utter chaos down there now. Not just 1, but 2 phantoms who were considered the rulers of the Crimson Black Mountains were taken down back to back. You said you wanted to be reincarnated, right? Trang Seon looked over at Gukyung, who was lying there on the brink of death, begging Trang Seon to please have mercy. They say dying in a fire is the most painful thing in the world. Gukyung was terrified. Trang Seon grinned like a devil. If you want me to end you, then tell me everything you know about this whole affair. Gaon, watching from a distance, could only see Trang Seon as a ball of fire, as if he had brought the very core of the sun with him. So you're saying White Tiger destroyed your rule over the Crimson Black Mountains or something just to open it? Is that right? Trang Seon was focused on his investigation. Gukyung confirmed that what he said was true. Trang Seon frowned. Now that I think about it, the White Tiger Guild started growing 13, maybe 14 years ago, didn't it? The 7 secret scriptures of Anon consist of those 7 scrolls. White Tiger excavated those artifacts 20 years ago. In an unnamed dungeon, what White Tiger found were 3 of those 7 scriptures. Even so, they possessed incredible power and could yield significant results. The guild master of the White Tiger Guild, Sword Saint Musung, is one of the most powerful swordsmen in the world. But the people who follow him aren't particularly outstanding. However, because of their explosive growth rate, they also gained an exceptional reputation. Not long ago, they became a world-renowned guild. So what is all this about? Trang Seon was determined to squeeze every last drop of information from Gukyung. Gukyung didn't know that much. Trang Seon told him to just explain it simply. Gukyung still wanted to haggle and beg Trang Seon, but he coldly said, "Whether or not I grant your request is my business. Talk." The flames made the dying Gukyung's pain even worse, forcing him to agree to all of Trang Seon's demands. Each scroll of the 7 secret scriptures of Anon has different content. Each one teaches how to summon the power of a different ancient constellation, forgotten by this age. Ancient constellations? Trang Seon was paying close attention to these forgotten stars Gukyung had mentioned. When light was first created at the beginning of the universe, there weren't many constellations in the sky. They may have been as weak as the universe was then, but each constellation possessed enormous holy power. Though as time went on, they must have found their place according to the laws of the world. The signs of their existence were recorded upon the universe and the world. They are referred to as the Forgotten Stars. You can borrow their power? Was that puppet ruler hiding this all along? Trang Seon was deeply concerned about this matter. Gukyeong continued, looking as though he was about to kick the bucket at any moment. But of the 3 scrolls White Tiger obtained, they have only deciphered 2. I heard the most important scroll still remains. Trang Seon immediately thought of Peter's key. It seems that's the scripture that has yet to be deciphered. So, why did you come here? I don't think you came just to commit terrorism or get revenge. The purpose was to find the Phantom Pearl. So that was it. Trang Seon sensed a deep-seated resentment, and something about it felt suspicious. What he obtained from the first Holy Scripture was a method to create an invincible warrior. Of the 7 Holy Scriptures, the first one was about a person who loses their soul after being possessed by a star. A person who loses their soul also loses their sense of self, but because that void is filled by the star, they become a powerful warrior. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who obey the star's command. The ingredients needed to create these warriors were wildflowers from the Seon flower bed, like the crying flower and the laughing flower. With those, you can create a phantom pearl. Trang Seon guessed there had to be a reason they built a training center in a place like this. The Hukchui mountain area had a terrain similar to the Seon flower bed. On top of that, it was the perfect place to test newcomers and select those with the potential to become powerful warriors. It would be easy enough to claim that the people who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents, who didn't listen to their instructors and left the safe zone. And the one overseeing and running all these projects had to be the vice commander of the White Tiger, the executive director. But with Besla's tomb suddenly disappearing and Peter's key vanishing into thin air, things had taken a turn for the worse for them. Trang Seon smirked. Did you really think you could expose the White Tiger's true face with just that phantom pearl? You're going to need more proof than that. That was right. Now that Trang Seon had most of the secrets in his grasp, this guy probably didn't know much else. So Trang Seon put him out of his misery, sending him to meet his ancestors with a single slash. Then, he turned his attention to the bald guy over there and wondered, so, what if we just dig it up? The location of the research center where they create phantom pearls and mass-produce powerful warriors. Trang Seon turned to pressure the bald guy. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? The bald man stubbornly retorted, aren't you afraid of the wrath of our patron god? Do you really think that patron god is on your side? The bald man was about to argue back when a notification appeared before him. The great tiger spirit, overwhelmed by hardship, has lost interest in the believer who failed to consider all possibilities. The bald man froze in utter disbelief. Trang Seon looked up at the sunlit sky and smiled. Your patron god wants a stronger, more resilient follower, not some half-dead wreck like you. The system notified Trang Seon. The great tiger spirit, overwhelmed by hardship, laughs loudly while observing you. In a flash, Trang Seon turned and started stripping Big Gun's clothes. He clutched his bare, muscular body, frantically asking what Trang Seon was doing. Sit down, cross-legged, Trang Seon commanded coldly. You're doing it right now? Yes. I'm going to heal you now. Big Gun's eyes widened before he sat down with Trang Seon. Stabilizing the excess energy of a demonic being would take quite a while. It's also easy to get distracted, even though it might only take an hour or two in the real world. To you, it will feel like dozens of hours, or even a whole month. Trang Seon explained. Stabilizing that rampaging energy will be exhausting, but it will end eventually. So don't give up. If you even think about giving up for a second, you'll lose control and become either a monster or a demon. Big Gun certainly seemed to know his place. Trang Seon reminded him, if I see even the slightest sign of that happening, I won't hesitate to take care of you. Allowing a flawed creature to roam free would surely lead to a terrible disaster. Big Gun understood this well and cheerfully told Trang Seon not to worry. Trang Seon was taken aback. He now realized that although Red lacked self-control, he possessed an incredibly strong will. Well then, let's begin. Trang Seon rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in bizarre characters. A system notification appeared. The flames of the apocalypse fire anomaly are surrounding your body. The demonic being is being enveloped in fire. Big Gun's entire face contorted in pain, but he had to keep telling himself not to lose who he was, not to give up. He was being burned by raging purple flames, yet in his mind's eye, he was in a place where snow was falling. He didn't know where he was at first, until he saw someone who looked exactly like his former self. He thought that if he had to stay here, he'd rather just lose control and get it over with. As he watched that person fall face first into the snow, a man with a goatee ran over and carried him away. Big Gun realized he was inside his own mind, his subconscious. He didn't want to remember that time. A deep sorrow filled Big Gun's eyes as the scene shifted to his childhood, when he was scorned by everyone. Throw that monster in an orphanage. Where did you pick up a monster like that? Big Gun had to dig through trash cans for food, fighting with stray cats over scraps. Later, while sleeping on the side of the road under a cardboard box, a group of kids came to beat him and chase him away. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't been saved, if he had died back then, he wouldn't have to endure these horrible memories, right? Just then, a strange voice called out, "So, you're here." Big Gun looked toward the shadowy figure as it spoke. "I've been looking for you. It's too cold here. Come with me. You have to leave this place before the winter gets any colder." The words were tempting to Gun. He didn't want to be lonely anymore, so he decided to go with the shadow. The shadow of Wu Jioun said, "Take my hand." At that crucial moment, the phrase, "Don't lose yourself," woke Gun up. He remembered that he couldn't give up and quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow asked, bewildered, "What's wrong?" Gun didn't answer it and instead bolted. He had found his truth. "This is not where I belong." Outside, Trang Seon was already holding the fang of an evil dragon, preparing to strike. A system notification popped up. "The sacred body of the hawk eagle, who tears the twilight, scoffs at your kind heart." Kindness, my ass. It was only because he knew Liu Un had already overcome the dangerous moment. His demonic nature is truly steadfast. It's quite admirable. He was on the verge of going berserk, but managed to pull through. "Even if I used the entire vial from Yulin, I'm not sure I could win." Well, his father was an assassin, so that's a given. This means he's probably recovering his strength right now. The system continued to report, "Ancient Rune of Invisibility has been activated. Low-level Ancient Rune engraving has reached its maximum level. A higher-level skill will be created." Skill. Mid-level Ancient Rune engraving has been created. Everything within the designated area will vanish without a trace from the eyes of outsiders. Trang Seon knew it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center, but before that, Trang Seon activated his Beast Sense skill to deal with this useless witness first. A streak of blue light flashed by, sending leaves scattering everywhere. The tail was using 200% of his ability, running and leaping through the woods. By cutting down his travel time, he was certain he could report the truth to Director O, while Trang Seon was still focused on Bun's group. But there was no way his speed could ever compare to Trang Seon's. Although he took a moment to give chase, he appeared above the man in a flash. The tail looked up in horror, and Trang Seon glared down in fury. Then, with a loud bang, a blinding yellow bolt of lightning struck the ground. Director O's man was slammed to the earth. He gritted his teeth and glared at Trang Seon. Trang Seon scoffed. Just as the man was about to draw his sword, Trang Seon ran him through, stabbing him right next to his heart. Trang Seon pinned the follower against a tree. Seeing that his opponent wasn't suffering enough, he smiled in his face. "Hello? We meet again. What are you planning to do? I was going to end you right here, but I've had a change of heart. I don't want Director O getting suspicious of me." The tail was shocked by Trang Seon's cunning. He was even more shocked when Trang Seon pulled out an illusion pearl to show him, "I have a much more convenient solution, so there's no need to take the long way around." Ignoring the man's protests, Trang Seon shoved the pearl straight into his mouth. A system window appeared. Player Song Yujun has swallowed the illusion pearl. His consciousness has been paralyzed. His ego has ceased to function. He has been hypnotized. Song Yujun collapsed to the ground, and Trang Seon coldly ordered, "Stand up." Yujun immediately stood up like a puppet. Looking at his expression, Trang Seon was certain his soul had been erased, leaving him in a vacant state. How interesting. "Now then. Sit, roll over, bark, kill yourself." Trang Seon gave a series of commands. Yujun followed every single one. Just as he was about to self-destruct, Trang Seon ordered him to stop. He looked at his pursuer with amazement. "So, they really managed to create something like this, huh? They originally intended to use this on the lowest level creatures. Just how powerful are the other ones?" Trang Seon then gave him a pivotal mission. "Tell Director O that there's nothing unusual about me. Act completely normal, as if nothing happened. Understand?" Understood. The gods who witnessed this spectacle began to stir. The serpent god who encircles the world is chuckling with glee at your dark plan. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, watches you, interested in your goal. Trang Seon ordered Yujun to hurry up and complete his mission. The man even thanked Trang Seon, but as he was about to leave, Trang Seon called him back. "Do you have another command, sir? That technique you're using. Can I learn it?" Trang Seon realized this skill looked more convenient than he'd thought. If he had it, fighting Bun would be much easier. Yujun began to explain. "It's called Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. Sir, you can harness the wind through lightness, thievery, or disguise techniques, and it is an upgraded version of Tiger's Inch. So you should be able to use it as well, Sir Trang Seon. All right, teach me. But I don't have a skill book, so it may take a considerable amount of time, sir. I'll find a way to learn it myself. Trang Seon was dead serious. Yoojun began demonstrating the skill for Trang Seon. Instantly, he was able to perform the skill himself. Yoojun was stunned. How can you? Trang Seon paid him no mind, and just demanded he do it again and again. A system message appeared. You have learned a new skill using Tiger's Inch as a base. Skill. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind has been created. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. Foundational skill of the great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, a technique that uses Tiger's Inch as its foundation. With your courage, you will be able to achieve fluid movements, as if you were a flying tiger riding the wind. When a tiger flies, the wind follows it. Skill level, 1. Type, active. Effects. Lightfoot skill, linking skill. As Trang Seon performed it, he asked Yoojun, so, like this? Yoojun was dumbfounded. How? It took me years to learn that, and you mastered it just by watching a few times? Yoojun bowed his head deeply. You truly are an incredible person. There you go again. That's enough. You can go. Yes, sir. After saying that, Yoojun vanished. He's gone. Meanwhile, Trang Seon was flooded with a mountain of notifications. You have learned Lightfoot. Your skill level has increased. Your skill level has increased. You have learned Thievery. You have learned Stealth. The great tiger god, submerged by Garuda, is smiling. Trang Seon crouched, and then launched himself, soaring higher than the mountain peak, making the god of the hunt whoop with excitement. The god of the hunt says, your movements are perfect for hunting, so she's looking for something to give you. Trang Seon used the flying tiger on the wind skill to leap into the middle of the forest. If he remembered correctly, each pair of ghosts lays 1 egg per century, and it didn't take long for Trang Seon to find the ghost's nest. With a massive nest and a glowing egg like this, you'd have to be blind to miss it. The system displayed information on the ghost egg. A pair of ghosts lays 1 egg per century. It seems it will take more time for the egg to hatch. Effects. Incubate a demonic beast. Supplement skills. Use as an ingredient for item creation. This freaking huge egg would probably take a whole month to eat. Ghosts have 3 forms, but they're actually a combination of souls. Therefore, they are spiritual beings without a physical form. Because their ancestors took the form of birds, they continue to follow that example. But in reality, they can change depending on their environment. Furthermore, I can guide its development in a positive direction and raise its intelligence above the norm. The balance of power in this egg is ideal. The fact that it's still in its infancy and its health are both excellent. Turning it into a divine bird is the best option. After figuring out the best way to get the most out of it, Trang Seon opened his mouth and swallowed the massive egg whole. The god started getting restless again. The great tiger god, submerged by Garuda, is intrigued by how you will incubate the egg. The great tiger god, submerged by Garuda, advises that instead of a weak form, like a bird, you should give it the form of a rare beast, like a tiger. At this point, the egg had completely entered Trang Seon's body. The god of the hunt started jumping up and down, spamming notifications. The god of the hunt disagrees with the advice of the great tiger god submerged by Garuda. The god of the hunt advises that a falcon or a hunting dog would be most advantageous for hunting. The god of the hunt says she thinks a young falcon or a hellhound would be best. Thanks for the advice. Man, they're noisy. Just now, Trang Seon felt this was the most reasonable suggestion. But how could the great tiger god accept defeat? The great tiger god, submerged by Garuda, laughed loudly, saying those creatures would be swallowed in a single gulp. The god of the hunt glared and asked if he was looking down on her friend. The great tiger god, submerged by Garuda, growled at her and asked, "Is glaring all you know how to do?" The god of the hunt began rummaging around for an arrow. Man, these two are a real headache. Just a little bickering back and forth, and the two gods' relationship had already hit rock bottom. Trang Seon didn't pay them much mind. He just hoped the egg would absorb the flame inside him and grow. And now, his next destination was that research center. No sooner said than done. Trang Seon shot off as if he had a motor strapped to him. The research center was located halfway up a mountain. Inside, things didn't seem very calm. What about the director? He just said to wait and that it would be resolved soon. Damn it. The fat professor was so angry he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. From the illusion pearls used to create holy warriors to the starlight equation, I developed all of it, along with the tier 3 basic skill, a whole series of sacred arms and artifacts, and all the power that came with them. And after all the achievements I've made in this white tiger state, They have the nerve to send people from above to supervise me. Could it be? Do they know I've pocketed a few things? But that director was the one who made me do it in the first place. But what the hell? Every time I call the old geezer, the only answer I get is, wait. The fat professor was about to lose his mind. What the hell do you think I've done for you? They said the inspection team is arriving today. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving them a big welcome gift. Quick, destroy all the documents that could incriminate us. And then, an official directive will come down soon. The Udo Project, a project that Director O personally requested and is supervising. That alone is enough to make everyone suspicious. For someone like me, the association is a dangerous place right now. I need to reach the White Tiger level as soon as possible. If I do that, then I'll probably be fine even with the 5-star generals. He sighed, suddenly feeling much more relieved. They're a huge family-run corporation. If I join them, I'll be able to live a life of luxury. This thought made him smirk to himself. I'll need to have a few aces up my sleeve, at least. But what about Bun? Whatever. I'm also curious about that guy, Trang Seon. Who knows? Where the hell did those guys go? I wish I could find them and bring them over to my side. He clicked his tongue, looking at the person inside the giant test tube. Well, I guess this one will do. The portly professor suddenly remembered to ask if the men he'd sent to find the illusion pearl had returned yet. The research center hadn't received any response from them, so the professor urged them to hurry up before the whole operation went to hell. Meanwhile, Trang Seon was moving at the speed of sound. The two gods were still bickering relentlessly. The imprisoned great tiger god believed that you were just like him and smiled. The god of the hunt told him to stop spouting nonsense, because your courage was much more like hers. The imprisoned great tiger god told her to stop arguing. The god of the hunt said he should shut his mouth because he stunk. The two of them glared at each other. Just as the battle between the gods shifted from a war of words to a staring contest, Trang Seon arrived at the entrance of the research center. Trang Seon activated his bandit skill, completely silencing all sound. A swirling vortex of magical energy surrounded him. Trang Seon immediately shot straight into the research center. He flashed by like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards completely oblivious. One, a bit more perceptive, asked his partner if he saw something flash by. The other guy was less sharp, so of course, he hadn't seen a thing. So, the first guard quickly assumed he must have been seeing things. The chubby one grumbled, "Hey, you're giving me the creeps, so cut it out. What are you gonna do if something actually shows up, huh?" Ugh, working in this damn investigation department is gonna drive me insane. While they were busy consoling themselves, Trang Seon was hard at work. The 12th trap has been triggered. The Beast Sense skill has identified the direction from which the trap was activated. The trap failed to identify you. The Serpent Man skill has been activated, quickly sweeping past the other traps near you. The Flying Tiger Follows the Wind skill is being used. Your skill level has increased. The 27th trap has been triggered. You have successfully bypassed the trap without being detected. The Serpent God who coils around the world cannot hide his admiration for your abilities. If it weren't for the system notifications, all anyone would have seen was a single bolt of lightning flashing past. Trang Seon looked from side to side, seeing people running around in a panic, and wondered what the hell was going on. He enhanced his hearing with Beast Sense to pick up all the surrounding sounds. The people in the research center were in a complete uproar because of the red alert flashing on the walls. Damn it. Why now of all times? Hurry up, or we're all dead. We can't go from being the researchers to the test subjects. Bring that thing here and clear that one away. Where's that bastard who went to catch the phantom? I'm completely swamped here. Trang Seon frowned. Weren't they supposed to have brought back the illusion pearl by now? Forget it. What can you expect from that bunch? Useless. The phantom's body was discovered. Who the hell took care of that thing? Is that even possible? How should I know if it's possible or not? Damn it, I think there was a report about spotting some high-ranking guild members in the training area. What the hell is going on over there? We have to clean all this up before the investigation team gets here. Hearing this, Trang Seon finally located what he was looking for, the Illusion Pearl production facility. Without a moment's hesitation, Trang Seon dashed into the room just before the door slid shut. Before he had even fully materialized, the system announced, "The scent of a powerful poison is strong here. The poison of the weeping flower is spreading throughout this room. The laughing flower will cause you to have convulsions." The guards were still busy moving equipment, while the system continued to issue a series of warnings. The King of Tigers is staring intently at you. The immunity effect for 10 types of poison has been activated, resisting the effects of all poisons. The bald guard was rushing his partner to move the item through, and the door was sealed shut, blocking Trang Seon outside. The door is locked. ID verification required. Please scan your ID card or enter the password to open the door. What the hell? How do I open this? Should I just break it down? No, I can't act recklessly. A password? A password, huh? Could it be Peter's key? Jang Seon felt the item he wore around his neck begin to react, but he couldn't take it off because he was being watched by the Scarecrow ruler. Jang Seon took a chance and placed his hand on the control panel on the door, and then something incredible happened. Master ID has been confirmed. Jang Seon himself was completely stunned. The electromagnetic lock has been disengaged. The door is opening. Whoa, this is insane. What kind of amazing thing is this key? Just what kind of power does it have to be able to do something like this? Not only Jang Seon, but the gods too were intrigued by this strange event. The imprisoned Great Tiger God felt a bit embarrassed by the lock that had suddenly opened. The imprisoned Great Tiger God had a few questions. Do you have some kind of talent for lockpicking? The serpent god who coils around the world clicked his tongue at the imprisoned Great Tiger God as if he were an ignorant fool. The serpent god who coils around the world said that it was only natural, because the two humans are one, a creature made from a red-bellied snake. The Great Tiger God, submerged by hardship, nodded, admitting that it made sense. The Great Tiger God, submerged by hardship, chuckled at your courage and talent. The Great Tiger God, submerged by hardship, desired to possess you even more. Inside, Jang Seon was cursing that puppet ruler and all his ancestors. He couldn't believe the guy had noticed he was using Peter's key, so what the hell was all this nonsense about? A red-bellied snake. Jang Seon had no interest in hearing about some damn snake. By now, Jang Seon was standing inside the very facility where the illusion pearls were made. The first thing he saw were people, trapped inside giant test tubes. The King of Tigers erupted in fury. Jang Seon thought about the warrior who had been turned into a divine soldier. The serpent god who coils around the world laughed heartily, seeing the tiger god's fangs and claws finally being bared. Jang Seon was truly and utterly disgusted by the sight before him. The hawk cat god, who tears the sunset, revealed her disgust at the scene before her. The hawk cat god, who tears the sunset, looked at the great tiger god, submerged by hardship. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, laughed and asked why she was looking at him like that. The hawk cat god who tears the sunset angrily retorted that she was simply acting on the side of justice. Just then, a hidden quest popped up. Hidden quest. The hawk cat's plea has been generated. The hawk cat's plea. Type hidden. Description. The hawk cat god who tears the sunset is enraged by the cruelty and depravity of the great tiger god, submerged by hardship. You too pity the humans who have lost their lives for this cause. Therefore, the hawk cat god who tears the sunset is pleading with you to bring them peace so they may finally rest. Restrictions, quest giver, time limit, completion condition, eliminate all divine soldiers and completely destroy the illusion pearl production facility that created them. Reward. A blessing from the hawk cat god who tears the sunset based on your results. Jang Seon's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, you're really going all out, lady? So it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go to such lengths just to give me a quest? A blessing based on my results. That means I could even obtain her authority. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, was extremely curious about your answer. Jang Seon considered his options. Accepting this meant the puppet ruler would turn on him, but if he refused, Manhwa would do the same. Damn, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. The hawk cat god who tears the sunset stared intently at you. With a grimace, Jang Seon moved to hit decline, but at the last second, a brilliant idea sparked in his clever mind. There is one thing I wish to ask the great tiger god, submerged by hardship. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, accepted. He said, feel free to ask me anything. I believe you already know why I'm here. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, said he knew and told you to get straight to the point. Jang Seon was already scheming how to make both of them play right into his hands. After all, they both need me, don't they? I've got to milk this for all it's worth, to get as strong as I can. I'm thinking I'll steal every last thing here. And even if it's something I can't have, I have no intention of letting anyone else get it. What do you think of my choice, Great Tiger submerged by hardship? As expected of a reincarnated villain, if he called himself the second greatest villain, no one would dare claim to be the first. Jang Seon was confident that he had now fully captured the puppet ruler's interest. Now, he was a prime candidate for the position of disciple. He's not going to give up on someone like me that easily. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, laughed at your attitude. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, said he admired your personality. He'd have to be a fool to double-cross you. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, promised that he would not place any restrictions on your ambition. Hidden quest. The tiger's plunder has been generated. The tiger's plunder. Type. Hidden. Description. The great tiger god, submerged by hardship, wishes to invest heavily in the growth of his next disciple candidate, in other words, you. However, he warns that you will be punished if you fail to meet his expectations. Conditions. Assigned quest blank. Time limit blank. Completion condition. Slaughter everything in your sight. Be careful not to reveal any information about this mission. Penalty. Divine punishment. Reward. Acquire authority through your own means. Receive a blessing from the great tiger god, submerged by hardship, depending on your performance. Holy hell, this is absolutely perfect. These two gods are playing for such high stakes, and I'm the only one who's going to profit from it. So, Lady Manhwa, what kind of price are you going to offer to match this? The hawk-cat god who tears the sunset rejoiced, saying she hoped he would make that choice. Oh, please. Is this old lady pretending she's all-knowing or what? Well, all right. With the stars aligning like this, it'd be a crime not to snatch up both of these sweet deals. System announcement. You have accepted the hidden quest, the hawk-cat's plea. The two hidden quests, the hawk-cat's plea and the tiger's plunder, have been combined. Your range of action has been expanded. Trang Seon felt he had wasted more than enough time. Next, he activated his plunder skill, preparing to clean this place out in one fell swoop. Just as he was about to get started, a few guards showed up to stop him. Without a word, Trang Seon instantly activated the annihilation furnace of the 8 trigrams. A terrifying, raging purple flame erupted. The Phantom's illusion title was applied. Behind Trang Seon's back, the wings of a phantom sprouted. The guards were completely stunned. What the hell is that? Why is there phantom fire here? How would they know? Trang Seon smirked dangerously. The system announced that a firestorm had engulfed the area. Before the two guards could even get another word out, they were sent straight to the afterlife. And it didn't stop there. The terrifying flames directly caused the research center to explode violently. Everyone inside was in a total panic, screaming, "Fire! There's a fire! It's coming from the central facility! Hurry!" Boom! Another earth-shaking explosion went off. The other guards watched in shock as the flames grew completely uncontrollable. To their credit, they came up with a counterplan pretty quickly. Don't get close. Use ice magic from a distance. But while their intentions were good, they just didn't have the power. The ice shield they conjured didn't even last 3 seconds before the fire burned it into steam, leaving only the screams of those who got hit. For some damn reason, the portly professor was outside the research center, watching his second home get burned to the ground bit by bit. This was even worse than having his work supervised. What is going on? He panicked. What is the security team doing? Are they trying to destroy the research materials? Another massive explosion with devastating power completely ripped the research center apart brick by brick, and the terrifying pressure sent the professor's chubby body flying. "Director, are you all right?" His subordinate was also completely taken aback by the situation. The portly director clutched his head, gritting his teeth as he asked, "How many men do we have left?" When the subordinate hesitated, he roared, "Spit it out." By now, the research center had been almost completely reduced to ash. The people inside were still alive, but a notification popped up before their eyes. "You have been afflicted with fire poison." The guards, who had barely escaped with their lives, froze in place. They were completely paralyzed. Warning: fire poison has spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible. Just then, one of the men was engulfed in the purple flames and began screaming for help. Poison bullets carrying hellfire rained down, leaving no one a path to escape. At that moment, the portly professor charged straight at Trang Seon. Trang Seon blocked the professor's sword with the fang of the evil dragon, even complimenting him. "Not bad, you've actually got some skills. Who are you? Did the higher-ups send you? How can you use the eternal phantom flame?" Trang Seon revealed his handsome face, causing the portly professor to let out a horrified shriek. "Lee Trang Seon? What? Lee Trang Seon?" The director was completely shocked to see this young man here. What the hell is going on? He's supposed to be far away from here, right? Does this mean I have to work with someone like him? Suddenly, things got interesting. At this rate, I'll be able to create a guild on par with the White Tiger in just 1 year. Seeing Trang Seon's arrogant demeanor, he swung his sword as a show of force. "And where do you think you're going?" The attack made Trang Seon freeze for a moment. The system informed him that his wind-following flying tiger skill had been forcibly stopped, and his plunder skill had also failed. Trang Seon dodged the director's attack, and the wall behind him met a grisly end instead. "I was trying to ignore you, but you just had to pick a fight. You got a death wish, old man?" The director charged in again, making Jang Seon frown. This old geezer is pretty tough. One of his eyes was bizarre, the sclera was black, and the iris was white. This proved that the old man was a sacred warrior. The two clashed, sending sparks flying. So it's not just enlisted soldiers, but even managers can become sacred warriors? If that's the case, could the other leaders at the White Tiger Guild be the same? But actually, this is a good thing. Jang Seon saw this as a golden opportunity to test out what a sacred warrior really was. The system chimed in. Your integrated magic circuit is beginning to rotate violently. The eternal phantom flame grows more intense. You have added 30 points to strength, increasing it from 111 to 141. Strength 141 plus 55. You have added 30 points to dexterity, increasing it from 101 to 131. Once that was done, Jang Seon started pushing the director back. The eternal phantom flame forced him to retreat a good distance. The director also realized something was off about this rookie. A rookie with that kind of power was just strange. But then again, he was no pushover either. Your opponent's sword has absorbed the phantom's energy. He laughed loudly. The heavens are on my side. The system announced, the death of the tiger is growing heavier. Be careful. Jang Seon's expression turned serious as the portly man, ecstatic, unleashed a vicious sword strike. Every single swing was incredibly powerful. The terrifying magic energy was like a tiger hunting its prey. This was the king, the tiger's calamity. So, Jang Seon decided to bolt. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is always the best. Seeing this, the guards who had just gotten their asses handed to them took the opportunity to chase him, trying to take advantage of the chaos. You bastard. I'm gonna kill you. We're here to help you, director. These guys are all holy soldiers now. Trang Seon swung his sword, this time choosing blood poison to create an eternal fire wall. A swirling vortex of purple fire erupted, but the holy soldier guards easily pierced right through the firewall. The wall was quickly broken, and Trang Seon found himself facing a group beatdown. Oh crap, this is not looking good. I gotta flash out of here, split them up, and pick them off one by one if I want to have a chance. Even in a life or death situation like this, the system just won't shut its damn mouth. You are in the middle of battle. Indomitable will has been activated, and the power of your wavering spirit has been reinforced. Composure has taken effect. You can now observe the situation objectively. Man, I thought this would be an easy win, but this is turning out to be a real pain in the ass. Trang Seon calmly looked at the men pointing their blades at him. The leader shouted, "We've got you now, you little rat." Trang Seon frowned. How arrogant. Only the portly director realized they hadn't actually cornered Trang Seon at all. He saw that this bastard had intentionally lured them here to avoid fighting everyone at once. He roared, "Damn it, you bunch of idiots." A series of sharp, swift sword strikes slashed into the bald-headed man, splattering blood onto the director's face. With a blank expression, Trang Seon swiftly dealt with this entire squad of morons. The system narrated, "Authority. 100% bullseye has been activated. The god of the hunt has allowed you to use a portion of his authority." The guys who were talking big just moments ago were now dropping like flies, their heads rolling on the ground. While Trang Seon was busy dealing with the fodder, the director zipped in, grabbed him by the neck, and laughed triumphantly. "Finally caught you, Lee Trang Seon. Both my level and my overall stats are way higher than yours, so just give up." He seemed confident, but he had seriously underestimated the man standing before him. "You think you can do whatever you want now that you've caught me? What are you talking about?" A stream of blue energy wrapped around Trang Seon's arm. The system announced, "The Yuchang sword has appeared." From the palm of Trang Seon's hand, the tip of a sword slowly emerged. The fang of the evil dragon also reacted violently. A resonance between the two swords is occurring. The fang of the evil dragon has awakened. If the holy blacksmith Uji became world-renowned for creating a few masterpieces, then the demon blacksmith Toti T created countless masterpieces. They cemented his legacy for all eternity. Even among the gods and constellations, the two of them were known as rivals. It's hard to say which of them was better, because they both specialized in completely different things. Even the eras and places they lived in were different. Many of those factors also prevented them from ever facing off. But right here, right now, the chance to see who was truly better had finally arrived. The Yuchang sword, stained with the blood of tens of thousands of living beings, was shining brilliantly, while the fang of the evil dragon also began to show its true worth. The system spoke, "You have fulfilled the necessary conditions. The fang of the evil dragon is glowing. The lock has been released." The fang of the evil dragon began to reveal its true power. The fat director was sent flying by the two swords. He shot away like a popped balloon. He saw the blade growing longer, The fang of the evil dragon had grown into the fang of the vampire. The blade discharged crackling purple lightning. The fang of the evil dragon convulsed a few times before completing its evolution. The system displayed its information for Trang Seon: type, holy artifact blade and longsword. Attack power, immeasurable. Effects: unstoppable bleeding. Demon's greed. Other effects: unidentifiable. Because you have met the necessary conditions, you can use the blade's hidden abilities. Because you have not met all of the necessary conditions, other functions cannot be used. Trang Seon held a powerful weapon in each hand, both crackling with terrifying deep purple lightning. The two swords were resonating. Trang Seon let them get acquainted with each other. The Swordmaster skill is being activated. Trang Seon let out a breath, narrowing his eyes to identify his unlucky target. The two swords continuously discharged lightning. They were definitely too hot to handle. Swordmaster. A skill that can only be used by a master of swordsmanship who has achieved unity with the blade. It allows you to use any sword in the world that you desire. Those who wish to walk the path of the sword must pass through the final forest at the end of that path. Skill level 1. Type, active effect. Ownership of 10,000 swords, capable of using 10,000 swords. You have achieved the accomplishment, famous swords. Reward, intelligence +5. The Swordmaster skill has leveled up. The gods were once again in an uproar. The god of the hunt looks at you in astonishment as you unlock his holy artifact. The world-coiling serpent's eyes go wide, looking at you in surprise. Your actions were beyond his expectations. The twilight-tearing cat-hawk god demands that you use the demon blacksmith Totiti's weapon for the sake of fairness. The follower of the abyss is intrigued by your two swords. The great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, praises you for forging a new fang. The fat guy stood there, frozen solid, as he watched Trang Seon's transformation. He felt it through the animal instincts he'd received from his god. My protection skill is telling me I have to dodge this, or else I'm a goner. Sang Seon started showing off his sword skills to taunt his opponent. Then, before the big guy could even react, he flew in for a counterattack. The fatso took the hit head-on, his face contorting in pain as he was engulfed in ferocious flames. The Yuchang sword in his hand flashed, and Sang Seon could feel it, crying. It was saying that wasn't enough. Meanwhile, the fangs of the evil dragon began to react violently. It was screaming, "Let me show you what times I times can do." Sang Seon found this amusing and swung his sword in a single motion. A vicious flame shot straight at the fatso, ready to carve him up like a pig. The fat guy's sword was shattered into pieces. All he could think about was escaping with his life. A system message appeared. The Yuchang sword is revealing its brilliant blade. The fangs of the evil dragon were bared menacingly. Sang Seon was helpless, caught between his two bloodthirsty swords. These two were just way too eager for a fight. While Sang Seon was distracted by his own weapons, the fatso made a break for it. But there was no way Sang Seon was letting the guy who tried to turn him into a sacred armament get away. Seeing how pumped up his two kids were, Sang Seon decided to let them both have at it at the same time. Skill, Claw of the Black Mountain God has been activated. Sang Seon finished his slash. The fatso had already reached the door, but he still got hit by the full force of that nuke. Purple flames, looking like they were clawed straight out of hell, erupted. The fatso was burned beyond recognition, but as long as he was breathing, he had a chance. Despair began to spread, and his disappointment grew. He muttered that he didn't want to die here, but whether he could survive this ordeal was another question entirely. Negative energy filled the room, feeding the annihilation flame and making it burn even stronger. Sang Seon could almost see something like regret in the man's eyes. Where did he think he was going to crawl to in that state? Come to think of it, besides that one demon, no one had ever pushed him this far. He decided not to finish him off just yet. He'd follow him first and see if anything interesting was going on. The fat director tried to crawl away. But, just my luck. Before I could see what the big secret was, a system message popped up. Player Jong Song has died. He collapsed right at the finish line, just inches away from the exit. Sang Seon recalled the Yuchang sword, and the fangs of the evil dragon were sealed once more. Sang Seon was filled with regret. All the guy had to do was lift his hand to open the door. Unbelievable. He croaked right on the doorstep. The system messages continued. The door has been securely locked. Please enter the required fingerprint and password to unlock. Sang Seon raised his hand again, still unsure if it would work, but the result was the same as last time. Owner ID confirmed. Sang Seon guessed that Peter's key's main function was likely to lock and unlock machinery and doors. System notification. The tiger's sacred body, trapped in tribulation, is staring at you, as if asking how you managed to find your way here. The door opened, revealing a magnificent machine with a person lying on it, various wires attached all over their body. Wires were plugged into every inch of her smooth skin. Sang Seon leaped over, looked at the girl on the machine, and wondered what her name was. Suddenly, he recalled a familiar face, the kid, Fan Kwang, whom he had met outside. Shin Eun-so? It looks like it. Has she been turned into a sacred armament? The system kept pinging. You have discovered an anomaly. The calamity of the tiger is raising its guard. This girl isn't a sacred armament, but something far more intense, more fundamental. Something that contains demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and ghosts, all in one. So that's it. It seems the CEO was trying to hide this. The sacred armaments were just a stepping stone to complete this thing. An apostle, perhaps? Wasn't the leader of the goblins named Judo? System notification. You are observing her condition more closely with the animalistic senses skill. The calamity of the tiger is in effect. Current completion is at 41%. After all this time, it's only at 41%? Just barely past the halfway mark? That number is too low. She can't be considered a sacred armament or an apostle. However, her physical body is quite resilient. It would be ridiculous to compare her to an ordinary person. Even her muscle fibers are far more durable, and even in her current state, most players would still be eaten alive by her. Luckily, the hypnosis and brainwashing process hasn't started yet. The tiger's sacred body, trapped in tribulation, watches you. It's curious about what you'll do next. The owl's sacred body that pierces twilight requests that you heal the pitiful girl before you. Without a second thought, Sang Seon decisively swung his hand. You have removed the glass tube. The apostolization process has been forcibly stopped. All the intricate wires wrapped around her body were immediately ripped out. The calamity of the tiger has begun to rage, its supply line cut off. The tiger's sacred body, trapped in tribulation, is very surprised by your decision. The owl's sacred body that pierces twilight nods, making it clear that it trusts you. It orders you to hurry, take her to a safe location, and give her first aid. Sang Seon opened his mouth and breathed fire. The 8 trigrams furnace of annihilation is activating, beginning extermination. You have removed the harmful elements. You have removed the foreign objects. The calamity of the tiger is strongly resisting the annihilation flame. It tried to resist, but its resistance was crushed. It tried to defy you, but its defiance was shattered. She was quickly treated and is now recovering. Her wounds are gradually healing. All external stimuli have been completely cut off. The first form of annihilation flame and the tiger's calamity are clashing violently. The two energies, one purple and one green, are in fierce opposition. Neither side is giving an inch. I have to eliminate the tiger's calamity and destroy all the harmful elements of this aberrant transformation. I'll leave only the beneficial factors behind. However, just like with Kagun, no matter what happens, Shin On-seo's life must be guaranteed. All he could do now was wait. The tiger's afflicted saint wondered, where did your ambition to seize everything go? Chang Seon shot at a wounded glare. The tiger's afflicted saint mocked you for choosing to save the child instead of exploiting her. Well, it was dead wrong. Chang Seon smirked. I never said I times wouldn't times exploit her. The tiger's afflicted saint tilted its head, not understanding what you meant. Chang Seon then began to circulate a massive amount of mana. A violent storm erupted. The authority of soul plunder has been activated, and all the life ash you've collected in the past 24 hours will now be absorbed. Everyone who had died at Chang Seon's hands transformed into streams of life force for him to devour completely. You have absorbed all the life ash. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. While mixed in with the ashes, the tiger's calamity escaped your attempt at absorption. This attempt was replaced by the power of your authority, forcing a merger. You have succeeded. You have purified the tiger's calamity after the merger, and have succeeded in using it as material for the annihilation flame. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Mana capacity, 325 plus 60. The tiger's afflicted saint is laughing uncontrollably. Chang Seon thought, the puppet ruler really is a bastard. Does he actually laugh like a madman at things like this? Is this guy really insane? Come to think of it, I remember mentioning that the White Tiger's investigative department was planning to raid this place, and if they really were investigating, then the department must be under the management of someone who opposes Executive Director Kagun-he, because Director Kagun smelled something fishy and decided to raid this place himself. I wonder if that cunning Executive Director will really just sit still. My request to close the dungeon was only backed by a flimsy mana document. So what if the Executive Director is planning to eliminate a rival political faction or something in here? And what if that's the reason that bastard, the puppet ruler, is laughing like a maniac in this situation? Lost in thought, Trang Seon almost got hit. Damn it, this is no time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the title, Pacifier. Trang Seon held Shin On Seo in his arms as the purple and green energies clashed violently. The skill, Flying Tiger Rides the Wind, has been activated, and all of your power is being used to escape this place. A purple light shot upwards. Outside, the security team watched as the research center was about to be blown to smithereens, but they saw no one running out. Didn't they say the investigation department already went into the dungeon? The manager should have gotten out by now, right? Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently. Before they could even realize what was happening, the earth shattered and burst open. A blinding golden light made it impossible for them to see what was going on. And in the midst of it all, Trang Seon made a clean getaway with Shin On Seo. The entire Grand Research Center was leveled in the blink of an eye, and from a perfect vantage point to witness the whole event. The third member of the White Tiger Guild, the fangs of the White Tiger Kagun Hee, grimaced and sighed. What a complete mess. A few flashes of light appeared behind him. Did you find anything? Yes, sir. It seems there were several explosions in the basement. Explosions? That's right. We detected traces of an evil spirit's breath, a calamity, a forest fire fiend, a lightning ring, and many other similar things. It seems to have been staged. Perhaps the source of this eruption was the fire goo of Jigwi. It's related to Jigwi, too? He hadn't expected something that seemed so trivial to have so many connections. They probably waited for me to enter the research institute before blowing the place sky high. Why did the explosion happen ahead of schedule? Was it a mistake or some other kind of incident? Both are possibilities. But how could an old fox like the director be so careless? It's more likely that some unexpected variable appeared, catching him off guard. What could it have been? You all continue the investigation. Maybe you'll find something else. The soldiers didn't dare disobey Yi. Before leaving, he remembered the little rats who had been spreading unnecessary information. He had barely even mentioned it, but his lackeys flinched, then bowed deeply in unison. We'll take care of it immediately, sir. Satisfied, he swished his coat and turned to leave. Behind him, a system message appeared. Do you wish to log out? Nice suggestion. But no. What a twist. The fierce tiger star of chaos is quite amused by this mess. Yi felt that at this rate, there was no other choice. He would have to deal with the director himself. The words of a god, I tell ya. Trang Seon was about to go on a total rampage, just as Baekgun woke up. The first thing he saw was Trang Seon's smile and a girl sleeping soundly in his arms. Still dazed, Baekgun blurted out without thinking, "Is that your wife?" He immediately got a mirror chucked right at his forehead. I have no idea where he even pulled that from. Luckily, a murder didn't happen right then and there. Otherwise, he would have become the poster child for bad luck getting a new lease on life, only to be sent straight to the afterlife by his own savior. Trang Seon glared at him. If you can still spout nonsense, I guess you're fine. Take a look at your face in the mirror. Hearing that, Baekgun quickly picked up the mirror to see for himself. Seeing his flawless, fair, and smooth face, Baekgun was so shocked he froze. Trang Seon didn't hesitate to give him a compliment. Nice work. Baekgun was so happy he started tearing up. And just then, Eun-seo groggily woke up. Miss Eun-seo, are you awake? Eun-seo froze for half a second before gracefully leaping to the ground, much to the confusion of the two men. But what stunned them even more was when she just flopped right onto the floor. It's like a dream. Even after coming all this way, I'm still so hopeless. Huh? Trang Seon and Baekgun looked at each other. This girl is a lost cause. Did you save me? Was I really trapped? Please tell me I didn't drool or say anything weird in my sleep. Did I? You're being weird right now, lady. Baekgun. It's actually a good thing she doesn't remember anything. So Trang Seon said, no. Really? For real? Damn it. He'd never had such a pointless conversation in his entire life. But anyway, she just needed to calm down a bit. Eun-seo let out a huge sigh of relief, exclaiming how lucky that was. Seeing this, Trang Seon stood up and said, looks like your body has recovered. You should leave this place. Your safety isn't guaranteed here. Hearing that, Eun-seo frowned and turned to ask him, what's your blood type? Trang Seon replied, B. Birthday, the 30th of some month. Favorite food, kimchi stew. Why are you asking? Wait a minute. Something's weird here. I remember that day, 2 years ago, on June 23rd, after the 3-2 victory between France and San Francisco, you said the first thing you wanted to eat when you got back to the country was kimbap. Eun-seo's face darkened as she asked him, is that right? She was certain she couldn't be wrong. Meanwhile, the man himself was grimacing because he had no damn clue what story this girl was talking about. But right after, she dealt another critical blow. How could Lee Trang Seon be so kind? You're supposed to be a total bastard. Who are you? You're an imposter, aren't you? Holy crap, how did she even come up with that? If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have bothered saving her. But seeing Trang Seon's expression of utter disgust, Eun Seo seemed to find her true self again. Looks like it really is you. Since when did you switch your preference to kimchi stew? Beg gun, getting nosy, asked Eun-seo. Why did you stop doubting him? She nonchalantly replied, because of his attitude. Hearing that, Lee Trang Seon's face went completely dark. Truly, everything in this world has a natural enemy, and he had just dragged his own natural enemy back from the underworld. Eun-seo, completely oblivious, continued to explain. You can tell just by looking at his face that he's annoyed and regretting not leaving me there. Man, she hit the nail right on the head, leaving Trang Seon to just grimace. On top of that, she confidently declared that that's times the real Lee Trang Seon. The girl cheerfully skipped ahead of the two men and asked, so, where are we going now? This way? Lee Trang Seon looked at the girl and smiled warmly. The system chimed in with a series of notifications. You have completed a hidden quest. You have obtained the items you selected. You have received 32 illusion spheres. You have received a vial of wisdom. The constellation Cat Hawk that rips the twilight will bestow a reward upon you. The constellation Tiger in the midst of chaoses will bestow a reward upon you. The Cat Hawk that rips the twilight greatly admires your achievement and is racking its brain for a reward. The Tiger in the midst of chaoses applauds you and is considering what kind of fangs to equip you with. The constellation A Good Season for a Hunt is proud, claiming that it will be a long time before they find a gift as good as hers. They talked so much that Trang Seon had to cry out from annoyance. Just give me the reward already. Cut the chatter. While Eun-seo was content to be with her idol, her teammates were worried sick, searching for their lost child. But before they could find her, they were surrounded by another guild for daring to enter their hunting grounds. If you take one more step, we will attack. Please, let me pass. Please. Im Duan, the guild's representative, stated bluntly, sorry, it's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous here. He smiled a smile that held a hidden danger. We'll even look for your siblings for you, so please go back. Im Duan was trying to hide his inner annoyance at some random punk bothering him while he was trying to grind. The name Lee Trang Seon made him scowl. Just a moment ago, he had checked the rankings and saw that guy was at number 2, while he himself was ranked 121. The more time passed, the harder it would be to catch up. He wanted to close the gap as quickly as possible, and a guy like this was just an obstacle in his way. The young man tried to plead, just a little further, that's all. Please. Im Duan turned his face away. I'm sorry. In his heart, he found the kid annoying, someone who didn't understand the law of the jungle between players, acting like a moth drawn to a flame, charging headfirst into the fire. What a bunch of stupid pigs. He was even thinking his little brother had recklessly risked it all to charge through. Duhan clicked his tongue, his face twisting in annoyance. Recklessly charging into someone else's hunting ground is against the rules. The system announced that the tiger's aura was sufficient. Back to Im Duhan, his face contorted as he drew his sword with a times shing times and chased after the younger brother. The boy hesitated, but Im Duhan was already furious. You're in my way! He swung his sword at the boy. Just then, Shin Eun-seo shot down from the sky, yelling, "Get away from my brother, you half-eaten squid-faced bastard." She landed firmly on the ground in a crab-like stance. The force of her landing was so powerful, it sent Im Duhan stumbling back with ease. Her brother, stunned, called out to his sister, "Who gave you permission to lay a hand on my brother, you punk?" Damn, his sister's got such a sharp tongue, he couldn't even stop her. What did you say? Im Duhan and his teammates' faces darkened. Their faces fell. But Shin Eun-seo just smirked. So you're the ones who touched my brother first, huh? Eun-seo let out a mocking laugh. I said you look like a half-eaten squid. What? You got a problem with that? I think I get it now. You look more like a wrung-out sea anemone, not a squid at all. But wait, then again, that would be an insult to sea anemones, wouldn't it? It's true what they say. There's always a new low. Duhan was so intensely body-shamed, he practically shriveled up, sweat pouring off him as he grit his teeth and said, "That's an insult to our entire team." Shin Eun-seo tied up her hair and declared seriously, "Bullshit. So what if you were the ones who attacked my brother first? A threat to show off your power? Is that what I should call it?" The 3 members of Duhan's team charged forward with their swords, ready to gang up on her. "I'll make you shut that mouth of yours." Shin Eun-seo was pissed too, ganging up on a single girl. You're no different from a bunch of cowards. But that's fine, because right now, I'm more than strong enough to take you all on. Her tiger's aura erupted violently, emitting a blinding golden light. Goon and Jang Seon stood not far away. Goon thought they should help, but Jang Seon said, "Just watch." Unseo's tiger's aura has already surpassed Yudo's wrath, and right now, it's nearing the level of the tiger's calamity. It might feel unfamiliar to her now, but soon, it'll be as natural as the back of her hand, because from the very beginning, it was practically hers. Jang Seon smiled smugly. If I keep watching her, I might be able to figure out what Yudo really is, and then I can find out if it has any side effects. While Jang Seon was scheming, a strange object appeared on the scene. Duhan's crew was shocked when their full-force charge ended, with their swords shattering. A shield with a demonic face on it was what had done this to their weapons, and it was called a tower shield. Unseo, pressing her advantage, let out a great cry and charged forward, determined to flatten these guys into squid jerky. You are supported by the Tiger's Inch. Your power is increased. Your speed continues to increase. The tower shield slid forward as smoothly as if it were on ice, smashing the face of anyone who dared to be impudent. The shield bash skill had activated. Duhan's two brothers in arms were sent flying before they could even react. One guy took the opportunity to circle behind her, planning a sneak attack. You bitch. Have you really never heard the saying, your mouth will be the death of you? If Unseo didn't react to him telegraphing his move, it would be a disservice to all her years of admiring a villain like Jang Seon. The tiger's calamity exploded. She swung once, and the guy in the red shirt was immediately knocked back, his jaw dislocated. A bar of iron stood straight up, in front of the group, as if guarding the area. It was the handle of an extra-large-sized battle axe. Unseo held the shield in one hand and the axe in the other. Aside from her somewhat shabby clothes, she looked exactly like a female general about to take the heads of a few loudmouths. Your power is the size of a grape. Duhan froze, his eyes filled with utter confusion. Unseo made a provocative face and spoke. I have a pretty bad memory, so why don't you say that again, huh? You decrepit, idiotic fossil. Yeah. After she said that, who would dare to make a peep? Getting hit by that axe or that shield wouldn't be pretty. The god Myo Eung tore through the sunset, showing its support for the righteous player, Shin Unseo. At this point, only God could stop Shin Unseo, but Duhan still refused to accept the truth that he was getting his world rocked by a girl with a much lower rank than him. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, which seemed as if an entire army had just swept through, Goon realized there was no need for him to get involved and waste his energy. Jang Seon smiled with satisfaction. This power is exactly the same as the one I felt when she first woke up. Even though she suddenly gained this extraordinary power, she didn't lose her composure at all. That's why Shin Unseo's greatest strengths are her cool head and her resilience. Most importantly, she has superhuman strength and sharp senses that can tame the flames of Yudo. Is her talent slowly blossoming, or should I say, is her potential being awakened? She's gradually perfecting herself, and this is without even using half of Yudo's power. If she could use its maximum power, it would be even more impressive. But wait a minute, it wasn't Director O the only one who possessed this blade? I don't know what he's plotting, but it's definitely nothing simple. Jang Seon realized it was time to carefully examine the items found at the temple. Just then, Unseo landed a punch right between Duhan's eyes, causing him to completely log out of the fight. Her brother stared dumbfounded at his mighty sister. Just who are you? What happened? It's a long story. Just then, Chungseon and Gun walked up, stunning the little brother even more. That's Lee Trang Seon. Then why do you look so damn serious meeting my brother? Unseo beamed. It's okay, he's the one who saved me. That bastard Lee Trang Seon saved you? Hey, why would you talk about him like that? But the boy even started sizing up Gun. He doesn't look like an instructor. I don't get why he's here. What are you planning to do? What am I doing? We're in a dungeon. What else would I be doing? Chungseon gave them a knowing look. The two men were stunned, but Unseo just stared at him with pure admiration. Unseo's friend's face fell. Do you have any idea? The Black-Red mountain chain isn't just vast, each region has its own unique obstacles. That's why the White Tiger Guild gave up on conquering it. They only use it as a training ground now. Besides, we only have 100 days in here. The gods were stirring as well. The mighty tiger, Sayo, wondered if this was for real. The King of Information was confident. You'll solve this in a snap. The serpent coiling around the earth just clicked its tongue, mocking their naivety. They don't know just how cunning you can be. Leo Unun asked Chungseon how long he planned to take, but Chungseon didn't understand what he meant. Conquering a dungeon takes a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare. Prepare for what? As an eternal flame blazed around him, Chungseon declared coolly, 1 day is all I need. Ghostly wings sprouted from his back, getting the other three hyped. This guy is always so damn fast. They didn't know that far away, a very unhappy Im Du-han was watching, his face beaten to a pulp, but his spirit still not broken. He glared with one eye swollen shut and the other barely open, fuming. She dared to defy me? How did she do that? Did she use some kind of trick? No. Maybe she's a half-beast. If she wasn't, there's no way I would have lost to her so easily. Even someone like Lee Trang Seon would be helpless against me. Then he tried to comfort himself. Whatever, that little bitch is a half-beast. He smirked deviously. I'll make sure none of you can ever hold your heads high again. Usually, people who talk big never amount to anything. Just then, a few of his underlings called out to him. Having his little pity party interrupted made Im Du-han a bit pissy. He looked to the side. His 3 henchmen were still on the ground, too beaten up to stand. How the hell am I going to explain this? Even if my opponent was a half-beast, I can't tarnish my reputation as a team leader. Should I just get rid of them? To shut them up? Or maybe I can spin a story that I was ambushed, then form a team to hunt down that half-beast? Im Du-han clutched his forehead and let out a sinister laugh. A trainee, through his tireless efforts, eliminated a half-beast that had infiltrated the training grounds. Sounds pretty cool, right? Damn, this guy's so delusional, he's already writing his own headlines? Unseo must have punched him in the face so many times his brain went haywire. And his delusion continued. Lee Trang Seon must be a half-beast too. Otherwise, there's no way I could have lost like this. After I'm done with Yunso, you're next, Lee Trang Seon. With that, he cheerfully turned to answer his comrades. I'm over here. But at that very moment, the system announced that the mission to clear the dungeon was complete, and the final rankings would now be rearranged. Im Du-han froze solid. Dungeon rankings. First place, Lee Trang Seon, 830,320 points. Second place, Manhwa, 390,000 points. Rewards will be distributed based on rank. Im Du-han couldn't comprehend what was happening, and neither could the people in the control room. It all happened so fast, so insanely fast. It's already been cleared? Are you serious? What the hell is this? What happened to the guy who was tracking Lee Trang Seon? The dungeon has been closed. Following the system's cold notification, a golden gate opened instantly. The system warned of an imminent tremor and began a countdown. Gate closing in 10. On the ground, Lee Trang Seon and Gun weren't just sitting around. They each stood atop a separate peak, like kings. Trang Seon's face was ice cold as he listened to the system relay a message from a god. The mighty tiger Seo was thrilled by the unfolding chaos. The other players were completely frozen solid as the system continued its countdown. A man with a lion's mane of hair also watched the situation unfold on a vivid digital screen. As the countdown reached its end, a blinding light enveloped everything. The dungeon has officially closed. Congratulations. The observer, with his long, unkempt hair and beard, wore a somber expression. The moment the gate closed, news sites exploded with reports of Trang Seon's conquest, with all sorts of sensational, clickbait headlines. Netizens flooded the comment sections. Basically, the internet was going wild, but the man at the center of it all just wore a cold expression and delivered a chillingly simple line. Isn't that enough? His teammates were already used to his sharp tongue, so they didn't react. But the White Tiger security team, encountering this for the first time, was stunned and took it personally. You think we're joking around? If you dare to challenge us? Before the 3 guards could continue their tough guy act, a bandaged fist slammed right into one of their faces. The leader was sent flying straight into a wall. Lee Trang Seon looked over with a slight smile and saw a familiar face. Seol Donggun. The killing intent of the Great Tiger erupted violently. Donggun roared, "Who the hell do you think you're yelling at? Are you asking for a beating?" The guard who'd just been punched, despite his bleeding nose, immediately scrambled up to argue back. "Team leader." Donggun got right in his face and asked, "Is that the only way you know how to address me?" "Yeah." "Are you asking to get punched in the mouth again?" The guy hastily corrected himself. "Why have you come all this way?" "Captain, sir, to catch that kid." "But sir, we haven't completed our investigation yet." "Investigation? You mean interrogation? Whatever. I'm going to find him myself. That's it." Donggun channeled his energy and asked again, "What was that? Do you have any objections?" The Great Tiger's killing intent flared violently. The guard fell silent, kneeling on the ground like an obedient puppy. Donggun calmly led his men away. "I'll take that as a no. All of you, follow me." Trang Seon didn't like the guy much, but he followed anyway. Unso watched him the entire time with eyes full of admiration. As for the other 2 guys, they were helpless. Unso winked at her friend. "Isn't our OP so cool?" "Yeah," he admitted, though he seemed reluctant to. "I thought he was just bluffing when he said he'd clear it in one day. But after seeing it for myself, even though I was just following from behind, I never thought Lee Trang Seon would actually do it in just half a day. He completely shattered expectations. Gun turned back to the three behind him. The three of you, follow my instructions for a bit. After getting them situated, Gun and Trang Seon went off on their own. Gun gave Trang Seon a fawning look. I assume they're the team members you gathered for training? You could say that. Lee Trang Seon couldn't even be bothered to give a proper answer. I can see that. To start a team, you gather a bunch of solo players. With a captain at the center, that's how it always begins. Yes, I agree. Anyway, where are we going? Trang Seon realized they weren't heading toward Director O's office, and he didn't think Director O even had an office here. Oh, did I not tell you? We're going to the conference room. The chairman said he wants to hear a few things from you. Lee Trang Seon was quite surprised to hear this. The chairman? You mean Jeonjo Hyun-moon? But before he could meet him, he ran into Director O at the conference room door. Director O greeted him first. So, you're here. You look much better than last time. The system alerted him. The gaze of the ferocious tiger is upon you. Lee Trang Seon stared right back. He was pretty sure the man had a lot of questions for him. The dungeon closed not long after the research facility was blown up. Although the director was fine, he must have received the report. A report from Dong Gun, and he was pretty sure the man suspected him, because clearing a dungeon in a single day was completely absurd. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Director, Trang Seon replied politely. No, it was all due to your own abilities. Anyway, thanks to you, things have gotten quite busy around here. Is this old geezer passive-aggressively blaming me for his overtime? Oh my, you're asking because you don't know? It's not just busy. The team captains from the Divine Raid are at each other's throats. They're all saying they're going to make you join them. He burst out laughing. Everything's even more chaotic than the situation with the reward you received. From clearing the dungeon or something? Probably because the rumors have spread to the higher-ups. We've been getting some calls. From the top brass. Anyway, have you changed your mind? The system alerted him again. The Predator's sense told him, this man is messing with you, fully aware of his own position. Trang Seon gave a slight smile and replied, that's what I wanted to ask you. If I can't get that god-tier position I proposed, I might just toss you my letter of resignation. Alright now, if you're a man, you have to see this through. I'm just one part of it, but the entire company has no intention of letting you leave so easily. Look, didn't the chairman himself ask to see you in person? Ignore his words. He's only interested in international affairs anyway. So, why don't we go say hello to him? Director O gestured for Trang Seon to follow. And so, the two of them took the elevator to meet the chairman. The moment the doors opened, Trang Seon immediately activated his Serpent's Eye skill to scan the area. Void Monad. He was taught to be a devout apostle, but his abilities and talents should be lower than that of a guardian. The Predator's sense skill warned him, you are in danger. Trang Seon felt this was the first time he'd met someone truly dangerous since his return. You have arrived at the Azora Flower Garden. Danger aside, this place is beautiful, more suited for an Instagram post than a conference room. Before Trang Seon was a magical path leading to a house under an ancient tree. Director O explained. The conference room where the chairman is located is linked through another dungeon. He used magic to move the gate over here. The divine sense of the ferocious tiger has been activated. The ferocious tiger has taken some interest in the human who dares to cross his territory. So this is his domain. The Predator's sense reported that the air in the dungeon felt unsettling. Chairman Mon Sung was already sitting on the roof, waiting for them. He's got a perfectly good house, and he's sitting on the roof? What the hell is this old geezer doing? Trying to look all mysterious or something? As you commanded, I have brought Lee Trang Seon. Trang Seon's bangs covered one eye, while his other looked up, completely devoid of emotion. The old man with the scruffy beard and hair looked down. So, you're the kid they call the Tyrant. Lee Trang Seon was surprised he knew about that. It seems our gods have taken an interest in you lately. The system warned Trang Seon again. The divine sense of the owl that flies through twilight advised him to be cautious as things were getting serious. Trang Seon also felt a warning from the man in front of him. His mood quickly soured. Mun Seong unleashed his mana, and the system continued its warning. The killing intent of the great tiger is threatening you. Trang Seon's expression darkened, showing his clear displeasure. The beast's senses skill had deemed the current situation extremely dangerous. From the very beginning, my plan was to attract as much attention from the gods and constellations as possible. I figured I'd have to face a ton of danger from their other chosen ones because of their blessings. A god will use any means necessary to claim me. This is something I already went through in Trovers. Back in Acadia, Trang Seon bowed his head. I am Lee Trang Seon. At first, Mun Seong was surprised by Trang Seon's actions, but then he seemed impressed. Not bad. To be able to meet a 9th-generation sword master in person, I am truly overwhelmed by the honor, Lee Trang Seon said formally. Overwhelmed by the honor, huh? Moon Seong repeated his words. Yes, just a few months ago, I never thought I'd be able to make it here. Trang Seon was certain the old man in front of him couldn't possibly know about his experiences in the underworld, so he probably just sees me as some useless weakling. But you don't bow that low just to deliver a warning to a rookie. This must have stroked his ego. So, what are you going to do now? Moon Seong, will you take back your threat, or will you attack? He's a player who has surpassed level 90. If we fight here, I probably can't beat him, but I'm sure the gods and stars who are interested in me will back me up. And even if they don't do a thing, I can definitely find a way to escape. So right now, he was dying to see what this old man would do next. Moon Seong swept past Trang Seon like the wind and whispered in his ear. I see. Damn. That's it? Trang Seon winced as if he'd just been hit. Moon Seong continued. Our god told me to pass a gift on to you, but I've already given it to Seon, so try and get it from her on your way back. With that, he opened an exit for Trang Seon. He was still stunned by the situation. What the hell? He's not even going to warn me? Doesn't Moon Seong even consider the possibility of being abandoned by the puppet ruler? Or does he believe their bond is so strong that someone like me can't possibly shake it? Trang Seon narrowed his eyes, guessing. Could it be Anubis's 7 sacred tomes? The sight of Moon Seong's back as he walked away, without a hint of regret, only fueled his suspicion. Trang Seon couldn't help but think that whether it was a holy relic or Judas, Moon Seong had created something and expanded his guild with it, so the puppet ruler could have given him a holy elixir or something. This means the snake's eye skill has been activated. The god, serpent that coils around the world is intrigued by your thoughts and grants you his power. Your skill has leveled up. Player Moon Seong's information appeared. He is surrounded by the calamity of the Tiger King. Moon Seong glanced back at Trang Seon, seeing he was far beyond a mere heretic. He said, if I were you, I wouldn't continue like this. Trang Seon was shocked once again. Huh? What does he mean by that? And why'd he just say that and disappear? Is this a generation gap thing? Excuse me, Trang Seon said, with a bow. The door quickly shut. Trang Seon was instantly teleported back to where he first entered. Trang Seon grimaced, guessing, it's not just Judas. He must be at least 1 or 2 levels higher. Even so, he only gives holy relics to those under his command, which means he plans to monopolize this power. The puppet ruler must have just wanted to see my reaction, and Moon Seong was just playing along with that bastard. Damn it, all these old guys are so cunning. It seems the puppet ruler saw an avenging blade in Moon Seong, an extremely sharp sword, one that seeks something even greater. But what is it? Returning from the meeting room, Trang Seon rejoined Director Oh and Gun. Director Oh laughed. Our guildmaster is a tough one, isn't he? Trang Seon wasn't listening to the idle chatter. He was lost in thought. The boss of the White Tiger Research Facility is nothing compared to Moon Seong. He must have seen right through Executive Director Oh's little tricks. Yeah, it feels like he exists on a completely different plane, right? Even now, I still can't figure out what he's thinking. Gun jumped in, his voice full of complaint. I'm begging you, next time you go to the conference hall, don't call me. Every single time I go, I get chills down my spine. You know? It's so damn uncomfortable. More importantly, what's my gift? The system popped up again, relaying the god's messages. The god of the hunt proudly declared that no matter the gift, it can't compare to the benefits he provides you. The god, Hawkcat that rends the twilight, listened in silence. The bishop who laughs without seeing the sun held up 2 fingers. Oh, that thing? Where's that blockhead? He gave me 2 choices, a suit of armor or a library. They've already opened the archives. Gun jumped to his feet. The archives? Both of them? Why don't you give me one, especially the armor? The director ignored the loudmouth and looked at Trang Seon. It seems you've already figured it out, haven't you? No, I'm quite surprised. What a quick tongue. With a face like that, who'd believe him? I completed the mission and raided the dungeon that the savage tiger of the wasteland gave me. So I'm also quite surprised he'd offer me anything at all. Right, I understand. So, have you made your decision? I want to learn more new skills. I hear there are many records in the archives that I haven't read yet. Hearing this, Gun immediately shouted, awesome. Trang Seon, however, only wanted to go to the archives to find the Daobo. The director's eyes crinkled into a smile. All right. I thought you'd say that. Come to think of it, I haven't let you choose a patron yet, have I? What? Gun exploded. Meanwhile, the person in question, Trang Seon, was stone-faced. What is this? Director, you can't be serious. There's no way a player hasn't chosen a patron yet. Someone without a patron god managing to come this far? It's unheard of, isn't it? Well, I'm just that special. Gun was still yelling, "Say something." The director must be getting senile again. Why aren't you two saying anything? They were busy having a stare down. It can't be true, right? How is that possible? Their expressions aren't changing. Don't tell me it's real? With the most bewildered look on his face, Gun said weakly, "Impossible." He glanced over at Trang Seon. How can he be so strong without a patron? If he actually had a patron, just how much more destructive would he be? Even the word genius doesn't fit this guy anymore. But then, Gun looked at Trang Seon with extreme concern. He was about to say something else when Trang Seon cut him off. "It seems the savage tiger of the wasteland wants me. Isn't that obvious enough? It's not just him. What god wouldn't want you? Countless constellations have already offered to make me their apostle. Are you suggesting I do something I've already refused to do?" Trang Seon smirked smugly. The director's face hardened. "Do you realize how unconvincing that sounds? What I mean is, if my reward is to become an apostle, I'll hand you my letter of resignation immediately. Even as things are, I've already received plenty of special privileges," Trang Seon said arrogantly. The director leaned back, marveling at how strange this young man was. And it wasn't just him. The gods were screaming too. "The savage tiger of the wasteland scowls and makes an oath with you." The god of the hunt angrily asks why he is copying them. The falcon who rends the sunset looks at the savage tiger of the wasteland with annoyance. The savage tiger of the wasteland shrinks back and pouts. As if resigning himself to his fate, the director said, "You young people are always so ambitious. But do you know that one day, that very ambition will be your downfall?" He looked at him with a displeased eye. "Can't be helped. The talented have the right to speak up." Trang Seon nonchalantly met his gaze with an emotionless stare. The director had no other choice but to sigh. "Yoo-jun is in the first-floor lobby. Let me show you the way." "Thanks. However, remember this. Our God is not as tolerant as you think. If he can't have you, he'll make sure no one can." With that, he walked ahead. Gun came up from behind and clapped him on the shoulder. "You've probably got a lot on your mind right now, but try to think positive. If you stick around, there are more games to play than you think." After saying his piece, the guy booked it after the director. Trang Seon scowled as he watched them go. All he could think was, what a bunch of annoyances. Yoo-jun took over, guiding Trang Seon. From the second floor onwards, the vaults are separated for security. Therefore, you can only enter and exit using a registered key. So, what kind of vaults can I access with this key? It'll be a pain if there's a limit. Yoo-jun shook her head. "I'm not sure either, sir." "Geez, what kind of guide is this? You have 6 hours to use the vaults. I will see you later, sir." As soon as Trang Seon stepped inside, he immediately received a message from the old tiger. The savage tiger of the wasteland says, "These are the treasures that truly drive him wild. The savage tiger of the wasteland is trying to persuade you. If you become his apostle, everything here will be yours. There sure are a lot of rooms." Above them were names: Violent Tiger, White Tiger, One-Eyed Tiger, Silver Tiger, Red Tiger, Black Tiger, and the Nightmare Eater. The fallen tiger god was furious. He snarled that it wasn't too late and asked if you wanted to choose a different path. "You have chosen the One-Eyed Tiger. Oh, please, I could spend a lifetime rejecting that guy. It's settled." Simply put, the One-Eyed Tiger is a tiger with one eye. Although its observational skills are weaker than other two-eyed tigers, its will is stronger than any other. It has the brutal, vicious nature of a killer who knows nothing of defense. The puppet ruler's reaction was predictable. He only chooses those who are like him, so he selected the youngest of the 9 brothers. The door opened, and a terrifying blast of demonic energy rushed out. Trang Seon was confident this would be fine. With Spectre, Annihilation Flame, and the Black Mountain Divine Dynasty, he was eager to open the remaining paths with Peter's key. But no matter how much of a pushover the puppet ruler seemed to be, he would never agree to it. Before the door closed, Trang Seon made a vow to steal everything from that bastard in a way he could never possibly imagine. "You have entered the One-Eyed Tiger's room." Meanwhile, someone was anxiously pacing, worried sick, because her idol hadn't returned. Shin Eun-seo spun around like a ballerina, rambling. "What's going on? Why is he acting like that? Did something happen to him? Calm down, will you? He's gonna walk out of there just fine. Please, for my sake, just sit down." "You think a tyrant gets wiped off the face of the earth that easily? He's not a tyrant," Eun-seo snapped. "His name is Seon Gun." "No, wait, Gun. Why can't you be a little more like my appa?" Shin Eun-seo wore a dazed expression, like a spellbound fangirl crying out, "Oh, my prince," making her little brother want to cough up blood. Truly the look of a devoted fan to any outsider. She just looked insane. He glanced over at Gun, who seemed calm and unbothered. But inside, he was analyzing the situation, too. Despite all the noise out here, it was far too quiet on the other side. Was that person really the gun he knew from back then? Could that face really become so handsome one day? But what in the world happened? What is Lee Trang Seon's true identity? And what's going on between him and her? The little brother thought to himself, I've missed something. For better or for worse, I need to find out what it is. In reality, he was only acting this way to protect one thing, his lovesick sister over there, praying for her oppa's safe return. God, this is so embarrassing. Stop being so dramatic. Just then, a notification panel appeared beside him. The world-coiling serpent says, You are too loud. If you don't have the sense to be quiet, you will never get the information you want. The younger brother was stunned, thinking, Could he be mistaking me for Lee Trang Seon? The world-coiling serpent chuckled and said, That's not it. He was even more shocked that the god could read his thoughts. The world-coiling serpent says it's written all over your face. The world-coiling serpent says with amusement that your habit of being suspicious of everything around you is very much like him. The world-coiling serpent says he has a proposal for you and asks what you think. The world-coiling serpent says that, depending on the situation, he could make you his priest. Wow, what an incredible offer. He never expected such a sweet deal to just fall into his lap, leaving Jim Gyu completely frozen in shock. Just then, someone called out to them, Sir Jim Gyu, Unso. Looking over, he saw a young man with a toad haircut grinning from ear to ear. You two made it. That's great. Jim Gyu immediately recognized him. This was the same guy who had arrogantly ignored them in the dungeon. He was one of the people who had brushed off Shin Unso's pleas for help to find the missing child. And now he dares to smile like nothing ever happened? This was completely unacceptable. And yet, Shin Unso's eyes welled up with tears as she ran over. Appa! The toad-headed guy saw this and got the wrong idea, blushing as he called back, Huh? But before he could get emotional for more than 2 seconds, Shin Un-so zipped right past him, as if he were thin air. The guy turned his head in disbelief, while Jim Gyu covered his mouth to keep from bursting out laughing. Lee Trang Seon. Yeah, that's me. What do you want? The guy grabbed Un-seo's wrist, stopping her. She turned her head, completely annoyed. What do you think you're doing? The other guy's face darkened, and he ground his teeth. You were never like this with me. Trang Seon, who had just come out to this confusing love-hate drama, just frowned. This only made the other guy more agitated. With a venomous glare, he hissed through clenched teeth. You never once cared how I felt. And now, is this the reason you disappeared? Some new guy? Whoa there. Someone really loves playing the blame game. Looking at his face, twisted with jealousy, Shin Un-so was seriously considering whether she should bury this bastard alive. But then she glanced at Trang Seon standing there and instantly switched her act, shaking her head as 2 streams of tears ran down her face while she called out for her appa. Lee Trang Seon stood there like a statue, just watching them. Seeing this, the guy got furious. How dare you stare at me? What good will that do? A whirlwind flashed past, and Shin Un-so froze, unable to react. Lee Trang Seon had already grabbed that dog of a man by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with just one hand. Still putting on a brave face when you're caught? Ugh. Let go of me. Do you have any idea who I am? As he said that, he realized something was very, very wrong. Trang Seon's eyes shone with an unnatural intensity. The one-eyed tiger manifested from his very being. The man felt as if he were being held in a tiger's claws. A single eye of the man-eating tiger is staring at you. A system warning popped up. The man-eating tiger's intent to slaughter and its malevolence. The tiger possesses only these 2 traits. It can instill the fear of death in anyone caught in the gaze of its single eye. A special effect filled with killing intent. It inflicts fear. You have been affected by fear. You have been affected by panic. You have been affected by shock. Critical. You are in a state of severe shock. There is a high probability that your mental state will be damaged beyond repair. It is strongly recommended that you leave the area. A yellow stream gushed from between his legs. Jinjio cried out in disgust. Everyone else scrambled to get away from the horrifying sight. He had literally pissed his pants in fear. Without a hint of emotion, Trang Seon let go of his hand. He left the dog-like man to roll on the floor in his own puddle of urine, eyes wide with shock. He glanced over and said, Let's go. Okay, Appa. Un-seo was completely blinded by love. The man, who had lost half his soul, was simply left behind. The others had no idea how to handle the situation. Appa, is there anything you'd like to eat? Shin Un-seo asked Trang Seon carefully. Something to eat? Ah, yes. Now that your training is over, let's go eat. Not today, maybe some other time. Shin Un-seo's face fell. Huh? Why? Look ahead. A crowd of reporters was swarming them. Countless cameras and flashes pointed right in their faces. Mr. Lee Trang Seon, We'd like to know your thoughts on conquering an uncleared dungeon in record time. The White Tiger Guild announced they have amazing plans for you. Have you discussed this matter with the guild yet? Trang Seon said to Unseo, there are too many eyes on us right now. Only then did Unseo remember that Trang Seon had always been this kind of person. Everywhere the team went, a crowd would surround them. They fired off questions non-stop, one after another, without end. Lee Trang Seon maintained his ice-cold expression and his strict policy of not saying a word. Shin Unseo seemed to be the most excited one, walking with an arrogant stride. When she ran into Trang Seon's fan club, she ground her teeth and shot them a dirty look. Trang Seon just wondered what the hell these lunatics were doing here. Get in. You mean, this limousine? This is my personal car. The managing director gave it to me to use. It comes with a private driver too. One word, classy. So, what was it you wanted to say? Jinjio let out a confused huh? When we were leaving the lobby, it looked like you wanted to tell me something. Was I mistaken? You noticed? It'd be stranger if I didn't, seeing how fidgety you were. Jinjio let out a long sigh. Do you happen to know about the divine sense of the world-encircling serpent? Instantly, a certain god was startled. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent flinched upon hearing its name mentioned. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent thrashed its tail, protesting this person's inability to keep a secret. Trang Seon was at a complete loss with these childish beings. I know, it's one of the divine senses that's interested in me. That divine sense spoke to me, and it told me to watch your every move and report back anything interesting I find. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent moaned that it was all over now. Is that so? Jinjio confessed awkwardly. Yes. I was told to focus on reporting in detail about anything that could be a secret. As he averted his gaze, he didn't notice a dark force staring at him. Its eyes were filled with extreme anger. Hey, why are you only telling us this now? Unseo grabbed her little brother's cheek and stretched it like a rubber band. I haven't had the message for that long. Even so, you should have said something the moment you got it. Ow, my ear is gonna rip. They're so annoying. Trang Seon was deeply regretting his decision. He thought he had saved one loudmouth, but he never expected this buy one get one free deal. It was unbearable. Aren't you angry? Jinjio's eyes widened in surprise. Angry? Why would I be angry? Well, to be honest, I felt really conflicted about it. So, did you discover anything? Not at all. Then, it's fine. You haven't caused me any harm from the start, so why should you have to apologize? Jinjio was stunned. This man is truly powerful, more powerful than all of us combined. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent said there was nothing interesting and buried its face in its body. Trang Seon rested his chin on his hand and asked what the divine sense had offered him. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent peaked up slightly. As Jinjio said, it promised to teach him black magic. Trang Seon was quite surprised. Black magic? Jinjio said, it was something that suited him more than anything else. Keep watching me. Huh? It told you to watch me and report anything interesting, right? Then just do that. Trang Seon was so magnanimous that someone had a strong reaction. The divine sense of the world-encircling serpent shot upright. It blinked in confusion. Jinjio still hadn't processed this turn of events. The black magic that the world-encircling serpent knows is one of the greatest secret arts, known as the arts of Ouroboros. Just learning the basics, let alone the entire thing, is extremely difficult. The fact that the divine sense, the fact that the god of intuition is offering to teach you means it thinks very highly of your talent, Trang Seon explained to Gun. You seem confused. It must have seen something inside of you. The god of intuition, the serpent that encircles the world, was so shocked its jaw dropped, wondering how you could possibly know that. It grumbled and told you not to get too smug. The god of intuition, the serpent that encircles the world, stressed that if you lined up all the people who wished for its guidance, they'd wrap around the world countless times. Gun was still wondering, do I really have talent? Trang Seon encouraged him. So just do what the god of intuition tells you. The car stopped, and the Yuso siblings and Gun got out. He had told his hardcore fangirl sister, starting today, I'm going to become his fan. Yuso was so proud she burst out laughing. It's about time you realized how amazing he is. If you want to know anything about him, just ask me. Haha, you think I'm gonna go crazy for him like you do? Of course, Yuso wasn't going to let that comment slide. Ow, my leg, my leg. Meanwhile, the serpent was interrogating Trang Seon. The god of intuition, the serpent that encircles the world, was asking how you were able to access that information. Just as you keep your secrets, I will keep mine. The god of intuition, the serpent that encircles the world, whipped its tail on the ground in anger. It grumbled that it couldn't understand what was going on inside your head. Trang Seon just smiled. I once wanted to learn the Ouroboros technique, but learning rune magic was too difficult, so I gave up. If Gun can teach me the technique, it would be incredibly useful. No wonder he's letting a paparazzi follow him around so openly. You live in Noryangjin? Yes, that's right. Trang Seon could tell with a single glance that Gun was lying. He quickly corrected himself. No, it's not. I'm living in a Goshiwon, even though it's small. I'm asking you nicely, so you'd better answer honestly. No, I'll follow you, and if I find out you're lying, I'll take your head off. Trang Seon's sharp tone made Gun wither. You're homeless, aren't you? Yes. Where did you live before? I needed a weapon, so I used my security deposit. Trang Seon frowned. Junior Master, you fool. Do you have any idea your son is living like this? Anyway, I need to help him fully understand his skills. So he made an offer. For now, stay at my place. Gun froze in shock. Let me get you some clothes first. Before going home to his mother, Lee Trang Seon changed out of his work clothes so she wouldn't know he'd been in a huge fight. Miss So Duha was startled to see him, since Trang Seon had told her he'd be gone for over 3 months. My training finished sooner than I thought. If I'd known you were coming, I would have cooked more. It's okay, Mom. I can just order some takeout. What do you mean, takeout? You just got home after so long. Let me cook for you. Oh, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? What are you still doing out there? Come in. Who's this? He's my friend, Gun. It was Gun's first time in a rich person's house, so he was a bit awkward. I'm sorry for the intrusion. It was the first time Miss Duha had seen her son bring a friend home, so she was incredibly welcoming, telling him to make himself at home. As Gun walked, he marveled at how big the house was. It even has a view of the Han River. This is insane. As expected of Trang Seon, over on the other side, a widescreen TV was broadcasting the news. The tyrant, Lee Trang Seon, and his comrades have just cleared a dungeon that no one has ever dared to attempt before. Foreign news agencies were also flocking to report on the event. Hearing it made Gun feel a bit awkward. Looking over at the sofa, he saw Trang Seon's famous artist sister lying there, munching on snacks. Her hair was a total mess, some strands short, some long, some tied up, some loose. Seeing 2 guys, one familiar, one not walk in, she jumped up, asking who Gun was. Trang Seon just pointed a finger, and his sister glanced at the TV as if she'd been caught red-handed, quickly trying to cover it up. Oh, I just happened to flip to this channel by chance. And then she just switched it off, as if that would convince anyone. The sister grumbled about what a pain this was, got up, and stomped off to her room. Seeing this, Miss Duha called after her. You were watching TV. Why are you going back to your room? Dinner's almost ready. I don't want to eat. Miss Duha sighed. That girl is having one of her moods again. I don't know who she takes after. She may look like that, but she's very worried about you. A few days ago, she was even watching videos of your evaluation test on YouTube. What are you talking about, Mom? I can't stand her, you know? And just like that, a fierce war of words erupted between mother and son. Trang Seon told Gun to follow him to see the room first. Wow, is this your room, sir? Just call me by my name. Sir makes me sound old enough to be in a coffin. Just call me Hyung. Ah, so this is your room, Hyung? Yeah, it's amazing. It's even bigger than my old house, Trang Seon thought to himself. If the junior master heard this, he'd say I was disrupting the family order, because technically, he should be calling him uncle. Gun explored Lee Trang Seon's room, exclaiming in awe at every turn. Is this the first time you've seen stuff like this? I don't have the money to buy things like this. You even have a Danjko Tam Keep? This is the limited edition. Go ahead and play it. Really? But that wasn't even the best part. The best part was the huge bathroom with hot water. Gun clearly felt that he and Trang Seon lived in 2 completely different worlds. When it was time to eat, his mother said, I only cooked a simple meal. Son, please don't mind. This is a simple meal, ma'am. I don't know if it suits your taste. It's super delicious. Miss Duha beamed at the compliment. Gun was so happy he was moved to tears. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my entire life. You should open your own restaurant, ma'am. He's shoveling it in like a starving ghost. Seeing this, Miss Duha gave a signal. This kid sure knows how to talk, doesn't he? If only a certain someone could learn from him. Under her expectant gaze, her son managed to squeeze out 3 words. It's good. Completely fed up, Miss Duha turned her beaming eyes to Gun. See what I mean? With a sour face like that, who could possibly enjoy cooking for him? Is your name Gun? Yes, that's right. Do you want to be my son too? You'd make a better youngest son for this family than a certain someone else. Miss Duha's enthusiasm caught Gun by surprise. Seeing how flustered he was, she said she was just kidding and asked if he wanted more soup. A scene like this made Gun suddenly recall the sounds of laughter from his memories. His mother's laughter. After eating, the 2 young men went to bed. Trang Seon lay on the bed, while Gun made a nest on the floor. Without even looking, Trang Seon knew Gun couldn't sleep. He told him, "If something's bothering you, just say so." "Oh no, the floor is very warm, and the blanket is soft. It's really comfortable." "Then why can't you sleep?" "Well, it just seems like you have something on your mind." "Is it that obvious? Only an idiot wouldn't notice." "Is something wrong?" "No, it's just, I'm wondering if I even have the right to live so comfortably right now." "Who's the one that gives you that right?" Gun sat up slightly, about to answer, but Trang Seon continued, "No one. That's for you to decide. If you look down on yourself, your own value will decrease. If you value yourself more, things will be different." Gun was stunned. "You are the one who decides what you want to do. No one else has the right to decide for you. I understand." Trang Seon saw himself in the young man, remembering how he used to be. Back then, he was just a demon, fighting endlessly. He never once realized his own worth. It wasn't until he collapsed and lost everything that he realized he had been making a mistake all along. "I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you." Suddenly, Trang Seon thought these were things the kid's old man should be telling him. I wonder what corner that old fossil has disappeared into. Even the gods were moved by this wholesome bond. The season of hunting was moved to tears. The owl who rends the twilight looks at you with eyes full of emotion. The next morning, "Mom, something's weird." "What's weird?" "It's that punk brother of mine. Why do you talk about your brother like that?" "Mom, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Don't you think he's been acting really strange lately?" Trang Seon's older sister had suddenly switched careers to become a detective, and her mom, Do-ha, couldn't keep up. After getting involved in that Ramsol incident, he's like a completely different person. He quit drinking, and he's less hot-tempered. Even when I purposely try to get on his nerves, he just ignores me. Do-ha held her head, wondering what on earth her daughter was on about. Basically, he's just weird. It's like he's suddenly aged several years overnight. He talks less and thinks more, and he's clearly gotten stronger. Although his face is still as punchable as ever. But the weirdest thing is, have you noticed, Mom? Do-ha just stared at her blankly. "Mom, you don't know? That kid has never had any friends." Do-ha froze, then her expression shifted to one that said she was about to hit someone. But her daughter, completely oblivious, just kept on talking. "And suddenly, he brings home a friend, and a pretty cute one at that. Who gave you permission to talk about your little brother like that?" "Ow. Ow, Mom, that hurts. Stop hitting me." But even after getting smacked, she still had more to say. Do-ha put her hands on her hips. "What other nonsense are you about to spout?" "No, seriously, it's not like that. His friend, his face, his build, he's totally my type. Later, can you ask him if he has a girlfriend? If he can hang out with that brat, he must have a pretty good personality." Of course, that last comment earned her a few more smacks from Do-ha. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While their mom was talking, the sister quickly fixed her hair and transformed. Trang Seon said, "We're heading out to train. We'll eat out, so you can go ahead and eat without us, Mom." His gaze lingered for about 5 seconds. "Don't overdo it, okay? That's an order from Mom, little brother." Her transformation was complete. The girl called after them. Trang Seon's face fell as he sighed and said he'd be back later. Gun bowed his head. "We'll be going now." Once outside, he asked Trang Seon where they were going. "To get new weapons." "Weapons? Are you planning on using that raggedy old thing forever?" "But I don't have any money." Trang Seon shot him a glare. "Have you already forgotten what I told you yesterday?" That I have to decide my own worth. Weapons are important too. They protect your body and defeat monsters. If you're holding a weapon that doesn't suit you, you can't use your full strength." Trang Seon began his lecture. "It's not just weapons, but also armor, talismans, and magic stones. So don't say anything, just follow me. I'll get you fully equipped. After that, I'm going to test your skills, so get ready." Gun felt like he just stumbled upon the ultimate benefactor. He wouldn't have to worry about a thing in this life anymore. The first turning point was when I recovered my mana, and this opportunity could very well be the second. And at both turning points, this person was there. "What? You brat? You want me to make another weapon? You think I'm your personal, all-powerful employee or something? Do you think weapons are easy to forge? 100 million won has been deposited into your account from the account of Lee Trang Seon, W Bank. The problem isn't the money, it's the work. 100 million won has been deposited into your account from the account of Lee Trang Seon, W Bank. Holy crap, what a sponsor. The rich don't mess around. With just 2 taps, 200 mil was gone. The man still couldn't believe it. That bastard. Compared to the beggar he was before, Uji's had a complete makeover, decked out in as much gold as possible and dressed like the weather didn't exist. After 2 massive wire transfers, he was smacking his own forehead and cursing. Gun was just dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? 100 million. Twice. He teared up and gave Trang Seon a thumbs up. You're the man, sir. This just proves that what can't be solved with money can be solved with lot times of money. And this philosophy always works on a money grubber like Uji. I told you to call me boss. Trang Seon winced at Uji's cursing. Yeah, you damn boss. Must be nice having all that cash. So, what do you need me to do, boss? A spear. If you're gonna ask me to make one like yours, I'll split your head open and use it as fuel for the forge. You talk a big game. Can you even do it? It doesn't have to be like that. Just a normal spear will do. Length and weight? About 3 meters long. And heavy. Who the hell is supposed to understand that? Don't you have an example? Gun, take out your spear. Uji held the weapon and wondered, just how heavy is this thing? He walked over and felt Gun's arm. You mainly use your left hand, don't you? Instead of using it conventionally, you use it for direct, non-spinning thrusts and stabs. Uji analyzed while squeezing Gun's muscles. Using centrifugal force and rotation to increase your attack power wouldn't be slow, either. Do you focus on speed when using a weapon this heavy? Gun realized that all the blacksmiths he'd met before were arrogant, but this guy was different. Uji even noticed the kid used power from his legs. Gun acknowledged that this was truly the master blacksmith Trang Seon had chosen. No wonder your weapons are so incredible. What grade do you want it to be? At least on par with black iron or ice iron that's been refined at least 100 times. What? Are you trying to start a war or something? Something like that? 10 days? Are you insane? That's the minimum time I'd need times after times ordering the materials and the ingot. If I forge nonstop, my hands will be ruined. No way. Damn it. Remember, at least 10 days. I get it. You. Uji's anger practically filled the screen. Why couldn't you have just agreed from the start? Even as they entered the training room, Gun was still giddy about getting his own custom weapon. What are you thinking about? Trang Seon's question snapped Gun back to reality. It's nothing. I'm just a little nervous. Don't be. You won't be able to train properly otherwise. Yes. The god of the hunt is looking at your spear with great excitement. The hawk god who rips the sunset is reorganizing the reward information. The star tiger god says it's no fun if it's not a life or death battle and is temporarily looking away. Well, Trang Seon wasn't going to tell him to brace himself. Anyway, how much of your willpower can you use? Gun hesitated slightly. Trang Seon immediately guessed it wasn't working very well for him. I think that might be the problem right there. Gun, surprised, asked if Trang Seon knew the reason. The serpent that coils around the world is wondering what this cunning old man is up to. Your mana shouldn't be used like normal mana. A demonkin is supposed to be the child of a sorcerer and a demon, right? So you could be called half human, half demon. That means you possess both demonic and vile energy. But the problem is, you're not a demonkin anymore. It's not good if that power moves freely against your will. Just then, the lights flickered on, blindingly bright. You just need a different method of mana circulation than the one you've been using. Of course, that means you'll need to change everything, from the way you breathe to your smallest habits. So Trang Seon thought, what Gun currently possesses is shadow energy. I need to convert that into a unique power or ability for him. If I can do that, it'll be like turning him into a human with entirely new potential. From now on, you must become my shadow. What a bizarre request, but Trang Seon had received a similar offer once before. My shadow? What do you mean? You already know that I don't have a fixed form, right? Right. If you did, you wouldn't be here. It's exactly as I said. I don't even exist as a normal soul, because my very existence is approaching that of a god. No god or constellation can sense me, but you are different. So what? To maintain a physical body, I have merged with your shadow and treat it as a part of my own. Your shadow is now my physical manifestation in this world. I need to remain hidden. I can't let any outsiders or gods know about me. So that means you're using me. I wouldn't put it that way, but that's close enough. And you'll benefit from me too. At this, Gun asked Trang Seon what he needed to do. He wasn't the only one who was confused. The serpent that coils around the world says it doesn't understand what you're trying to do. The serpent that coils around the world is intrigued and wants to see what new knowledge you will show it. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Trang Seon began to instruct Gun with a serious tone. As I said, controlling shadow energy is different from controlling other energy, so you need a path for that shadow energy to flow naturally. Gun had no idea what Trang Seon meant by a path. A shadow. Try to pour all of your fear into my shadow. Use your will to pull my shadow towards you. Trang Seon's explanation just flew right over Gun's head, making his face scrunch up like a prune. Don't use force. Think about it, coax it, and let it come to you. Gun furrowed his brow. Trang Seon's shadow seemed to be moving. At first, it just squirmed slightly. Then it thundered upwards. Gun was startled by its powerful movement. Grab it! Trang Seon commanded loudly. Focus! Gun clenched his jaw, watching the shadow surge towards him. The shadow lunged at him. Don't let the shadow devour you. Overcome it, no matter what. The system warned. The shadows are in turmoil. Shadow energy is being depleted. The feedback made Gun grimace, gritting his teeth to keep from screaming. Shadow energy is in disarray. Your strength is being absorbed. This is too hard. Gun was in agony, while the shadow scoffed. I don't like him. To think the first shadow I have to capture is this one. Well, whatever. I have to help now. The shadows that had been wrapping around Gun as if to swallow him whole suddenly pulled back, gathering into a vortex. The shadows are merging into one. You have successfully captured it. When the system announced this, Gun was happier than if his own father had risen from the grave. The shadow spoke. You must strive, because you chose to merge with us. You must take responsibility for the hardships and dangers that will come in the future. Gun's eyes widened as he reached out for the pitch-black vortex. The vortex formed into a face that leaned right up to his and asked, Understand? Gun replied, Don't worry. Their eyes met, and the inky black shadow shot straight into Gun's body. The system announced, Skill, Shadow Puppet Creation acquired. Analyzing the shadow you have taken, using shadow energy as the base. You have acquired temporary attributes. You have acquired temporary skills. You have acquired temporary abilities. A lot of information remains hidden. Analysis is only 71.5% complete. Acquired attribute, Shadow Puppet Dance. The conclusion is clear. B. Gun could not comprehend. Nickname, The Vessel of Yuan. Unable to comprehend. Patron. Class. Ancient Temple Guardian, level 28. Gun was pretty surprised by his new interface. The system continued to announce more information. Unique details based on player Trang Seon are poor. Learn as much as you can from player Trang Seon for a better simulation. Trang Seon explained it to him. Shadow energy is the power to simulate something. So you need to have something it can copy. That's why you told me to take your shadow, right? And the more you understand about that thing, the stronger your shadow energy will become. So from now on, let's see what you can replicate. Gun nodded, finally getting it. Trang Seon immediately began spinning the spear in his hand with the dexterity of the Monkey King. The spear sliced through the air, releasing waves of heavy energy that left Gun in awe. The god of the hunt watches your new martial arts form with interest. The god of the twilight-tearing hawk cat praises your teammates' admiration for you. The god of the cornered tiger wants to see if you have mastered their sacred technique. After a few basic moves, Trang Seon shot a glare at the gods and then landed. He executed two incredibly powerful techniques. The god of the cornered tiger looks upon your achievement with pleasure. Meanwhile, Gun was being flooded with a ton of notifications. Cannot comprehend. Cannot analyze. Level difference with the master is too great. Holy crap, he seriously wants me to copy that? Before Gun could even start crying, Trang Seon was already on his case. What are you doing? Pick up the spear. Gun struggled just to lift the spear, his face twisting in exertion. The god of the cornered tiger feels it's a pity. It would be even more amazing if you poured more inner energy into it. Trang Seon shot a smirk at Gun. Now, begin. The god of the cornered tiger tilts its head in confusion, saying something is strange. This one-eyed tiger. The god of the cornered tiger froze. The tiger let out a powerful roar. The system helped translate this part. The one-eyed tiger state has become Berserk Tiger. The Berserk Tiger roars. The Berserk Tiger unleashes a terrifying power. Trang Seon grinned triumphantly over the sound of some god's scream. The god of the cornered tiger screamed, "What in the hell did you do in the library?" "Surprise, old man. White Tiger Guild, main headquarters, 7th floor, management boardroom. I want us to discuss the flag bearer for this round." The attendees hadn't expected things to get worse at such a critical moment. They couldn't ignore this, but they had no idea what Director Seo was thinking. It would have been less of a hassle if the training was at least halfway done. We need to come up with a new training method. Everyone looked grim, eyeing each other warily. Director Seo glanced over at Director Kagon. Director Kagon's unusual silence was unsettling. Kim In-seong stood up to get the ball rolling. "Why don't we combine them this time and give it a more advanced facade?" Director Seo's face hardened. "What do you mean, combine? How?" "I recently heard that the Future Strategy Department has found the Phantom's whereabouts. So, what if we have the flag bearer go and capture the Phantom? Luckily, the flag bearers in this round have nearly completed all their training. That's a given. What better way to gain combat experience than through actual combat? And what if some of those savages decide to talk? Because only the high-ranking executive board knows about our relationship. The trainees just need to handle the petty stuff. And besides, who's going to believe those vicious creatures? The ones who committed such brutal, unforgivable sins in the eyes of gods and men. Director O tapped the table hesitantly, then turned to call for Captain Park. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal? I think it's quite reasonable, but what about the possibility that it could end up causing us more harm? Captain Park laughed arrogantly. If they can't even handle this, how can they call themselves tigers? Very well, proceed as Director Kim suggested. Replace the remaining training exercises with a full-scale drill campaign. Scores and rankings will be evaluated based on the trainees' achievements. Furthermore, Lee Trang Seon, who has completed all the challenges, will be separated from the other trainees and transferred to the future strategy room. This stunned everyone present. Director Kagan also smiled faintly. So, that's how you're going to reveal yourself, is it? After the meeting, Director O asked Director Kim to stay behind for a little chat. I trust you don't have some foolish plan in mind. Of course not, sir. Can I trust you? Yes, you can absolutely trust me. I'm not the type to cherish my subordinates, because I only see them as tools to be used and discarded. But this time, I found a sword to my liking. If its blade were to be destroyed or shattered, wouldn't that make me very sad? These words scared Kim Yeon-sung so badly he dropped to his knees. The sword you intend to use. I will do everything in my power to protect its blade and keep it safe. I will eliminate any obstacle. Please, do not doubt my loyalty. Please trust me, I beg you. Director O merely glanced at him without saying another word. Director Kim Yeon-sung's office. Kim Yeon-sung returned with his forehead bashed in and bleeding, causing his son to scream in fear. This kid looks familiar. Director Kim said to his son, Son, you must deal with him, no matter the cost. But why do I have to do that? At first, I only told you to make him pay for mocking you, but I've changed my mind. You must get rid of him, whatever it takes. He's the kind of bastard who will constantly get in your way and overshadow you. Director Kim was seething. I'm not telling you to deal with him just because he laughed at you, but to prevent future trouble, because he will definitely become a thorn in your side. Yes, I understand. The young man gritted his teeth. That's right. A real man has to be tough. After I take care of that bastard Lee Trang Seon, I'll deal with that bitch too. An idea struck him. Father, do you know anyone else who's been humiliated by that guy? Is there? Yes, that barbarian who created that weird team, Nalam or something. While the father and son were plotting, on the other side, Lee Trang Seon was swirling with golden mana, demonstrating for Gon. The divine body of the cornered tiger is silently observing you. The divine body of the cornered tiger menacingly asks what you have done. Frenzied tiger contains the two attributes of courage and violence. Nothing can withstand the furious roar of a mighty tiger that shakes the very mountains. Classification, attribute, effect, veteran warrior, superhuman strength enhancement. Plains tiger contains the two attributes of ruthlessness and ferocity. A target in its sights cannot survive. Classification, attribute, effect, brutal bite, oppression by violence. Tiger contains the two attributes of benevolence and agility. Quickly assesses its surroundings with a special intellect for hunting. Classification, attribute, effect, enhanced wisdom, quick thinking. The divine body of the world-devouring serpent says you should have thought about this before giving it one. The divine body of the cornered tiger asks, what the hell are you talking about? The divine body of the world-devouring serpent says that once it receives one, it will forcibly take all the rest. The divine body of the cornered tiger's expression turns grim with displeasure. The divine body of the world-devouring serpent says you should just give up, because getting involved with him has already made you a failure. The divine body of the dusk-tearing cat hawk nods in agreement. The divine body of the great hell-chasing demon god agrees. The divine body of the stag suited for the hunt says that it seems you're referring to someone, but he can't think of who. He has a headache. The divine body of the cornered tiger scowls even more, completely infuriated. Trang Seon was really tired of these idiotic divine beings, but they weren't wrong. The divine body of the cornered tiger grows to like you even more and will always support you. At this rate, that old man is never going to let me go. Gun is training his arm muscles. The system reports that player Gun is the incarnation of your mighty tiger. The writhing knight appears, putting the other gods on high alert. Looks like Gun is doing better than expected. Should I check this thing out at the White Tiger Research Institute? You have taken out the Nameless Scroll. Nameless Scroll. An anonymous scroll made from human skin, extremely dangerous, as it contains countless unidentified curses. It is tightly sealed and needs to be unsealed. Classification, scroll, effect, unknown. This scroll is made from human skin. Using the beast's senses skill, you have analyzed the nameless scroll in detail, from a place where dew was excavated. This thing in my hand, it has to be related to Asan's 7 secret scriptures. If I can just read what's inside, I'll be able to learn so much more. As he felt the immense power of the Tiger King's calamity, countless streams of black smoke filled with golden eyes poured out. Trang Seon couldn't believe this thing actually contained the Tiger King's calamity. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, watched with glee, and it wondered, how will you deal with the threat of the Tiger King? The object in Trang Seon's hand was actually the real thing, not a replica. What the hell did Director O do with this thing? The menace of the Tiger King roars, eager to devour you. The tiger's roar bares its vicious fangs. The tiger of chaos wishes to devour you. Trang Seon knew he had to do something, and his mind immediately jumped to the golden key. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, is carefully observing your actions. Oh, hell no, I am not about to get discovered by an evil god. But despite his thoughts, he still took out the key. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, is ecstatic at the appearance of the golden key. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, laughs and says, I knew I would get it eventually. Peter's key has found a keyhole on the nameless scroll. The sealing system has been broken. The nameless scroll levitated, and a blinding light filled the space. The menace of the Tiger King has ceased. The secret contents of the scroll have been revealed. The words twisted and writhed, trying to find a way out. You have obtained the 4th scripture, Asan's 7 secret scriptures. Gelgun called out to Trang Seon, Brother, are you okay? Trang Seon held up a hand, signaling him to stop. Gelgun understood it was a warning and knew he should back away. Gelgun obediently did as he was told. The 4th scripture of Isan, the 4th scroll of Isan's 7 secret scriptures. Today, it symbolizes the power of the forgotten stars. Be careful not to be consumed by its power. This item holds many mysteries and functions, but they can only be confirmed when near the other scrolls. Classification. Scroll. Relic. Effect. Contains wisdom. Other effects. Unidentified. Trang Seon thought, I can't believe this is the 4th scroll. He had already obtained the other 3 scrolls from the White Tiger Guild. Perhaps he finally understood what he had been missing. Director O must have found the 4th scroll and hidden it away. Is this why people were able to get those items? But then, how do I explain all this? I had to face the Tiger King's menace just for this. Its contents must be something really special. The evil god won't just willingly reveal its secrets to me, but I can't hold on to something this dangerous for too long. The incarnation of the great demon god, pursuer of hell, is very interested in your item. The incarnation of the great demon god, pursuer of hell, is waiting for your answer. My answer? He thought. Is this about that offer from the tutorial? The incarnation of the great demon god, pursuer of hell, says he will trade this for the promised gift if you are not interested in the scroll. Just then, a beam of light shone down on Trang Seon. A system notification appeared. Under the influence of the tiger's eye, you can now understand the sentences in the scroll. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, screams that this is absurd. The incarnation of the cathawk that rends the twilight is breathing heavily. It is now observing you even more closely. The incarnation of the nether, serpent of the world, wishes to see the scroll's contents through your eyes. It is waiting with great anticipation. The contents read as follows. My children, you who have arrived here under the guidance of the moonlight, children who wish to be reborn using my power, and children who wish to follow me, listen closely. I am an entity both distant and near, and I will show you the way. The incarnation of the world-devouring serpent says it cannot see the contents, and it is slamming its tail on the ground. Looks just like a tadpole having a tantrum, Trang Seon thought. He couldn't fully understand any of this, because the beginning seemed to be missing. But it was enough to guess that the hidden condition for deciphering the text had been met. The hidden condition to research information has been fulfilled. A new ordeal has been created to uncover the remaining hidden information. A path hidden in the moonlight. Classification. Hidden. Description. You have successfully deciphered one of the mysteries of Isan's 7 secret scriptures. After overcoming many difficulties and ordeals, as a result, you now possess a great deal of knowledge about the tiger's calamity. You have also proven your resilient will and extraordinary physique. However, the mysteries of the 7 secret scriptures run far deeper and are more unpredictable than you know. Journey and gather the power, knowledge, and starlight from the 7 secret scriptures. You have met all the conditions to become the master of all the secrets it offers. Condition: successfully decipher Isan's 7 secret scriptures. If you fail, the corruption of your mind will cause you to perish. If you succeed, the starlight from the forgotten stars will guide your way. Do you wish to proceed with the hidden quest? Yes or no? Trang Seon frowned, deep in thought. He remembered Moonseong and their brief encounter. He guessed this was the power that Jong Jin-ho possessed. I have to complete this ordeal to get a power greater than the Eternal Warrior or Judo. Starlight, huh? The forgotten stars, described in the 7 secret scriptures. The bishop only ever used this thing superficially. The incarnation of the fierce tiger, Saker, is observing your choice. Jang Seon thought to himself, these gods are such bastards. I took the scroll. It was useless in the director's hands anyway. Gwon, stay out of what's about to happen to me, and don't let anyone else in here. All right, my friend. What's your plan? You've got this, right? Yeah. I'll do it. Gwon found Trang Seon to be an enigma. I'm sure he has secrets I'll never understand, and this must be one of them. As his specter, I have to obey him without question. With a confident smile, Trang Seon turned to accept the challenge. You will now be transferred to the next trial to begin the quest. The threat of the Tiger King roared to life, a roar from a tiger bearing its fangs. The Chaos Tiger has been manifested. The sacred body of the Hawk Cat tears through the twilight, wishing you a successful victory and granting you the reward it has always carried. Indomitable will and a calm mind have merged into one, making you stronger. Trang Seon endured the foreign power, invading his body. All right, I will return later. Authority has been established. Trang Seon was completely sucked into the demonic vortex. You have entered the current trial, the invincible demon's lair. A teardrop falls upon a sheet of music. It continues to fall, drop by drop, landing right on Trang Seon's face. He opens his eyes. They're completely lifeless. Winding, blue marks spread across his face as a voice whispers in his ear, if only I could go back one more time. It's as if he's traveling into his own past. That's when the radiant light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a golden rift, filled with countless grotesque eyes, causing everyone to scatter in terror. That light thrust me into a war without reason. To survive, I fought. No, in truth, I fought only for the sake of fighting itself, and before I realized it, I had defeated far too many gods and constellations. The world called me the god of war. The hated god. Because if anything displeased me, I simply destroyed it. Until one day, on a day of pouring rain, I stood over a pile of cold, lifeless bodies. Because I fought only for the sake of battle, my comrades abandoned me. Even the woman I loved, Lee Taka, sacrificed her life to protect me. Lee Trang Seon collapsed before the girl, with hair like sea-green algae, who had long since drawn her final breath. As his tears fell, the slaughter began. I carried that rage with me and waged war against the 12 zodiacs. And the consequence for all of that is that I alone am to be infected with this vile poison. From Lee Trang Seon's eyes, streams of poisonous blue tears flowed, running down his entire body. If only I could go back. If I could just reverse time to before that light ever appeared, then I would have prepared. I would have given you bastard the most excruciating death imaginable. Lee Trang Seon's eyes shot open. Dungeon quest has begun. Quest theme, survive and conquer. You have been cursed by the calamity of the Tiger King. Every 24 hours, the curse will transport you to the underworld. The Tiger's Lair of Demons. The Tiger's Demon Lair is a 9-floor labyrinth. Its demonic inhabitants utterly despise humans. They will do anything to eliminate them and turn them into one of their own. Their numbers are infinite. To break the curse, you must conquer all 9 floors. Trang Seon lets out a cold sneer. We wish you a safe journey. First quest, begin. Current location, Area 1, first floor. Objective, survive for the next 6 hours. The timer began to tick down. Trang Seon was already thinking about the curse activating once every 24 hours. The calamity of the Tiger King is a remnant of this power's original owner. In other words, Starlight. It mesmerizes specters, then devours their souls. If you're caught by the calamity, your soul will be twisted into a demon, while your body is poisoned, becoming a Daka or a goblin. So this is similar to John Chon Ho's power. So this is how he obtained it. The constellation, Suffering Sand Tiger, is immensely curious to see how you will escape this dungeon. Go on, be smug, you old geezer. Even though I'm pretty exhausted from these endless, hours-long battles that repeat day after day, I still have a few interesting tricks Manhwa gave me. As Trang Seon was lost in thought, a rotting hand appeared from behind him, and an unidentifiable creature let out a cackle. Kekeke. A human. A human. The constellation of the zealous hunter remarks that it looks hideous and reeks, and advises you to dispose of it as quickly as possible. Trang Seon shot at a smirk. Just one? He closed his eyes, focusing first on the power Manhwa had given him. Kalokagacha. Truth, beauty, and kindness do not exist in isolation. When all three are in perfect harmony, you gain the ability to use a great divinity. Skill level 1. Type, authority, blessing, grace. Effects, mental immunity, indomitable will, fortitude, overcoming hardship. The goddess's clairvoyance, or her spear and blade, aren't bad. But it doesn't feel like enough. If a fight drags on, it'll be difficult to concentrate, because my body will grow heavy with exhaustion. But with Kalokagacha, that's no longer a problem. You look delicious. I'm going to eat you alive. It swung the massive spear in its hand, speaking as if it were a piece of cake. Trang Seon's expression didn't change as he used the evil dragon's fang to block a swift, incoming slash. The monster praised him. Not bad, but in the end, you'll still end up in my stomach. My toxins will slowly seep in and destroy your body. You'll become sluggish and start to rot away soon enough. The two clashed relentlessly and fiercely. The monster fought Trang Seon hand to hand while ranting, and you'll become a guide demon, just like me. Oh please, ugly as you? Shut your trap. A handsome guy like me. If a guy like this turned into you, all the girls would cry. Trang Seon said nothing, coldly parrying the blow. The monster roared again. Then have a taste of it, human. A flash of light zipped past. The guide demon never expected its arm to be so easily severed by Lee Trang Seon. It thought Trang Seon should have been just like it. But how can this be? While the monster was lost in thought, Trang Seon didn't waste a single moment and relentlessly thrashed it. The immunity to 10 toxins effect had purified all the poison. Lee Trang Seon stepped on the monster's chest, aiming to drive his weapon straight through its neck. How? The guide demon wondered. Are the others like you, too? What? How disappointing. After his critique, Lee Trang Seon decisively pulled his sword out, sending the guide demon straight to the afterlife. The system announced, Lesser Demon has been slain. You have absorbed the Tiger King's calamity from the demon's body. Your body has been transformed. Trang Seon knew this would happen. The current transformation is incomplete. Kill more demons to absorb more of the Tiger King's calamity. Trang Seon thought, if I'm defeated by the Tiger King's calamity, I'll turn into a monster. But if I win and claim ownership, I'll reach a whole new level. Just like Jeon Chung-ho. I can't let it end like this. If the Tiger King's calamity is just a type of demon, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. The system warned, the apocalyptic flameform effect has awakened. At that moment, Lee Trang Seon was breathing out purple smoke, one eye blazing, while the other was dim. The flame is merging with the Tiger King's calamity. The Tiger King's calamity is being purified. The Tiger King's calamity is resisting fiercely. The apocalyptic flameform is burning even more intensely. The flames erupted violently, the purple light almost completely swallowed by a red glow. The Tiger King's calamity couldn't resist the fire and began to dissolve. Purification and transformation successful. A new monarch has been formed. Achievement unlocked. The monarch who devoured the Tiger King's calamity. Reward, intelligence +5, willpower +3. The constellation, Tiger of the Shifting Sands, is astonished by this impossible situation. The constellation, a good season for a hunt, says it has no idea what's happening and is staring wide-eyed. The constellation, world-encircling serpent, is watching intently, saying that the light from a forgotten star has been reborn as a new star. You have successfully absorbed the pure new monarch. Lee Trang Seon's head was engulfed in fire, with flames raging all around him. Lee Trang Seon grinned menacingly. Well, this is an unexpected change, isn't it? At the same time, the system announced, the forgotten star has been found. The Fei Wei is a phantom race that devours the souls of tigers. It is related to the Void Kingdom. This meant Trang Seon had automatically become its enemy. The system informed him of his current location, Floor 1, Area 12. The timer below shows the remaining time to complete the first mission. 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Lee Trang Seon was like a true inferno, setting fire to everything in his path. This made the monsters in the dungeon scream in terror. Who the hell is that bastard? Stop him. Lee Trang Seon, however, found this quite amusing. Just then, another guide demon was being incinerated by the flames. Its underlings shrieked in horror. Our master has been defeated. The moment the words left their mouths, they too were consumed by the apocalyptic flames. The constellations are greatly enjoying this spectacle. The constellation, a good season for a hunt, is pleased and satisfied with your actions. The constellation, Tiger of the Shifting Sands, is carefully observing your every sharp movement. Condition, Raging Tiger has been activated. The raging tiger is roaring. The caged tiger has broken free in a rage. Achievement unlocked, Devourer of Ghouls. Reward, Strength +5. Wise Man of the Fey Way. You have entered the second floor. By setting fire to every place he stepped, Lee Trang Seon blazed his way straight to the second floor. Greeting, Lee Trang Seon. Here was an entire horde of guide demons. Normally, anyone who came here would be terrified of them. But right now, Lee Trang Seon was the one spreading fear here. The system even announced, fear is being spread. Enemies have been afflicted with the chaos status. The guide demons stammered, monster, that thing isn't human. Lee Trang Seon advanced, step by step, drawing closer to the demons. The system announced, your allotted time has expired. Day 1 evaluation, SS. A reward will be given based on your evaluation. Returning to reality. Lee Trang Seon was instantly transported back to the real world. Jian called out worriedly, Sir? Trang Seon couldn't believe 6 hours had already passed. He was having so much fun in there, he'd completely lost track of time. He turned to his subordinate and asked, how long was I out for? Huh? What do you mean, sir? Didn't you order me not to let anyone in, and not to let anyone touch you? Right after you said that, you suddenly changed a bit. Did I really just say that to you? Trang Seon realized that time had barely seemed to move while he was inside the dungeon. This could be incredibly useful if he knew how to use it wisely. Like taking a breather to de-stress in the middle of a chaotic battle, or finding shelter to heal his wounds after taking a fatal hit. I wonder what the remaining 6 cursed scriptures will be. Will I have to conquer more ghouls? Or will it be a completely different kind of mission? Johan has obtained 3 of Anne's secret scriptures, but there are still 3 more that haven't been found. Getting my hands on those 3 secret scriptures, that has to be my top priority now. Maybe the people at the top tier guilds might have some information about the secret scriptures. If only I knew the location of those secret scriptures. Just as Trang Seon had that thought, he got a call from Director Oh. He was also surprised by the call. In Nanhyundong, Director Oh, now dressed all flashy and aggressive, was sitting at a bar and waved him over. Ah, you're here. This way. Trang Seon told Jian to wait by the door for a moment, saying he'd be right back. Jian obediently did as he was told. Director Oh saw him and asked, Trang Seon, who's that? As he pulled up a chair, Trang Seon introduced Jian as the one who had joined him during the last training session. Can you trust him? I trust him with my life. So, you've started building your own team? I believe the more people we have, the better. Director O glanced at him and gave a sly grin. You're not wrong, but what we need more than manpower right now are good items. Items that can be useful whenever we need them. He once again pushed a stack of papers in front of him, but let's set that aside for now. As I said, I've placed your profile under my name. Looking at the personnel transfer form, Director O handed him, Trang Seon asked if there was something he wanted him to do. Director O didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. We'll have a new intern tomorrow, and all the announcements will be made then. Unlike you, the new employee is still green, so they need to be well prepared. The newbies will follow our main force in this operation. Now that we've found their location, all that's left is to take care of them. Trang Seon froze when he heard that. He hid a smirk as he realized everything was playing right into his hands. And if he was lucky, he might be able to dig up more information on the 7 secret scriptures of Anne. Won't this be incredibly dangerous for the new recruits? Most of the subjugation team will be participating in this mission, and the association, as well as other guilds, have agreed to help us. The new recruits will only be working in the rear with the leftovers, so it'll be good for them, help them get some experience. But unlike them, you'll be part of the senior officers in the vanguard. Trang Seon got it now. This was the main point of the whole conversation. Director O continued. Of course, there will be plenty of experienced personnel on that team. The board of directors was a little concerned, but I recommended you very strongly. Why should we treat you like some greenhorn when you've already proven your skills? I've also attached information about their hideout to those documents. We move out in 5 days. Finish your preparations by then. I'll give you the detailed information once we get there. With that, Director O put on his coat and hat, ready to leave. Trang Seon spoke up again. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Name it. After their business was done, Trang Seon took Jian to eat at a street food stall. Seeing them, people on the street started whispering. Isn't that the tyrant? No way. Why would the tyrant be eating a hot dog here? Oh, so what? Is the tyrant not allowed to eat at street stalls? Just then, Jian complained about how stifling the atmosphere had been earlier, while Trang Seon read the documents Director O had given him about the Hill of the Vicious Snowmen. He called out to Jian while eating his food. We shouldn't stay here too long. We still have a long way to go. Yes, sir, Jian suddenly shouted, startling the people around them. 4 days before the mission, Trang Seon once again became a walking inferno inside the one-eyed tiger's dungeon. The ghoul guide screamed in terror. Monster. It's that human again. Close the gate. Hurry. Is our reconnaissance team even doing their job? 3 days before the mission, another ghoul guide commander was slain. 2 days before the mission, Trang Seon was still relentlessly slaughtering ghoul guides. 1 day before the mission, Trang Seon, stepping on the corpse of a ghoul guide, he scanned the area. The system announced he had 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds left in the dungeon. Trang Seon's eyes blazed as he demanded, "Is there no one else here?" He drew his bow menacingly. "I'm not looking for small fry like you. I'm looking for a real challenge." An arrow shot forth, streaking towards a castle in the distance. It slammed right into the castle gate. The system announced, "Skill, Bursting Light Strike." Activated. The arrow detonated, and as the smoke cleared, it revealed an elderly man addressed as, "Your Majesty." The king's face bore a small scratch from the blast. The king laughed. "So, he's found my location, has he? Interesting. Very interesting indeed." Radiating a venomous green aura, the king commanded, "Bring me my weapons and armor." "Yes, Your Majesty." The king of the Usher Demons then ordered his underlings to fall back, intending to deal with Lee Ji-hyun himself. This king of the Usher Demons was a descendant of the Freyja clan, a great house in Acadia, but that was all in the past. Now, he was nothing more than a deposed ruler, a crimson killer born from the curse of the 7 sacred scrolls of An. Though his body was ruined, his hatred remained. He would conquer the den of ghouls and make his return. Then, he would gather the remaining starlight from the temple and ascend to godhood once more. And he'd heard that Lee Ji-hyun was the bastard who interfered with his grand plan. But now, seeing him in person, he wanted to know his name. For the first time in centuries, he felt the blood in his veins begin to boil. Not the blood of a tactician, but the blood of a warrior. His sudden change in demeanor terrified the lesser Usher Demons. The king of the Usher Demons let out a booming laugh. "So, you're Lee Ji-hyun?" His eyes flashed with a deadly purple light. "My name is Jin, descendant of Freyja, from a famed bloodline in the demon realm. And I," Jin declared, trampling over other demons as he advanced, "am the one who will become the king of this den of ghouls. After I finish you." With his colossal broadsword in hand, Jin leaped from the floor to the roof, roaring, "Barbarian!" Following his roar, a brilliant golden energy erupted, swirling violently. His Majesty was entering the fray. Jin mounted an Usher demon, personally leading the charge, but the demon subjects beneath him screamed in terror. "Even the Hun has been released. Everyone, run!" Jin and his demonic mount shot forward, leaving a trail of light like a comet streaking across the sky. He landed in an instant before Lee Ji-hyun. A system message appeared. "The second-floor boss, Crimson Slaughter King, has arrived." For a split second, Lee Ji-hyun and Jin locked eyes. The Crimson Slaughter King was the first to move, quickly launching an attack. He unleashed a blinding beam of light downwards. Lee Ji-hyun met it head-on, thrusting his long spear directly into its center. The two powerful energies clashed with immense force. The battle was so intense, it roused even the slumbering constellations, who raised their heads to watch the show. The constellation of the Ancient Tiger, currently trapped in a predicament, was thrilled by this heated battle. The constellation of the Opportune Hunt screamed, demanding you defeat the arrogant demon. A green vortex began to swirl, sucking everything in. It opened its massive maw, ready to swallow Lee Ji-hyun whole, but it was dealing with a daredevil who simply charged straight into its center. Lee Ji-hyun activated the one eye of the Sundering Tiger to scan the entire area. He found Jin hidden within the raging storm, intrigued that Lee Ji-hyun could block his blade even after he'd infused it with demonic energy. Lee Ji-hyun just scoffed at the demon's words. His divine title, Sundering Tiger, transformed into Berserk Tiger as immense flames erupted around him once more. Lee Ji-hyun's face twisted, becoming almost unrecognizable. The Berserk Tiger charged forward. This transformation in Lee Ji-hyun shook even the Crimson Slaughter King. "Are you a warrior?" "No." "A fighter?" "No. That's not it either. You're a battle soul. A spirit obsessed with combat." "Heh. You got it. A little late to figure that out, don't you think? Especially for a spirit who's lived for centuries." This time, Lee Ji-hyun charged straight at Jin, creating an explosion of cosmic proportions. The lesser demons, witnessing this earth-shattering battle, chattered amongst themselves. How can he possess power on par with his majesty? How can a mere human be that strong? Lee Ji-hyun waved his hand, and threads of light, like a spider's web, shot towards the Crimson Slaughter King. One touch from these threads meant certain death. Jin hastily threw up a shield of earth and rock to escape the razor-sharp net Lee Ji-hyun had woven. Meanwhile, his special mount tried to take advantage of the opening, aiming to take a bite out of Lee Ji-hyun's thigh. Lee Ji-hyun twisted, wielding his spear like a sword, facing down both Jin's massive blade and the XXL-sized jaws of the demon mount. Lee Ji-hyun coldly delivered a single thrust. Skill, lightning net activated. Asterisk. Whimpering sounds. Asterisk. The beast cried out in agony from the hit. Jin leaped off his mount, channeling all his strength into a downward strike with his massive blade. He aimed straight for Lee Ji-hyun's neck, striking without hesitation. A warning flashed. Skill, animal instinct, has detected extreme danger. Lee Ji-hyun gritted his teeth. He had to block it, but knew how dangerous it was. Skill, leaping tiger. Follow the wind activated, and the bodyweight reduction technique was released. Just like that, Lee Ji-hyun shot away. Jin's powerful strike slammed into the pile of rocks instead. Our hero had already landed safely on a distant mountain ledge. Jin smirked. Too bad. I almost had you. Just as things were getting intense, a system notification popped up. Your stamina has fallen below 15%. Rest is recommended. Lee Jong-sun was surprised. He hadn't expected his condition to plummet so quickly. On top of that, he only had 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. He felt like he'd hit a brick wall. Asterisk. What should I do? Asterisk. Lee Jang-sun wondered. He wasn't confident he could take down the Blood Red King instantly, but he didn't want to stop fighting. This was exhilarating. Lee Jang-sun wanted to see this through to the end. The sword in his hand began to tremble, as if it, too, was provoked by the situation. It felt like the sword was urging him to use its full power. Without another thought, Lee Jang-sun spun the blade. The Blood Red King sneered. What do you think you're doing? Just spicing things up, Jang-sun said, slicing his own hand with his blade. Blood sprayed, and a flash of light erupted from the wound. Immediately, a massive, glowing sword spirit materialized, and the blade in his hand began to vibrate violently. It was as if Lee Jang-sun was fusing with the sword spirit. Cry! Scream! He yelled, bringing his two swords together to resonate. The twin blades activated the resonance skill. Frenzied tigers bared fangs and claws. Jin let out a wide, toothy grin. So did time say you were going to make things exciting? He said. The system announced, the evil dragon's fang and the flowing dress are resonating. Frenzied tiger's fang has been activated. The evil dragon's fang has undergone a major evolution. Bolstered by the buff from the two resonating heavy-class weapons, Lee Jang-sun charged at the Blood Red King with a triumphant expression. A battle-hungry grin spread across his face, and Jin mirrored the expression. The two battle-crazed warriors, both fiercely confident in their victory, crashed into each other. After the initial impact, Lee Jang-sun quickly shifted his form. Frenzied Tiger State has transformed into Wild Tiger State. He then unleashed Wild Tiger's paralyzing shred on his opponent. Lee Jang-sun quickly forced Jin back, following up with a thunderous, explosive slash. He was in his element. Wild Tiger State has transformed into One-Eyed Tiger State, activating One-Eyed Tiger's poison fang. Lee Jang-sun and Jin now stood back to back. With a fluid motion, he spun his blade for a clean slash, but Jin's mount leaped forward to take the hit for its master. Yane! Jin shouted, but his mount didn't listen, charging straight into the path of Lee Jang-sun's slash. Of course, its fate was sealed. The system chimed in, you have defeated the named monster, Yain. Over the mount's agonized shriek, the system's mechanical voice announced, you have obtained Yain's ribs, ×3. You have obtained the Blood Red King's kidney. You have obtained Fine Guy's possessions. But that wasn't nearly enough to finish the fight. Lee Jang-sun frowned. Asterisk. I thought he'd be weaker if I killed his mount first, but it looks like I was wrong. Asterisk. Witnessing his mount's death, the Blood Red King's expression turned grim. A swirling green energy began to emanate from his body. One of his eyes began to glow like a headlight, startling Lee Jang-sun. The system issued a warning. Opponent is charging a powerful attack. Jin leaped into the air like a high jumper. Asterisk. Weren't his attacks already strong enough? Asterisk. Lee Jang-sun thought incredulously. Asterisk. And now the system is warning me? Asterisk. Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing, and Lee Jang-sun met his gaze with grim determination. The two immense auras clashed violently. Gritting his teeth, Jin pressed down with his greatsword. Lee Jang-sun gritted his own teeth, thrusting his twin swords up to meet it. The impact was so intense it scraped a bolt of lightning into existence between them. The resulting shockwave shot downwards, tearing up the ground and shattering rocks. Blood began to fly. From Jin's perspective, Lee Trang Seon was blown back, his beast form shattering on impact. Jin leaned majestically on his sword. Meanwhile, a notification appeared for Lee Trang Seon. You have sustained critical damage. Your health is now below 5%. Promptly exit the designated area to recover. Time remaining, 0 seconds. Time's up. First day evaluation, SSS. You will receive rewards based on your evaluation. Now returning to the real world. When Lee Trang Seon opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Goon's panicked face. Jang Seon, you're bleeding. We have to get you to a hospital. Come on. A long gash ran from his shoulder all the way down to his waist. Jang Seon stood as still as a statue, but his hand trembled as he took out a wide-area healing potion from his inventory. I'm okay. I just need this. Let me help you, Gun said anxiously, immediately taking the bottle and splashing its contents over Lee Jang Seon's wound. The powerful potion stung, causing him intense pain, but he bit his lip and didn't make a sound. Asterisk. Whew, that was too close. Asterisk. A system notification appeared. Your health has been restored to over 50%. Your condition is rapidly improving. Seeing that he had stabilized, Goon asked what had happened, but Jang Seon just brushed him off, saying everything was fine. He frowned to himself. Asterisk. The fight with the Blood-Red King. It seemed like we were evenly matched. Asterisk. Asterisk. But in the end, I was completely defeated. If the second floor boss is this powerful, just how difficult are the higher floors going to be? Asterisk. Asterisk. I need to get my hands on some enhancement bones or an emblem to close this power gap. I'll have to pass on Huyen Y for now. My priority has to be exploration. Asterisk. I still can't find the one-horned tribe, so that leaves the strengthening bone. If I use the strengthening bone to create a diamond body, the problem is I'll have to fight the Crimson Gatekeeper King for 24 hours straight. What should I do? Come to think of it, isn't the jetty gate in a snow region too? I have to take this chance. Just as he was scheming, a notification chimed, ruining Jang Seon's mood. It was a text from the director, setting a meeting for 7 a.m. tomorrow at their usual spot. He'd found what Jang Seon needed. Lee Trang Seon decided to focus on this first and come up with a plan while he waited. Another message came in, this time from the blacksmith, Uji. He was letting him know that the weapon Jang Seon had requested was finished. But the moment Jang Seon stepped out the door, he ran right into that reporter who'd been waiting there all afternoon. The guy wanted another interview, but he barely got his introduction out before Lee Trang Seon shot him a death glare. He was already pissed, and this guy just had to provoke him. He asked, "Is this my weapon?" Before him was a massive spearhead, so polished he could see his reflection in it. His eyes were fixed on the spearhead, his whole face lighting up. "It's beautiful, my weapon." The second Lee Trang Seon arrived, he was already starting a verbal spar with Uji. "Didn't you say you needed 2 weeks? How could you finish it this fast?" "It wasn't that complicated. All I had to do was forge it using a pre-existing mold." The guy was already imagining how satisfying it would feel to take it for a test swing, but Lee Trang Seon started nitpicking. "Why didn't you engrave some patterns on it? It looks too plain. I don't like doing that. It hurts." Lee Trang Seon didn't waste any more words and just transferred another 100 million to Uji. "Is that enough? All right. Come and get it tomorrow morning." Lee Trang Seon glanced at Uji. "Looks like you have something you want to tell me. Your weapon." "Boss." Lee Trang Seon corrected his form of address. "Such a stubborn man. My apologies. That was disrespectful of me. Regarding the weapon for our noble and extraordinary boss. Wasn't there still a month left? It was 2 months. Don't try to pull a fast one on me." Uji practically threw a fit as Lee Trang Seon kept pressuring him on the deadline. "Yeah, what about it? We might have to extend the deadline. I've run out of materials." "Materials? You mean the cold steel?" "That's right. I've looked everywhere and can't find a single piece. And it's not like just any old cold steel will do. The weapon you're asking for requires a type of steel infused with ice crystals, and it has to be at least a few decades old. Boss, you also want it to be able to withstand extreme heat without deforming, right? Well, that's a problem. You need all the cold steel pieces to make a single shield. On top of that, the few domestic supply lines have been cut off. Because of the high floors? Yes. You said you're heading to the jetty gate, right? Lee Trang Seon replied, "I'll give it a shot for the cold steel, and also to see if I can find the base materials for the strengthening bone." Uji then mentioned that someone was very eager to meet him. "My name is Choi Hongjin. I've heard a lot about you. This man was a representative from the Fortune Trading Company. But when he saw the calluses on the man's hands, Jung Seon immediately guessed he was also a blacksmith. Lee Trang Seon crossed his legs, watching the news as he asked, "Fortune is a multi-sector trading company. What's your connection to Choi Bong?" "Ah, I'm Choi Bong's cousin." Lee Jung Seon recalled that Choi Bong had just wanted to suggest a good supplier. But it seemed this guy held a much higher position than he'd expected. "Just how much of a stake does he have in such a precious material?" "I see. I heard you wanted to meet me. What's this about?" "I want to hire you for a job." Lee Trang Seon smirked. "So, you want something from the jetty gate, huh?" Choi Hong-jin remained as composed as when he'd first walked in, as sharp as I'd heard. "Allow me to explain in more detail. Mr. Jung Seon, do you know why the high-floor remnants chose the jetty gate as their hideout? Just spit it out instead of playing games. There's something there called the Breath of the Ice Emperor. This is the first I'm hearing of it." Lee Jang Seon's expression grew serious as Choi Hong-jin explained, "It's the highest-grade ice crystal in existence, also known as the Eternal Ice Crystal." Lee Jang Seon's eyes lit up at the mention of this, an expression that Choi Hong-jin found strange, prompting him to ask what was wrong. Lee Jang Seon immediately denied it was anything, but inwardly, he had already put the pieces together. Lee Jang Seon recalled a conversation with the Nameless Ones from his past, the Strengthening Bone. "Have you ever heard of it?" "I've heard the name, but legendary frames like the Absolute Body or the Dragon Body are said to be the exclusive domain of the martial gods. They are the very foundation of their power. The two essential base ingredients needed to create a strengthening bone are the heart of the flame wing and the ice seal. I hear someone has already taught you how to ignite the flame, correct? Then you will need to obtain the seal to protect your body from being ravaged by that very flame. First, you must find the Eternal Ice Crystal. It is a crystal that has absorbed the pure energy of the moon for ages, making it a perfect match for the seal. That's the very reason Lee Jang Seon went to that dungeon in America." He furrowed his brow, putting on an act. "I don't know what an eternal ice crystal is, but it sounds like a very important material." Choi Hong-jin added, "It's said that it can raise an ice mage's level by dozens. So the high-floor remnants are after it?" "Yes. They believe it can shore up their power, which has been pushed to the brink. So you want me to snatch it from them?" "Precisely. In a dungeon, hidden from the eyes of the higher-ups. And probably from the guilds too, right? You wouldn't want to share a sweet score like this with anyone else, would you?" "Of course, I know it's hard for you to trust me right away. I'll get it done." Lee Trang Seon's immediate agreement startled Hyung-jin, who quickly brought up the price. "I don't need money. I have a condition instead." Late that afternoon, as Hyung-jin left the building, he found Uji sitting there picking his teeth, petting his dog who was blissfully gnawing on a bone. Hyung-jin let out an awkward laugh. "Your big brother seems a little tipsy, huh? Because I don't want to be in his debt." "What's that about? After shutting yourself off for so long, you're really going to reject a new friend? What are you talking about? New friend? Bullshit. Everything's going smoothly, and he seems relaxed enough. This is just a mutually beneficial exchange, that's all." The moment Hyung-jin finished speaking, his face contorted, and his breath